Hello everyone, welcome to the free Selenium full course by Intellipaat. Did you know every day around 3.5 billion searches happen on Google search, which is almost like half of the population of the entire world? That's why businesses are crazily invested in building great websites. I mean, at the end of the day, as a business, all you want to do is reach out to more and more people and convert them into customers. But to do that, you really need a highly functional website. I mean, Google itself says that if your website does not have a great usability score or is having some bugs, then you will never be ranking for search terms, no matter what you do. What solves this big of business problem, or rather development problem? Well, it is called software testing. Whenever we are going to jump into a conversation about software testing, one tool is going to pop up on top of the stack, Selenium WebDriver. Selenium is the #1 testing tool around the world. Almost close to 64,000 companies use it. Even the biggest of the names such as Netflix, Amazon, LinkedIn and Google is using it to do continuous automation testing. Selenium basically lets you automate web interactions. You issue a command from your IDE, tell it to open your web app in a browser like Chrome and click on the specific element. Once clicked, it automatically checks if your website responds the way you expect. Now, when it comes to continuous automation testing, Selenium works seamlessly with tools like TestNG for running automation scripts. With TestNG, you can structure test cases better, run them in parallel, and even generate detailed reports, making automation testing way more efficient. This combo helps teams automate repetitive tasks, catch bugs early, and speed the development process without relying on manual testing. Even if we talk about this moment, there are around 7,000 plus automation testing jobs available right now on the LinkedIn job board. That too for India alone. If you learn Selenium course from this course, you will be able to apply for these jobs roles and get started in your IT career. So do make sure to stay tuned till the end of this course. On that note, let me take you through the contents of this course. We will begin this course by getting introduced to Selenium, the different components of Selenium and the installation of dependencies like Java, Eclipse IDE and Selenium. Then we will square back to the discussion about fundamentals of Java programming language. We will cover constructors, object-oriented programming language, etc. Once these fundamental blocks are cleared, we will jump to the part where we start automation testing using Selenium. We will cover web elements in Selenium, locators in Selenium, CSS Selector, XPath, how to handle alerts in Selenium, listeners in Selenium, robots in Selenium, etc. Next up, we will talk about performing end-to-end testing using Selenium WebDriver. So this entire course is going to help you Selenium fundamentals in detail and make you ready for the next step. But before we begin with the learning journey, I would like to urge you to subscribe to Intellipaat's YouTube channel to come across more videos like this one.
Selenium is an open source framework for automating web browsers. It is used for testing web applications, performing automation tasks, and scraping data from websites. It supports multiple programming languages including Java, Python, C# and Ruby. Selenium consists of several components including Selenium WebDriver, Selenium Grid, and Selenium IDE. The Selenium WebDriver is used for automating browser interactions, and the Selenium Grid is used for parallel testing on multiple machines or browsers. The Selenium IDE is an integrated development environment for creating and running Selenium test cases. The key advantage of using Selenium is its ability to simulate real-world user interactions with web applications. This helps to identify potential issues and bugs in the application before they become a problem for end users. Selenium also supports multiple browsers, making it easier to test web applications on different platforms. This helps to ensure compatibility and reduce the risk of issues arising from differences between browsers. Another advantage of Selenium is its large and active community. This community provides support, documentation, and tutorials, making it easier for developers to get started with Selenium. Additionally, the open source nature of Selenium means that it is free to use and can be modified to meet specific requirements. In conclusion, Selenium is a valuable tool for automating browser interactions, testing web applications, and scraping data for websites. Its ability to support multiple programming languages, browsers, and its large community make it a popular choice for developers. Whether you are testing a small personal project or a large enterprise application, Selenium can help you get the job done quickly and effectively.
Just a quick info of our Selenium certification training course. With this course, you'll master Selenium RC, implement Selenium IDE functions and commands, along with gaining knowledge of JUnit, Eclipse, Maven, and so much more. All taught by our top industry experts from leading companies. Thousands of professionals have already upskilled successfully through this program. You can view their testimonials on our Achievers channel, linked in the description down below. This course can undoubtedly propel your career to new heights. Visit the course page linked below and take the first step towards advancing your career in software testing.
So coming to the first item on the agenda, it is automated testing. Well, what is automated testing? Well, automated testing is a couple of procedures which are actually carried out by the computers with the help of a lot of codes or test scripts. But then these test scripts which are actually put out by humans and human testers, guys. So at the end of the day, you might be wondering, why do we need automated testing, where it is used, and is automation testing as good as manual testing, if not better? Well, keep following through the video and you shall understand just the same. Well, coming to why we actually call it automation, basically at the end of the day, testers make use of automation tools, and these tools are used to develop certain things called as test scripts, and these test scripts actually perform all the use cases on the software and eventually validate it. So the goal of automated testing is to ensure that we complete test execution in a less amount of time. Again, when we talk about the world of information technology, time is considered to be money. So in that case, here's a small visualization. Well, the software is actually developed by a team of software developers, software engineers, architects, and all these guys, and obviously it has been developed manually. And after this, there are certain scripts which are actually written. So what these scripts do is these scripts actually make use of a variety of functionality such as macros and much more to actually go on to imitate a human executing these test cases, but in a very rapid way. So you might be wondering, if this is the case, if efficiency numbers are very high, why not make use of automated testing for everything? Well, actually some of the methods are better suited for manual testing, and there are some of the methods which are actually best performed through automated testing, and we pretty much are going to check about both of these just after this. And then coming to the next item on the agenda, it is the introduction to manual testing. Again, manual testing is basically the procedure, as the name suggests, which involves manually testing the software by performing some sort of a quality analysis and much more. And this is done by quality analysts. So why is manual testing done? Again, it is one of the most widely used method till date. Even though the world is moving towards automation, it is one of the most well used legacy systems, the classical methodology used to find and basically remove any bugs, any defects, or anything else which is not supposed to be present in a software which is under development. Well, as you might know, testing forms a very vital part when we talk about software development lifecycle, and manual testing all these years has been a very vital part of it. And again, here's another visualization. The software is again developed manually by programmers and coders, and this time it is manually tested and ensured that the quality analysis is performed by analysts who actually know what the software is doing, but eventually the entire procedure is carried out manually. So you might be wondering, if again this is the case, then why do we have to pick manual testing? Again, when you have to think about it, there are many requirements a project might have. They might have a fixed budget, they might have a timeline which probably a computer cannot meet, or let's say it requires an expertise which is probably difficult for the computer to replicate, or quality. So you might be wondering what is good, right? So budget wise, do they pick manual testing, do they pick automated testing, and whatnot? Well, that is exactly what we are going to check out in this quick comparison between automated testing and manual testing. The first comparison point that I have for you guys is in the meaning. First, we need to understand what automated testing is and manual testing is. In fact, automated testing involves making use of various automation tools, and these tools execute all the use cases for us and make sure that there is as less human interference as possible. So coming to manual testing, again, manual testing involves having test cases which are actually executed by a person, a human tester, on a piece of software which is under consideration at this point of time. And next, we're going to talk about processing time. Well, when we talk about processing time, automated testing is significantly faster because it makes use of computational power, which are again exponentially faster than humans in various fields. It can be something statistical, something mathematical, or an operation for that matter as well. And then coming to manual testing actually consumes human resources. It is time consuming, resource consuming, and whatnot. So for processing time, automated testing is preferred. And then when we talk about exploratory testing, well, here is where manual testing shines because automated testing does not allow for exploratory testing or in fact random testing as well.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat does provide end-to-end training on software testing, which includes both manual as well as automated testing. So if you are interested, you can check out the course details given in the description below. Now, let's get back to the session.
And manual testing obviously does allow for very nice tech to be implemented by making use of exploratory testing and all the random testing methodologies to be implemented as well. So by random testing and exploratory testing, what we basically mean is that we tend to shy away from the test at hand to perform or execute a use case which is not part of the standard operating procedure. And this basically, when done by a human, due to the logical aspect of it, can be figured out by the human being who's doing it. I mean the tester. But then when we talk about a computer, if it is out of the scope of the script or if it is out of the scope of the macro that is written, then the machine does not tend to understand that. And then when we talk about the initial investment, here again, manual testing shines because manual testing involves spending a smaller amount as soon as you want to start out with testing. But then the return on investment is comparatively low because you're investing a lower amount, and even when investing a lower amount, the return on investment is actually lower when compared to automation testing. And of course, automation testing involves spending a huge amount of upfront, but the advantage is that the return on investment is actually better when we talk about long term. And then coming to the next point, which is reliability. Well, when we talk about reliability as well, automated testing is extremely robust in this world and extremely reliable, which is very vital for any software testing methodology. Because again, we use a variety of tools, variety of scripts to go on to do this procedure. Again, when we talk about manual testing, it does not have a high rate of accuracy because again, guys, at the end of the day, it involves human error and we cannot avoid human error when we talk about manual testing. So here's another win for automated testing. So when we talk about automated testing, there is actually a small disadvantage here because again, every time there is a change in the user interface, the scripts need to be changed completely or else the machine doesn't know what it is working with or how it can go on to work with it at the same time. But then with manual testing, again, testers are proficient enough to understand these small changes which occur in the user interface, cope up with it and work with it in a simple way. And in fact, the most advantageous thing is that they can work with it at a quicker rate. And then coming to the resources, again, a lot of resources are needed in both ways, guys, because automation testing will call for testing tools. It'll require a lot of automation engineers and whatnot. When we talk about manual testing, again, manual testing calls for investing in more human resources, having more people trained, having more people understand what's going on with the software and then go on to do the testing, right? So again, both of these call for a huge number of resources at the same time. And then when we talk about value for money, well, automation testing again will work out basically if the content that you're testing is large in volume. If there are loads of things that you have to test and automate, automation testing will give you a good return on investment. But then when we talk about manual testing will actually not work out if there are a lot of high volume testing where you have to do the same continuous thing again and again for a while. Again, when you talk about investing human resources, this is going to be a huge concern as well. And then coming to the ninth point in this comparison, it is performance testing. Again, when we talk about automated testing, it allows like a lot of methodologies to be put to the picture, a lot of support as well. For methodologies like load testing, we can go on to perform stress testing and very much all of these concepts very easily at the same time. So when it comes to manual testing, well, actually manual testing does not offer the feasibility when we have to consider performance testing, as that would be a very good point of concern. And then coming to the 10th point, it is the programming knowledge. Again, automated testing involves a lot of programming to go on to creation of these scripts, write code snippets and whatnot. But then manual testing actually does not call for the requirement for programming language. I mean, sure, both of these will require programming language if the software is being developed by making use of a tester who is actively involved in the development of the software. But then if it is just like the other methodologies in the software development lifecycle, where the tester is testing after the software has been developed or while it is in its final stages, then manual testing would not require any sort of programming language. And then usage in DevOps. This is again, DevOps is ruling today's world of information technology, and here is where automated testing is helping. Well, with automated testing, again, it basically helps in the process of build verification, build testing, and whatnot. And this is very much integral, very much important to the world of DevOps and its life cycle. But then manual testing actually defeats the purpose, because we have the entire automated build principles when we talk about DevOps. But then when we talk about manual testing, this actually defeats this entire thing, and eventually this lowers efficiency because it's going to take more time and consume more resources at the same time. And if we have to talk about ideal use cases, well, automated testing shines very well when we have to talk about regression testing, load testing, and in fact all of these test cases which are highly repeatable in nature. And then manual testing is actually suited for very good ad hoc testing capabilities, exploratory testing, and performing testing where there are frequent changes, as we discussed in the case of user interface changing as well. And eventually, to sum everything up, basically I have two quotes on the screen for you guys. Automated testing brings about the efficiency numbers to the table unlike any other, and I'm sure most of you guys will definitely agree to the statement. And when we talk about manual testing is one of those legacy systems which are still needed across a spectrum of cases, across a wide variety of companies in the world of information technology. And on that note, these are the 12 most important comparison points when we talk about automated testing and comparing it directly with manual testing.
Just a quick info of our Selenium certification training course. With this course, you'll master Selenium RC, implement Selenium IDE functions and commands, along with gaining knowledge of JUnit, Eclipse, Maven, and so much more. All taught by our top industry experts from leading companies. Thousands of professionals have already upskilled successfully through this program. You can view their testimonials on our Achievers channel, linked in the description down below. This course can undoubtedly propel your career to new heights. Visit the course page linked below and take the first step towards advancing your career in software testing.
So Selenium was, you can say, was invented by Jason Huggins and his team from ThoughtWorks. So in the year 2004, and there's a story like between the mercury and why it was named as a selenium. Mercury was something, a poison, and a remedy to it was a selenium. So that's a part of a story. But keeping aside, so then the Selenium automation came into was designed by Jason and his team members. Now coming to the components under Selenium. Selenium has different components. The one you see here, it's a Selenium IDE, Integrated Development Environment. And the second one, Selenium RC. RC stands for Remote Control, where server would come into existence when you're executing your script, where the script will need to communicate with the actual application under test. And the third component is the Selenium WebDriver. So with the currently whatever automation we do, we use the Selenium WebDriver. And the fourth component is the Selenium Grid. Especially this last component is used for doing a parallel execution on different browsers. Okay, that's the part of the Selenium Grid. So what is the first component? That's a Selenium IDE. It's mainly this, it's an plugin to Firefox and Chrome browser, where you can record the script and run it. So it's mainly a recording and running the script. Okay. Next comes the RC, but RC is not a successful one. So that replacement of Selenium RC is Selenium WebDriver currently. Because in Selenium RC, the server comes into picture where we need to turn on the server for running the script. Okay, but in Selenium WebDriver, there's no server involved while running the code. Okay, your automated code. So in real time, we use Selenium WebDriver and Grid. but nowadays companies avoid setting up the grid environment, but because that really cost more. There are some service provider companies where you submit your project for grid testing and they give you the report. So that would cost less as compared to setting the environment for testing a grid. But we'll be discussing these components in detail going ahead. So here, this is what your Selenium is consisting about: Selenium IDE, Selenium RC, WebDriver, and the grid. Okay, so where the features of Selenium RC and Selenium WebDriver was merged together for Selenium 2, and some advanced concepts got implemented, added to it to become as a Selenium 3. So as just we discussed, how is the Selenium environment looks like. Here you can see the IDE. It's just a recording the script by providing the URL of your application to test. And this IDE is compatible with two browsers, only two browsers, that's a Firefox and Chrome. Okay, so once you record the script, it automatically picks the elements, web elements from the application under test and record the script.
Just a quick info of our Selenium certification training course. With this course, you'll master Selenium RC, implement Selenium IDE functions and commands, along with gaining knowledge of JUnit, Eclipse, Maven, and so much more. All taught by our top industry experts from leading companies. Thousands of professionals have already upskilled successfully through this program. You can view their testimonials on our Achievers channel, linked in the description down below. This course can undoubtedly propel your career to new heights. Visit the course page linked below and take the first step towards advancing your career in software testing.
Java download. I have to search for Java downloads, and you can see over here this Oracle official website. I'll download JDK 23, the latest one from here only. And you can see JDK 23 is the latest release of Java Standard Edition platform. Okay, you can see this some interface like this. This page will open and you have to go on this JDK 23. It's already there, right? JDK 23. Right, and you can see for different operating system, it is having different files. So for Windows users, you can see there are different options: Linux, Mac, and Windows. So I'll go to Windows. Okay, and you can see this cross 64 installer. This second link, cross 64 installer. Okay, I'll open it, I'll click on it, and you can see the download is going over here and it is done. On my system, JDK 23 is already there, but for reference only, I'll show you how you can download. So it is saying executable file for JDK 23 205 MB is downloaded. Okay, I'll open this file. Fine. So once you will double click on that executable file, this kind of interface will open. Do you want to allow this app to make changes to your device? So I'll click on yes. Once you will click on yes, okay, it will be coming. So let me go back. Fine. So it is loading, you can see, and just a minute and it will be coming over here. Okay. Where is that file? Let me, okay. So you can see the setup file is coming over here, preparing to install. Okay. So this interface you will be getting, the first interface you will be getting: welcome to installation wizard of Java Standard Edition Development Kit 23.01. Okay. So you just have to click on this next. Okay, and don't change this path. Okay, let your JDK 23 have a location that is your C drive only. Okay, don't change this and click on next, and it will be installing. You will see the status. Okay, so it is installing and it might take little time for you. It might complete little early, but you can see I have already connected to my LAN cable, but still it is taking some time. Okay, so once this green bar will be coming over here, you will see once it is done, and you just have to click on one finish. I believe it will be coming, and then your installation of Java will be completed. Just 2 or 3 clicks you have to do and it will be done. Okay, so it is saying this green line you might be getting. Okay, so once it will be completed, it will say you your Java installation is complete. So it is saying yeah, it is installing. Just give it 2-3 minutes and it will be done. Okay, so now it is saying click next steps to access tutorial, API documentation, the developer guide, and related to this. So this is not required as of now. What I'll do, I will close it. I will directly close it because that is not required. Okay, so that is basically the documentation or whatever new additional features are there in your JDK. Okay, all the things that is present in the JDK that you can see over there, but that is not required. Fine, fine. Once your installation is completed, once your Java is installed, okay, you have to set your environment variables. Okay, so what are environment variables? Basically, you have to tell your system that this is the path into your system where Java is residing or where Java is downloading. You have to tell your system. Okay, so to do that, just go to your home tab and search for env environment variables. You can see edit the system environment variables. This, okay, just open it and you can see this page will be opening and you have to click on this environment variables. Okay, I'll click over here and you can see user variables and system variables. Okay, so now I have to edit the system variables. Okay, here you can see one path is coming over here, this path, just double tap on it. Okay, and here you can see where is JDK23, C program files, Java, JDK23 and bin. So I have already given the path. Okay, on this page you have to double tap and you have to paste the path. Okay, so now the thing is from where you will get the path. Okay, from where you will get the path. I'll close it as of now. Okay, I'll keep it here. I'll go to my C drive. I'll go to my C drive, local disk C. Okay, program files, this program files, and inside this you can see one folder named Java. Okay, C drive, program files, this PC, local disk C, program files, and this Java folder. I'll open this Java folder and you can see JDK 22 and 23. I have downloaded JDK 23, the latest one. So 22 was already there. So that is why two folders are coming. You will be seeing JDK 23 folder inside your Java folder. Just open it. And the first folder is there whose name is bin folder, bin. So I'll open this bin and whatever is there inside this bin folder, you don't have to do. You just have to copy this path. Okay, double tap here, Control A and Control C. So this path you need to copy. This path once you will copy, go here to system variables, environment variables. Okay, click on environment variables. Under system variables, you have to click on this path option, double click, and this will be coming. So you can see JDK 22, 22 is not there. See, 22 is also there, 23 is also there. Now I'll paste the same link over here. You can see this and this both are same. So already I have configured Java and Java is installed on my system. Okay, this is for understanding. Okay, I'm telling you. So this link once you will paste, click on OK. Click on OK. So as of now it is not required. So I'll remove it. Once it is done, you will click on OK and click on here as well. OK, and it is done. Okay. Fine. And once it is done, how you can cross verify Java is installed or not? So you'll open your command prompt, CMD. Once your CMD will open, you have to hit one command, that is Java space hyphen hyphen or minus minus and version. Okay. Once you'll hit this command, it will give you a response. Okay, you have JDK 2023, JDK 23, something it will be saying you. Okay, so it is saying Java 23, okay, 2024, 15th of this month, and Java runtime environment. This is saying fine. So once you're getting this thing, which means your Java is installed properly and there is no certain issues or errors you're having. Okay, fine. So now the installation of your Eclipse, oh, sorry, this Java is done. Okay, now we'll see the installation of Eclipse IDE. Okay, Java is already installed. On which I can say on which source you will be writing your Java code. So we'll be running it on Eclipse IDE. Okay, so I have to go here and I have to search for Eclipse download. Okay, so you can see this first link, Eclipse download. Okay, so it is saying download Eclipse technology, and this kind of interface you will be seeing. I don't want to allow the cookies, I'll decline it. Okay, and you can see install your favorite desktop IDE packages. Okay, so this we want basically Eclipse IDE. I'll click on this download cross 86 and 64. And it will take little time to download. I already have Eclipse. Let me show you for understanding. I'll tell you. So if I'll search Eclipse, you can see Eclipse for Java developers. It's already there. Okay. So it is saying thank you for download, and it is downloading here, and it is taking little time. 132 MBs of file. Okay. And might be yours is completed before mine. Okay. So it is saying it's done. It is saying it is done. Great, fine. Once this Eclipse is downloaded, what you have to do, you have to open this file, this executable file. Okay, double click, and it is loading, and it will be coming. Some small pop-up window will be coming. Still it's loading. Okay, so you can see this Eclipse installer. This kind of interface will be coming while installing this Eclipse IDE. It's taking fine. So now it will ask you which Eclipse do you want. Okay, do you want Eclipse for C, C++, you want for Java and web, you want for PHP, you want for communities, you want for Java DSL, you want for what? We want for Java. Okay, so it is one link is there in the beginning, might be coming for you. It will be coming in the beginning. Eclipse IDE for Java developers. I'll click over here, and it is saying install. Okay, don't change this path. Okay, installation one, this is the root path. Okay, don't change this, and click on install. Okay, once you will click on install, the installation process of this Eclipse will be starting. Okay, it may take little time, but we have to be patient, and it will be completed within I guess 5-10 minutes. Okay, might be taking less time as well. Sometime it takes time. Okay, so once I will open my Eclipse IDE, you will see some a different kind of interface will be coming. Why? Because I already have Eclipse. So for you, it will be coming some greeting messages or welcome messages. It will be giving, and it will give you some default setting to create new project. Okay, so I'll tell you that as well. Okay, once it is done for you, once your installation is completed, just it will give you one option, I believe, for launch, something like that. You can launch it, and it will open. This Eclipse will open, and we'll see how we can create project, and how we can create inside the project, how we can create the packages and classes, and how we can run the Java program. Okay, I'll give you a basic overview. Okay, meanwhile, I'll open my Eclipse and give you an overview how this Eclipse will work, because you will see a lot of projects will be there. Okay, so here is my Eclipse for Java. Okay, and okay, so you can see this kind of interface you will be able to see. Okay, might be little bit of different. Eclipse IDE 2024-06, because I have installed it previously. So you will see this kind of interface, and once it is opened, let me show you. So once you will launch your IDE, it will ask you to launch it. So you can see launch. Okay, and I believe this is also done. So let me wait, let me cancel it. Okay, and this is also done. Fine. So it is saying installation completed. Okay, installation completed, and I already have, so I will not launch. Okay, I'll cross it. So once it is done for you, you have to click on launch, and your Eclipse IDE will be launched. Okay, so I'll cross it. Okay, I already have. No, fine. So I'll search for my Eclipse IDE over here. Eclipse IDE for Java, and see, you can see this is also coming because just now we have installed. So let me open. Okay, let's open this only. Earlier it was 06, now it's 09. Okay, so we'll open this, and I'll give you a glimpse how it will work, and how you can create your projects, and how it will be working. Okay, so a little glimpse, and then we'll see. Okay, so it is saying the same thing, launch. I'll click on this launch, and the C Lenovo workspace was written with an older version, continue and update workspace. Fine. So I'll click on continue, and it is saying the workspace previously created with the previous version will be overridden. Okay. So let's wait for it to open, and it is opening, starting Eclipse IDE. So Eclipse is installed, or you can say launched. I'll click here and you can see these are my previous projects that I was taking session. Okay, and it is coming here on the latest version as well. Fine. So these were the projects I have created. These are the capstone projects, basic assignment task, and all the things are coming here. Right. So once your Eclipse is launched, okay, you might be seeing some interface like create a new project. Okay, create a new project or launch a new project, something like that you will get. Okay, now I'll click on this file. Okay, this new and this Java project, first option you can see. Same will happen if you will click on that new create new project. Okay, I'll click on this Java project. Okay, and it will ask me to give a name to this Java project. Okay, so now I want to give it a name. For example, today is 26th, so I'll give 26th October. Okay, 26 October, and I'll give uh, 26 October Java, something like this name I'll give to this project. Okay, so once you have given the name, these are the default settings. Okay, don't unnecessarily change this. Okay, default settings will remain same. And it is saying invalid module name 26 October, not a valid Java. Okay, so I'll give like this. Fine, so it is not accepting. Okay, so I'll give another name. Okay, October Java and 26, something like that. Okay, invalid. This is also invalid. Fine. So basically it is saying you cannot give numbers here. Okay, neither with your high this underscore or not directly. Okay, with underscore it's coming. October Java 26. If you want to give any other name, you can give that as well. But make sure there is no extra space like this. Okay, there is no extra space between this Java, October Java, whatever you are giving, demo 1, demo 2, or something like that, and 20. Okay, so October Java hyphen underscore 26 I have given, and I'll click on this next. Okay, or else you can click on finish as well. I'll click on next, and this is saying this is the root or folder structure, and you will see over there as well. So finally, I will click on finish. So it's done, and you can see over here in the bottom October Java 26 one folder is coming. So now what I will do inside this folder, I will create a package first. Okay, so what is package? What is class? This will be taught by the trainer. Okay, I'll give you an overview. What is a package? Package is basically a bundle of things. Okay, of similar types. You can say this package, right? For example, okay, I'll give you one example. If you're shifting your house, what you will do, you will get some containers or some wooden, I can say, boxes. Okay, what you will do inside that boxes, you will keep the similar things. Okay, like your clothing inside one box, your like footwear inside one box. So similar like this packages are there in Java. Okay, and I'll create a package. I'll give a name my package or my pack, my package, something like this, my package. And make sure whenever you're giving a name to the package, your first letter should be small. Okay, now it is capital, so you can see one warning is coming over here. Discouraged package name. By convention, package name usually starts with a lowercase letter. Okay, so make sure whenever you're giving a name to the new package, it is M should be in small, or whatever the first letter, it should be in small lowercase letter. My package, you can give mine pack, my package, mine package, my package 123, whatever name you want to give, but make sure there is no space. Okay, this is invalid. My package you have given. Okay, so this name I have given to my package. Now whatever I will do, I will create one class inside this package. So I'll click on finish first, and you can see this is the folder structure. One package is coming named my package, and you can see one box, this square box is there. So inside this package, I have to create a new Java class. Okay, so what is a class? Class is basically, you can say, collection of data members or member function, or you can say class is a blueprint with the help of which we can create objects, or objects, you can say, real world entities. So I'll click on this new option, and I'll go here, and I'll click on this class. So it will ask you to give a name to the class. So I'll give my class, or my class 1. Okay, and now make sure whenever you're giving a name to the class, your first letter should be capital, because if small m is there, it will give you a warning that type name is discouraged by convention. Java type name usually starts with a uppercase letter. So class name always starts from a uppercase, while package name always starts from a lowercase. Okay, my class one. Okay, and now you have to select this checkbox public static void main. Okay, this is basically the main function, or you can say the main method from which the actual execution of your Java program starts. Okay, you will click here and you will click on finish. Once you will click on finish, you will see a interface like this. Whatever you have created, this package, this class, and this public static void main, this is the main method inside which you have to write your code. Whatever code you're writing, whatever you're doing inside the Java program, you have to write your code inside the main method. And you can see some text is coming over here to do auto generated text. This is auto generated text and this is a comment. Okay, this comment basically your Java compiler will ignore these lines and it will not execute line number 6 because this is a comment. Okay, if you want to remove this comment, simply if you will remove this comment will be removed, and you can see some warning is coming. So this is how you can comment in the Java. If you want to print anything inside the Java, so you're having a SOP statement, that is system.out.println, to print something here into the console. So what I'll do sys out. Okay, shortcut basically control space and enter. Okay, instead of writing system.out.println in full, what you can do, you can simply write sys out. Okay, control space and shift, and this will be automatically coming. And whatever I'm printing inside this SOP statement, you can see it on the console. For example, I'm printing hello. This is Java basics session. This is Java basics. Okay, session. 26th October. So, okay, this I want to print. Okay, so once I have written, you have to give one semicolon in the last, and finally you can either you can right click and click on this option run as Java application, or one button is there in the top, you can see, just click on this button and you will see one output here. Hello, this is Java basic session 26 October. So whatever you want to print, you will be writing inside this double quotes and it will be printed on the screen. Okay, so rest everything will be taught by the trainer. Okay, how you will declare the variables, what are variables, what are identifier, what are keywords, and these basic topics regarding Java. Okay.
Just a quick info of our Selenium certification training course. With this course, you'll master Selenium RC, implement Selenium IDE functions and commands, along with gaining knowledge of JUnit, Eclipse, Maven, and so much more. All taught by our top industry experts from leading companies. Thousands of professionals have already upskilled successfully through this program. You can view their testimonials on our Achievers channel, linked in the description down below. This course can undoubtedly propel your career to new heights. Visit the course page linked below and take the first step towards advancing your career in software testing.
Now, first one, we'll have just what is meant by testing, as we are going to learn testing, right? So what is meant by testing? So you can say it is a project, or it can be a product. So who is going to give you actually the project or the product? So they are nothing but some requirements. They are the requirements of client. So anyone can be a client. So a client has some basic need, what he wants. So he's going to share his needs or requirements to the company, your company, right? So that is nothing but it is going to become one project for us, or it can be a product for us. So there are different requirements. So I can take a simple application, any application you can take. Now we are talking now all our web-based application. So any Gmail is your existing application, Facebook, Amazon, all these are applications only. So on all these applications, you have different requirements. Requirement is like you can log in, you can log out, you can search the product, you can apply the filters, you can add to the cart, make the payment, So these all are nothing but the requirements, right? So they are going to become the requirements for the application or for the project. Okay. So the project, you are working as a tester on the project. So when you say you're working as a tester, you need to follow along. Only tester won't be there on the project. Along with you, your team, the entire team is going to work. Like the people who do the coding, they're the developers, programmers. They also need to work in the project. So you need to follow the SDLC process, software development life cycle. Software development life cycle. For any project, this the SDLC process must be followed. What is there in the SDLC? It says that first the requirement gathering process should happen. So first the requirement gathering will happen. After requirements are collected from the client, you have to analyze it first and then make a design for the project, and after that do the coding, programming. Then after that you do the testing, and later delivery and the maintenance of the project. These are the phases of SDLC. Every project compulsory these phases need to be completed, carried on, right? So as a tester here I am working in the testing section, testing the project. So all these people, so requirement gathering, who will do? So in your company, whoever is the business analyst, they will work on the requirements, interacting with the client, gathering the requirements, and they prepare a document. Mostly the document is called as FRS, Functional Requirement Specification Document. This document, where it contains all the details of your requirements of the client, are just tracked in the document, and this document is shared with the whole team, everyone, so that others should know what are the client requirements, right? So therefore the business analyst will share the FRS document to the entire team. So it can be called as functional requirement document or functional document. Different companies have their own names for the document, but most of the companies refer this document as FRS. Okay. Then once the requirements are shared in the analyzation phase, what happens is they study the requirements, collected requirements. Suppose client gave you 50 requirements which are collected. Now the analyzation team should study whether all the 50 requirements can be implemented. Implemented means can it brought into existence or reality. So is it possible for us to make those 50 requirements into a reality or not? So they have to analyze what are the challenges for it, what are the limitations to do, how to get it, what tools you need for it, what software you have to buy for it, whether your team is good enough to work on such requirements and project or not. Everything, what is the budget, time, everything is studied in this phase. So who works in the analyzation phase? System analyst will be there, project manager will be there, technical leads will be there. So these all people will study the requirements and make their document as SRS document. System requirement specification means along with requirement details, they will also add system details as well. Means the setup required, software is required, budget, time, everything. Means this document also will contain the requirements also. Then once they understand that yes, we can do this project, these all requirements, then actual work starts with the designing. Means designing means just decide or break the project into sub modules and sub modules. Means how to actually divide the project. So that is nothing but a designing. So here the architects will play a role of designing the project. Now you see on an Amazon, there is a sales section. In the sales, what should be there? You should have login, searching the product, then adding to the cart, applying the filters, log out. These all requirements should come under sales. Then there is a section or the module called payment. In the payment, you have different modes of payment as different requirements. Means the project will be broadly divided into bigger modules and sub modules. Means the design is formed over here. Once the design is formed, here this document is called as a technical design document. Then once the design is ready, according to the design, the coding should happen now. So the developers, the programmers will get the requirement document and also this architecture document, design document. Both the documents they take and start writing the programming. Means they will do programming, that is a source code they'll write, programs they write. All the programs are also documented, called as a source code document. The source code document is only for developers reference only, it's not useful for us, just as a tracking, that's it, proof of work. After that, once the coding is done, here the requirement need to be tested by the tester. So here the QA, the test engineer, will do the testing. So test engineer also should know the requirements initially. Then he has to study the requirements, prepare himself and understand how to test it. Then actual testing will happen. So once he does the testing, in the testing, he will create a lot of documents, like he will create a test case document, defects document, okay? Then he'll create a traceability matrix, lot of documents he will be creating. Then once the testing is over, no bugs are found, the project is ready for delivering it to the client, and then project goes into the maintenance. So these are called as a SDLC phases. So once you get to know what is a testing, now how to do testing we need to understand. Now to do a testing, you need to follow the SDLC phases, that is called as a software testing life cycle. To test any requirement or any project, you need to complete the following phases. What is that? First phase is what? Understanding the requirement. That is called as a test development. Understanding the requirement and writing how to test it. That's called as a test development. Means actually here we will write the test cases for our requirement. After the test development or writing the test cases is over, you can do the actual testing process, like called as a test execution. So execution means actually you'll be passing the inputs and seeing the result. In this process of test execution, you need to analyze the result analyzing. In that result analyzing, you may get some bugs, so you need to track the bugs. So bug tracking, and whatever the bugs you have gathered, you need to report them. Reporting. So these are the different phases comes under the testing. So every tester need to complete the test development, execution, gathering and reporting. So before this development, there is also one phase called as a test planning. But test planning is not done by everyone. only the senior tester or the test lead will do the planning. So planning is nothing but a documentation which will be followed by every tester. So in these documents, they'll tell you what type of testing you have to do, what are the different levels of testing, types of testing, okay, whether any automation is required, which tool to use, okay, and how many days, what each tester will test, what is the duration of it, everything, the complete schedule for the testers team will be in this document. So this is created by the lead or the senior tester. But as an individual tester, we all need to work on this. Now, what is the test development? Test development is nothing but writing the test cases. When you can write the test case, if you know the requirement, if you understand the requirement, then only you can write it, right? Suppose if I take this project, I'm just opening the Facebook. I'm trying to test this login requirement. So if you want to do a login where email is there, password, and some button, login button. So 3 elements or 3 components are needed over here, right? Now, I have to study this requirement. Studying means, as you study, first time I'll enter valid email, valid password, and I click login. Output will be, I get logged into my account. That is one way. Second way is what? I can enter wrong email, right password, login, and what result I expect? I should get error message saying email entered is wrong. Correct? Try next time something. Third way is what? I can enter right email, wrong password. Fourth way, what? I can keep the password empty. Fifth way, I can keep email field empty. Means I'm going to test this requirement with all the possible ways. In that process, in that journey, in some approach, I log in successfully. In other cases, I get the respective error messages. Understanding team? You get error messages. So whatever we are studying right now, these all things need to be written down. Why? Because now I remember these 4-5 ways. Maybe after a while when I'm asked to do the testing, I may forget one way or one scenario to test where bugs can be there. Okay. Therefore, you must test all the possible ways, and you must it's always good and suggested to write down the test cases. Whatever you are studying, you just write it down. So for writing the test cases, I can take help of some Excel sheets, and after analyzing it or reviewing it, you can upload it to the tools like Zira and something. Understanding team? Now we will take a simple requirement, a login only. Now how actually the testing happens is, let me just take a GUI. So whenever a testing happens, the developers will work on a separate server and testers work on a separate server where they have their own GUI, machine, hardware, software installed. Even though they are working on the same project, for example, Facebook, but they have their own servers because the software required for developers is different from software required for the testers. So both of this team will get the same requirement. Suppose from FRS document, they are getting the requirement, and that requirement is a login. Okay, username, password, and log. So both of them will study the requirements. So developer will understand the requirement and think how he will do the coding for login. Okay. At the same time, when these people are doing a coding, testers will write the test cases. Test cases means how do I test it? So maybe in the FRS document, GUI might be shared, username field, password. This way the application would look like the requirement. So looking at this GUI, they will do the coding and these people will write the test cases. So first test case is what? I enter both username, password, both correct, and I should get into the account page. Second way is what? I enter wrong email, right password, I get an error message. Third way, right email, wrong password, error message. Fourth way, I enter only username, empty password, again message. So this way, I got couple of test cases over here. By the time the code is ready, I am ready with my test cases. Okay. Then the developer need to share this test cases. Developer need to share this code for the tester to test it. So how he will share it? He will not give the source code. He will convert this into a build. Build means a executable file. First build is coming. A rar or a var file is sent to the QA environment, where the QA will just open that file. It opens the GUI like this, a login. The code will get open in the form of this GUI. Okay, that is a build. Now once the build comes here, now the tester need to apply all these test case one by one on the build. So what he will do, he'll take the first test case, do that on the build, login. Surely this will give you some result, right? This will give you some output. He'll check, this is the actual output. Okay, this is the actual output from the build. And here, whatever you have written, this is expected by the client. So you need to compare actual and the expected result. That is called as a result analyzing phase of the project. And result test execution means passing the data to the fields. That operation is called as an execution. So when you compare both the result, if both the results are same, I say my test case is working, passed. Then you take the next test case, passing the wrong email, right password, you should get an error message here. If you're getting the same error message, this is also working. Maybe the next one I take third one, you are expecting error message, but instead of error message, if it is logging in, there's a mismatch. I expect error message, but the build is logging in. Means there is some problem in the coding. There's a bug. Okay, understand? Error messages are not the bugs. Bugs means anything not working as expected is a bug. See here, I want error message, but if it is not showing error message, it is a bug. Clear? So as it is a bug, my test case failed. As it is failed, you need to explain these details to the developer to work on it. So I'll make a bug report. Bug report, first bug I have found in the test case number 3, where I was performing right email, wrong password, and I'm able to log in here instead of error message. So these details I tracked. So you don't stop testing after this. You continue. Take the 4th test case, do it. Suppose this is working. 5th test case, take it. If it fails, then I track the second defect found in the test case number 5 with so and so steps data. So at the end of the day, whatever the bugs you found in the testing, I report them to the developers. Understood? We report those defects to the developers. Now once these defects are forwarded to the developers, developer will see the bug, whatever description you have sent, they'll change accordingly the coding, and then they'll share with you the next build. Build 2 comes. For every modification, a new build comes. Second build you open, it is the same login. Now on this, you must test this test case number 3 and 5 because there were bugs in it. So I must verify this first. Now suppose these are working. These are working. Then surely you must repeat again test case 1, 2 and 4 again because they all are towards login only. If they have made some changes in the login code, now I get doubt, I'm not sure. Earlier test case 1 and 2 which was working, now it might not be working. There might be a bug. So you have to verify it again. So I need to repeat the test case 1, 2 and 4 once again to ensure are they still working or bugs are there. If they are working fine, I stop the testing. If anything is not working as expected, one more bug report I create, forward it. After fixing, I'll get a third build, then again repeat the testing. This way, the cycle between the developers and testers goes on up till all the test cases are in a working condition as expected. Then I stop the testing of that requirement and move to the next requirement. This is the actual testing. Now testings are of two types. One is manual testing. You might be knowing also testing types. And second one is automation. Manual testing, testing means some check whether it is working. In both the case, you're doing the same thing. But here you're doing yourself everything in the sense. So when you open the build, the input you have to pass on your own. You have to click on the button on your own. Whatever the result you get, compare the result with yourself only. You have to compare and say working or not. So when everything is done by oneself as a tester, then you call this testing is the manual testing. Okay. See, any project, any requirement given to you, first you must do manual testing only. Once I see if it is working correctly manually, then I can move for automation. Now you get a question, if logging you can test manually, why you need automation? Isn't it? I can test the login on my own, okay, by entering email, password and different ways. Then why you need automation in this case? Because suppose Facebook has some million users, members, right? I have tested this Facebook with one user or two user or 10 users manually. But when will I test 1 million users credentials, give to the login and check whether it is working? It is not possible manually. So in such cases, what we do is you store all the million data in an Excel sheet, all the usernames and passwords of the million input, and write a small program of reading this data one by one and give to your automation, or it will be passed to the GUI from here. So this program you have to write now. What is this program is going to do? As one manually person does, passing the input to the text boxes and clicking, the same work this code will do. This is my automation code. Understanding? So when I have to test the requirement with a lot of inputs, you need automation because manually is not possible. Or if you try to do also, I may make some human mistakes while typing the data. The time taken will be more. Accuracy won't be there, right? These are the challenges. And this part is the automation. So how will I write this program? Using Selenium, in our case, using Selenium. So this internal code is a Selenium, but where you're writing? In the Java platform. Means the structure is a Java, and inside the Java program, you're writing a Selenium code. So I need, for I'll come back. I'll come to that point. Why only Java? What are the other technologies also? So just here you understand automation means I have to write a program with automation code in it, which can read all the data one by one and pass to your requirement. And you get a report at the end. Got it? That is called as automation. Clear, team? Now for doing automation in the market, there are different tools available. Now we are not going to get into all the tools which are there in the industry or companies are using, but for comparison point, you have a tool called UFT versus Selenium. UFT is a tool and Selenium is a library. Okay, it is just a library in the form of jar files they are. Now why we are using Selenium, not UFT? Because UFT is a licensed tool. You have to pay for it, a huge amount, and get the license and use it. Even UFT is a trial version for a month is available, but not as for a company usage where you work on some projects. You have to buy the license. But Selenium is an open source. If you are good in developing, you can change a little bit coding as you want, and it is a freely available APIs or a library. Okay. Now this Selenium you can configure on any machine. You can work on Windows machine, Linux machine, Mac machine, any operating system you can configure Selenium. But UFT you need a Windows machine only for configuring the UFT. But UFT can automate anything, websites, desktop applications, SAP applications, Oracle applications, anything you can automate with this. Selenium is not like that. Selenium can automate only web applications. Then you may say this is a drawback here. Yes, but that doesn't impact so much to us because right now all the applications are converted into web apps only. Nothing, hardly few somewhere might be desktop or may not be also. So everything is converted into web applications. So nothing to worry. Selenium can coolly, freely available tool which you can automate them. And Selenium is an HP product. Okay. It is a set of libraries, APIs, which you can just download it, add into the project and work. Now to know more about this Selenium, we will talk in a while later also about Selenium. You can see a site, Selenium div site. Here you can find these are the different components of Selenium which you'll be studying. Selenium WebDriver, IDE, Grid. These are the three components right now which are available as a Selenium package. But 99% what you're going to use in the project is this WebDriver. Our entire course is completely on the WebDriver learning. Maybe some part at the end we will see what is a grid and the ID. Okay. Now when I want to see what is there in the downloads, Selenium clients, what are the different clients and language supporting bindings. So Selenium supports these all technologies, C#, Ruby, Java, Python, JavaScript. So I can write Selenium in all these environments. So why you need these programming languages? Because Selenium don't have any platform on its own. See, if I have to type something, you need a notepad. On the desktop, I cannot type this text. It need a platform. That platform is a notepad. So notepad is helping for me to write this content. Same way, this content is a Selenium and the text don't have any platform, and this notepad is like a Java or technology. So I can take the help of a Java syntax and the classes, and inside the Java class later I'll write the code of Selenium. So therefore, when you're learning Selenium, you need help of some programming languages. Any of this, Ruby, .NET, C#, anything. But among all this, we are going to go with Java because a lot of projects are available supported with Java and because of Java's features. Because Java is a platform independent, right? Case sensitive. It's a programming language. What is platform independent? Means you can write your project, you can develop your project on any machine, and you can execute it or use it on any other platform also. Because of that feature, Java was used widely in developing most of the applications. And to test that, you need Selenium with Java only. Okay. But anyways, Java means we are not going to know or not necessary to know the entire Java advanced level and so on. Only core Java is enough. The basics, what concepts are used in Java is enough. So if you learn core Java concepts, the concepts are same in JavaScript, Python, .NET or C#, Ruby. All the programming languages, basic concepts are the same. Maybe syntax might be little different. That's it. And the software will be different. So if you learn Java and Selenium, tomorrow if you get a project with Python with Selenium, you can manage on your own because you, as you know the concepts, you can work on such different environment as well. Now, as you know, we need Java. So first we'll be starting with Java, that is a core Java. To know core Java concepts, you need Java software. Java environment should be there on your machine, right? Java should be installed. So you must install first Java. So once you have Java, where will I write the Java program or the Java concepts? You can write even on Notepad also. But that's not a professional way of writing. You need one IDEs. Integrated development environments you need, editors you need. So in market, for working on Java platform, the editors which are available are Eclipse. There is one more editor called IntelliJ. And one more is the NetBeans. But this is not used. Only Eclipse or IntelliJ is used in the companies. Okay, so here you have a trial version. Otherwise, it is you have to buy this IntelliJ, but Eclipse is completely free. Okay, so first you have to install Java and then install Eclipse, and after that you have to create a project over Eclipse and then start learning the concepts. So I believe this environment installation is learned, correct? You all have done it and done that, correct? So understanding that Eclipse and Java is installed. So I'm opening the Eclipse on my machine. So in the first module, what is the importance of Selenium, UFT, why automation you need to know, all are given. Comparison, what is a Selenium, what are the components of Selenium. I showed you that there is a Selenium WebDriver, grid, and before WebDriver there was something called remote control, which is no more. Maybe when I'm starting the Selenium, I'll go through these points later. Now, whatever the Java you need, Selenium with Java, so you're going to create a project package. I believe you also know how to create a Java project package and a class, main method, and execute it, right? Now, under Java, you need to know these basic concepts at least, how to create a class, how to create an object for that class and access the data, what are the data types, what is meant by variables. You have to create methods, operators you can use anywhere, decision making like if-else statement, repetition, that is loops. These all are string class, how to use. These all are the basic things. Okay.
Just a quick info of our Selenium certification training course. With this course, you'll master Selenium RC, implement Selenium IDE functions and commands, along with gaining knowledge of JUnit, Eclipse, Maven, and so much more. All taught by our top industry experts from leading companies. Thousands of professionals have already upskilled successfully through this program. You can view their testimonials on our Achievers channel, linked in the description down below. This course can undoubtedly propel your career to new heights. Visit the course page linked below and take the first step towards advancing your career in software testing.
So we'll move to the next concept, that is exception handling. So what is exception? Exception is some abnormal scenario where it don't allow your program to run properly. Means it interrupts your normal execution of the program. That is because of the exception. Okay. So you need to, we can search here. So what is meant by exception? If you see here, there are some 10 lines of code to run. So while writing the program, there was some error at this line number 5, and relating to that 6 also is related depending on that error. So as you run this code, which is in your main method, it starts running linearly, line 1, 2, 3, 4. As it sees 5, there is an error. It don't even see any code after that, normal execution, I mean. It stops all the steps. It skips all the steps and exits from your program and says your main program, your class having a main method, because this is all written in a main method has an exception. So, and it tells about the exception and it fails the whole line of code. Even though line number 1 to 4 worked well, it will not display anything of it. It says entire code which is written in the main method has a problem. That is called exception handling, exception, and which is not properly handled. Handling means what? If you have a problem at line number 5 and skip 6, only skip these two, but continue at least the remaining up till the end, and in the output, explain about this error. That is called handling, exception handling. So in the normal execution of the program, if any exception or interruption comes, it skips, exits from the program and says entire main method failed. Okay, so you can see those failures. So if you see the structure of exception class, exception is a predefined class of Java. So if you see here, this is an exception class. Beside the exception, error class is also there. Under this class, you have some more classes lying, and the parent of exception is throwable class. So throwable is a class, superclass for exception. Now under exception, what comes? IO exception, this is a class, SQL exception, class not found, runtime. So this above three, they come under the category of compile time exception. And down, these all are the runtime exceptions. So exception class is divided into two parts, compile time exception, runtime exception. Compile time, if you see the division here, the compile time also called as checked exception, and runtime is called as unchecked. And this error is the one which you see here, error. So why they are called compile time and checked? Because compiler is checking as soon as you write the program. Compile, if any exceptions are there, compiler will talk about that exception immediately before the run. So IO exception means when you're dealing with something, reading, writing from files. There, that time you get IO exceptions. So all such errors, exceptions are compile time. If you're associated with some database, then all those exceptions come under this class. Your class file is not found for the execution. So these all are come under checked exception because compiler is checking its code before only. Unchecked means the exceptions are not found by the compiler. It is there in the program, but compiler could not see it. So when it comes to the execution, they are identified and program failed. So they are called as runtime, unchecked. Like for example, arithmetic operation, arithmetic exception, null pointer exceptions, number format, index out of bounds, all these are runtimes. Now, in which scenario you find these exceptions, we'll see them and then handle it. So right now we are seeing only the runtime exceptions. To see the compile time exceptions, you have to deal with some files or with some databases. So database will not see because you need to again install a database, work on it, that all comes. To see the compile time examples, we'll work on the file reading writing process. But now, today here we'll see the runtime exceptions, arithmetic, null pointer, these one. So we'll take a class and generate an exception. Just take a class and write the code. So interview point of view, questions like exception types, checked and unchecked. Checked means what? Unchecked means what? Okay. Examples, what type of exceptions comes under runtime? So you should be knowing those exception names also. So I call here exception demo. So I'm writing the code directly in the main method so that for execution, we don't need object. So if I write in main method, it runs directly. So first we'll talk about arithmetic exception, which is related to division operation. Case is like I have a number, two numbers we are taking, n2, and we are performing the division. Print out the result after dividing n1 by n2. And after this is done, I'm just adding a general statement. System out. Here, I'm just adding a statement, done. So there is no code compilation, no errors at all, no red lines, correct? We can check the runtime. During program execution as well, you see the output is perfect. So it is calculating, dividing, and then this is executed and closed. Suppose if I change the inputs, I make n2 as 0. So there is no compilation errors also. But you will get an error at the runtime. And that error is, you see, exception in the thread main, means there is a problem in the main method. What is the problem? Arithmetic exception is there. And this is a class of Java where it is available in the package java.lang package. And the problem is line is what? Divide by 0 error. Where in your program, line number 10 has a problem. If I click on this, it will also highlight the error line. So even the problem is here, but it is not continuing this statement also. Means it just came out of the program and said whole main method has a problem. So I need these names. So I'm just storing them here. So this is one type of exception. Now I'll take another code about null pointer. So null values are dealing with strings, right? Suppose I have an object string which has no data. And I'm trying to get the count of string. So s dot, these all are string class methods. Yes, please check with this string class methods also. So I'm seeing a method called length. Length means integer it is giving. It counts how many characters are there in that s. Then as we execute, so first it starts from here executing. It has an exception at line number 8 here. What it is? It is a null pointer exception. Means how can you find the count when there is no data at all? That's a null values. So we can't count the nulls, correct? So that's your error here. Then there is an array. Array is nothing but a collection of many values, correct? So I'm taking an array. Array name is ID, where it stores multiple data, employee IDs. So 2, 3, some things are stored. So ID is an array. Array representation is the square bracket. Variable means directly data type and value, single value you have. Array can store multiple values of this data type. And the data should be some comma separated in curly bracket. Now this is the first value stored in the position 0, right? Second value, index position 1. So that's the index position is from where in the memory it is stored. Now if I want to print these values from the array, system out, array name is ID. In square bracket, you have to give the position. You want the value stored in position 0, means 5 will be printed over here. Then we want something from index 1. Index 2, index 3. Compilation, no problem. You see the data is printed. Index 0, 5 is there. Then index 1, 3 is there. Index 2 is there. Now here this is an error. What is the error? Array out of bound, line number 11. So after that, all the lines of code are stopped. Right? So these are some of the errors which you find in your programming. Exceptions, these are. And these are the classes of your exceptions. Fine. So what is exception handling? Handlings are different. Handling means you are trying to solve the problem. I'm not started yet at the handlers. I'm seeing only the problems. Exception means the problem due to which your program don't execute completely. It stops in between only and comes out of the program. And as this code is written in main method, right? Everything is executed main method. It says main method has a problem. You see this line? Exception in thread. Thread means the one who is executing the main method. The thread main means the thread who is executing the main method has a problem. The complete code has a problem. Okay. So we don't want this kind of message. We want proper execution, means whatever is possible, run this. As the problem is here, just skip this part. That is acceptable, but not skipping the entire program. Okay. You have a lot of exceptions here. In Java, whatever is here is listed out here. Null pointer. Suppose number format. Number format means to a number. If I'm giving, cannot convert that string into a number. So that time I get an error called number format. See, you just see you to go to the documentation, correct? Java API document. So where are your exceptions in java.lang package? Java.lang. You see these all other classes. So class cast exception, not supporting exception, illegal monitoring. So these exceptions I don't see here. If I'm working with threading and everything, then that time I can see this. No such field means if it is a database, I can see no such field exception. Null pointer we saw, number format, runtime, security related any issues comes, this exception class can come. These all are your exception classes. So if I select anything, anyone, it shows you the structure, how they are branched. And what does it mean? The meaning is also given here. The constructor for that class and the methods which are coming from parent throwable and coming from the superclass object, parent object. From object class, these all methods are coming to this. From throwable class, these all methods are coming, inheriting. So documentation. Okay. Now, as we saw these exceptions, now how to solve them? How to solve this scenario means I don't want this wording exception in main method. So how to do that? You need to work with handlers, exception handlers. Now, what are the handlers available? We just check here. These are the different exception handlers. One of the handler is called try catch. Try block, catch block. Both must be together. You cannot use alone try, neither alone catch. And this is a recommended and safe way to handle the exceptions in real time also. Try catch block. You have some more handlers in Java called finally throws. These are the handlers which are there to handle the exceptions. So first, let's start with the try block, try catch block. So in the same program, I can write with a try catch. I'll just copy paste the code. So here exception, I'll say try one. So within this program, as we know, what is your error related code? I may get error in this code, in this code, in this code. In done, you don't have any error. So wherever there is a possibility of any exceptions or errors during execution, that code you keep in the try block. So here, after the main method, inside your main method, you can include a try, and the try is ending over here. So this is your try area. Means if any error comes in this section, immediately catch should be there to work on it. So I add here catch and a block of code for the catch. So try catch block is included here. Now what a catch is going to do? Catch is going to take the error which is found here. Now what is the error? Error is nothing but arithmetic, null pointer, array out of bound or anything else. So these are also classes. If you want to catch this class, you have to catch the object of that class. And you know that all these exceptions, if I don't know the names, all these exceptions coming under the parent class, all the exceptions coming under the parent, all the runtime under and compile time also come under the which class? Exception class. If I can get the object of this class, all the exceptions fall under it. Okay. So what we'll do is you create one reference object of exception E. And whatever exception comes here, that comes in the form of E. And here you're working on that exception. What you're working, I want to print the details of the found exception. So there's a method called print stack trace, which coming from throwable flag. Print the stack. Stack means it's a memory where it keeps all the information the way the program was executing. And you want to see that stack details. Okay. So now let's program as it is I'm executing, but with exception handler. You see there is no exception right now. The same code, it successfully executed. So what did it do? It started your main method. In the main method, it went to the try. Whatever is the possible code, it printed its result. And from here it found the error. Immediately, it will just skip the code which is in that try block. Whatever is in the try block, it skips that code from that error line and catches that exception object, gives to E, and E is printing the details over here. Print stack trace. Why it is not? Okay, it is not printing. It is saying get. I called the wrong method. Print the stack trace. So as that error object comes into E and you're printing the details, so it is printing here the details of the error. So the error is in this line, 13th line, array out of bound. And after this printing, it is still in the program and remaining code is completed, done statement. And you don't see that line called exception in main method. So it is not failing the main method, but it is handling the problem. So this way is called handling the error. If you see these lines, it is called exceptions are there, not properly handled. So as this complete code is written in one try, this complete code is written in one try, it will run linearly. Unless this works, you will not come. But we want to run this as well. Then you can include multiple try. So I'll take a next program. Try 2, where you have multiple try catches. So this is about array. So I want to keep this in one block, and immediately catch must be there. A catch for it. Then second try, terminating over here and immediately catch for it. Third one, a try block, and it also catch. So here you have 3 logics and 3 try catch blocks you have included. Okay, so 3 try catch blocks will be executed separately. The first one, the problem is in the line number 13. The catch is printing it, and then it came into this try. The error is there, so it is printing the details. And next, number format error. Suppose you don't have an exception here. Suppose you don't have any exception. Then it will not print the details. I mean the catch details. So here it just calculated, the number is printed here, correct? And then as there is no exception, catch will not run. It will just print the next line. Okay. Now in this case, you see, you're saying exception E and print. But here, you know, the problem is null pointer exception. But null pointer exception class is also coming under exception class. Correct? Null pointer exception, null pointer here is also coming under as a parent class exception. So to see the null pointer, it has to search, is this null pointer, null pointer, null pointer? From this huge list, it has to find the null pointer and then print the details. So don't you think performance, time taking, everything will be affected? If you know the exception name, better here object also you keep the same name. As it is dealing with nulls, and I know the name is null pointer exception, you create here the object for null pointer, so that this catch can work with only null pointer problems, nothing else. If something else come, okay, your wish, you can give one more try with exception. So first it will check here. Is your problem null pointer? Yes, then print it, stop. If your problem is not null pointer, exception is not null pointer, then it will come to this catch. Anyways, it falls under it, it will print. It's like if else, right? So here it is array out of bound. So the name, you know, it is the class name array out of bound exception. Take your object of same type. Okay. If the last one is arithmetic, so this gives a good performance for your code as compared to the taking the base class exception. Now, as you included separate try catches, if needed, as you write nested if, nested for loop, same way, nested try catches also you can do. Means inside one try catch, I can put inside this one more try catch. Inside that one more try catch, nested. Okay, it depends on what can be your project and how it has to be navigated depending on that. This is called try catch. So alone try you can't use, alone catch also you can't use. This should be written together this way. Fine. So next handler which we have is called as a finally. So to work with finally, I'll take this example. This code I need. I'll take a new class. Finally demo. Main method. So this is the try catch block and this is a simple line of code. Now maybe I want to run some code compulsory all the time. Then I can include a finally block. So the finally block looks like this. This one finally. What does this do? This block is used to execute the necessary code of the program. It is executed whenever, whether the exception is handled or not. Even though your exception is handled, or I mean, even though you have exceptions in your code or don't have exceptions, but certain code you want to run all the time, such code you can keep in this finally block. So how do I include a finally block? After the catch, I can write here finally. And just right now I'm writing a statement. Finally done. So right now you have no exception. So even though you don't have exception, catch will not run, but finally is executed. And if you have exception, so after the exception line, it will stop the code from the try block. It will go to the catch to print the details of the found exception, and then it will come out of it, catch, and execute this finally block, and any other stuff if you have, it will do and stop. Means this code is compulsory executed, must be executed in all the scenarios. Now, what is such code in the project where need to be executed? For example, suppose you're going to write a program where you connect to a database. Okay, you have a database. Inside the database, there is a table T1. Inside the table, you have some rows and columns. You need to read some data. So the steps are connect to the database, first line, then find the table T1, then read a particular row, go to a row or go to a column and get the data. This is the process. After getting the data, disconnect from the database is required, correct? See, anything, any file you open and read or write, you have, after opening, you should better close it. Otherwise, what will happen? All the files are opened, correct? Memory usage is also more, maybe that may also impact the other code which are executing ahead. So always whatever you're opening and reading, writing, you should better close it at the end. So this is the code written in the class. And when I run this class, what will happen? Database connection is connected. It found a table T1. It went into the row. Okay. And data is read and disconnected. Fine. Good. Second time when I'm writing, after that, when I'm executing for the second time, maybe this data is deleted from the table. Some other developer deleted it. So now when you run this code, again database is connected, found the table, but the row is not found. Data is not there. As the data is not there, you know these steps after that will not be executed because there is no proper handlers, no try catch, nothing. It's everything just written in a class. So all the lines after that is skipped and comes out of the program saying main method failed. This connection is open. If I run for second, third, fourth time, the same process connections are just left open. Maybe if I continue this way, maybe there is a no more space to the database happen. So best practice is what? Whether you read data or don't read, better close the connections. So therefore, if I write this disconnect statement inside a finally block, here, finally block, whether you have error in this try block, okay, in try and catch, or don't have error, finally block is always executed. As you made connected to the database, disconnection must happen, right? That's the reason finally is necessary. So we have seen the finally block and try catch. And next handler which we have is the throw block, throw handler. Throw is something as a tester, you are writing the code, right? You want to throw some exception explicitly. Now, when you can throw, when it is not in the in the list of Java's cat error, then I can create my own exception and throw it. Means when in the project, if you want to create your own exceptions in the project and throw on your own and handle on your own, that time I can use this throw keyword for customized exceptions only. We'll see that with that scenario later. What is throws? Throws is another mechanism. Instead of writing try catch, I can just throw this exception to someone. Try catch is a mechanism where tester whoever is writing this code, he is taking responsibility to handle it. Try catch is whoever is writing the code, he is responsible or taking care of the problem with the catch. If you don't want to take care of that problem, he can forward to someone else using throws. using this throws. To whom he can send? As the problem is here in this line, he don't want to take care. I don't want to take care. To whom I can send? Where is this program? Main method. So I can forward to main method. Is main method capable to handle? No. Then main method to forward will forward to whom? For JVM, because JVM will call main method to run. Will JVM take care? No, that also. Then last, who is there? No one. So it will fail at last. So throws is not a safe way, because it is like a mechanism where you can buy some time before throwing, because I forward to someone will forward to the next person, next person. Somewhere at the end, after some time, it will fail only. Exception in main method you will get, but not immediately, after some time. But safe way is what? Try catch. Throws is just a temporary point, but last it will fail. Got it? Even though you use throws, you need to again handle it with try catch only. So I'll just show you one example of throws, how they do. Okay, this one only, if you want to use throws means, you can take this name to your main method. You can write here throws and the class name. This way. Means without try catch, if I write throws arithmetic exception, if arithmetic exception comes, it will throw. I mean, it will, okay, I'll do like this. So if you don't have try catch, finally also won't be there. Suppose I just comment all this code. Okay, this is 0. And here you have used throws arithmetic exception. So that is forwarded to JVM, and JVM at last is still failing. It's not the answer. At last it will fail only. So this is not the suggested option for handling. Try catch is good. Now what is throw? Throw is something, create your own exceptions. Because in Java, these are the list of exceptions we have, correct? These are the list. But apart from this, in the project, there is some scenario which is not in this list. For example, in your project where you're dealing with salary, suppose the HR don't assign any salary for the employee. Is it acceptable? No. That, and if she's entering the record, employee record in the database, we expect that it should throw an exception called salary missing. It should not allow salary missing exception. So in this list of Java, do I have anywhere salary missing? No, that's in a project. There is a scenario, so it is there. Employee number missing, salary missing. Okay, this way. So that kind of exception class, how to create. So we'll see as that scenario. Let us take a class. Class name. I say new employee. New employee is my class name, main method. Now in this new class, the employee has some details, like, he has a name. And is using some designation string. Then integer salary. Suppose the HR is filling all these details into the database. So this process is for every employee. So I should not hard code the values here. So the values for these employees you can pass through the constructor. Public constructor Now constructor default, instead of giving default, you can parameterize the constructors where whenever an employee comes, he's going to share his details. So I'm giving 3 parameters. So now you have to give these names, these values for this variable. So both the names are same to differentiate it. This dot, correct? This dot name equals to name. This means referring to the current class. Designation, whatever is here as the input. So here initialization happened. What is the error? Why? Okay, just mouse over. Semicolon. So this is a constructor. I cannot terminate here with a semicolon. There's still a body for it. Okay. Well, this constructor is doing initialization. Now you want to display its details. Suppose I keep a method public void display. Now before displaying everything, you can just verify the salary, correct? Whatever details you are doing. I can use if else statement for verification. So if the value of salary sal, if it is greater than 0, okay, if it is greater than 0, then you're good to display the details, name of the person, concat with designation, then whatever the salary. If not, if your salary is not greater than 0 means it might be 0 or negative, else. Then what? I'm just putting a message right now. I don't have any exception with me. I say error. That's it. Now you have to call this now. So you need to get the object for this new employee. I'm creating an object here. Employee 1 is coming. Now as there is a constructor parameterized, you have to pass 3 inputs. So he is giving the name, employee name E1, designation, he's a dev, and his salary is something I wrote. Okay. Then with this object dot display method, so it's going to display those employee details. So it will verify whether salary is 0. If not 0, print the details over here. So I'll create one more employee with salary 0. Second employee, here employee 2, QA, I'm just typing 0, and E2 dot display. So for that, you're getting a message, correct. So logic is correct as per the display method. Now, we don't want this message called error. We want something different. I mean, you should throw the error. You should throw the object of that exception. It's an exception, right? Salary cannot be 0. That's an exception. I want to throw that exception class object with the name salary missing. But with us, there is no class called salary missing named exception class. So you create it. So to create a class, either I can create a new class in the package, or in the same class, as a class starts here and ends over here 36 line. After that, you can create one more class also. Okay, a class It will not be a public class, just simple class. It will be class. Class name I'll give sal missing. And the scope of the class. This class will not be public. You will not have main method, nothing. Just some content, what you want to run in, store in it. What it has to do, it has to throw some message. So string, some error message it has to do. So the data for this message I can give with the constructor. This is the constructor, and to call this constructor from somewhere, I can make it public constructor, or if it is here locally also you can call it. So what this constructor will do, this dot message equals to, this will get parameterized message. So pass that message to this. So just initializing error message. So whatever error message is there, whoever calls this object class, that object should display this message. See, mostly how you're getting exceptions, whenever it prints the exception from Java, it has its own style. What is that? It tells the package, then class name, after that colon, then describes what is that error. So how is this happening? It is happening because of one method called toString present in the class. So if I open one of the exception, you see here toString method coming from throwable. So when I open this toString, so what does the toString do? You can see here name of the class, colon, and then the method representing with that exception. This is the description default. So I can call this method toString. Okay, so public return type is string. It's going to return this value. So toString method. So where is this toString method? It's coming from throwable class to exception class. So you cannot use something which is there in Java into this class. This is my own class. I can't use Java stuff into this class directly unless this class is a child of Java's class. So I can extend the exception class. Exception is a predefined class of Java. It has the toString method. If it is here, I'm extending the toString method automatically will come to your class. So now you can access that return public, return type string, and toString method. So it has the return type. So it is returning that error message, whatever error message. But I don't want only message. I want in that format a number, class name, package name, everything. So how do you get it? Here I can write the current class, means my current class is salary missing. You want this name. So this dot get class. This method will give you current class. After the class name, you want to put a colon. So concat with a colon and then concat with this message. So before the message, error message, you want the class name and then space, colon, and then the message. In this form, I want my message. So this is my class. Now this class I have to throw. This is the class as I want, I have designed it, correct? So this I have to throw where? In the else part. So how to throw something? Using a throw keyword. Throw the object of this class. So how you generally create object of any class? You say class name, object name, new of, class constructor. And as you have here the parameters constructor, you give a message what you want to say. No salaries provided. This is a customized message where they can understand. So you're throwing this object. So instead of adding this statement, I can just say new and this part this much. It's one and the same. Got it? Throw the object of this class with this message. See, when you throw it, it's showing you compile time exception, red line. So when I mouse on it, it says it is unhandled. You're throwing something, but it is not handled. Salary missing. What you should do? Add throws. Add throws means what is happening to your method? Throws salary missing class name. Just we did earlier, no? Throws arithmetic exception. But will this handle? It is like, whatever the problem is unhandled, you are asking this display method to take care. Will display method can take care? No. Where is display method called? Display method call is here in the main method again. So it is again shouting here, please handle it. Whether you want to throws now or try catch. If I say throws to the main method again, it will attach throws salary missing. Will main method handle it, JVM handle it? No, finally it will fail. So good way is what? Include this in a try catch. So in a try catch block, you got, see the class name is salary missing now. Use your own class. Here also try catch. Now we are good to run. So one object has no exceptions. So no need, catch will not run there. It is executing. Second object E has an exception. Taking this data, it goes into the method display. It goes into the verification. Else block is executed, throws the object. It throws the object means with this message, the object of this class is thrown. When it is throwing this object, the toString method, whatever is here, is executed. What the toString method is doing? The class name message. What is the class name? From package, class name, a space colon, and the error message, what it has to explain. This is your customized error messages. If you want to display, you can use this throw. Got it? Okay, so here this completes the exception handling, all the handlers. Now we did only the runtime exceptions. Now compile time exceptions. So mainly IO exceptions we'll see. So compile time exceptions also you should handle with try catch. Under compile time, input output related exceptions. So that comes with whenever you're reading some data from certain files or writing data to some files, you need to deal with files. So in that process of reading, writing IOs, you may get IO exceptions. Now, as an example for reading and writing kind of thing, in Selenium going ahead, we need to interact with few types of files, mostly called as, one is properties file, and second one Excel files. Apart from this, depending on the project, you can deal with CSV files, Notepad, PDF files, databases, anywhere data can be there. But these are the frequently used types of files. Okay. So here in dealing with this scenario, you will find IO exceptions, compile time exceptions. Now, what is properties file? Properties file is a file which saves the data with an extension dot properties. This is the extension of the file. And in this file, the data is stored in the form of key value pair. So it will have a key and a value pair. Keys will be always unique. Value can be anything. So, okay, so our scenario is right now we'll create a properties file with some data, and with the help of Java class, we will read it and display. Let us create a file. So you can take either a notepad also for properties file creation. So as the data has to be kept in a key value, I can take a key. Student ID is one key which has a value S00. Then student name, something called John. Then course will assign as Java. So these are some 3 keys and respective values are stored. Now this file you can save, correct? So when I'm saving it as a notepad on any drive location, you can choose whichever drive you want to select, choose all files, and give here the file name with dot properties and just save. But I can keep the same file in my working project also and read. Either on any drive also you can keep this way, or also in project you can keep. So I'll just keep in the package of my project. So where I do right click here, take a file option, save the file name stud.properties. And here this is my data key value. It is here in the project. Now I need a Java class to read this data. So take a class, read property, main method. So I'm writing the code directly in the main method. First step is you need to mention the path. Where is the properties file location? So for dealing with files, the reading process and how you're reading in the byte form, character form, for that, you please also refer the topic from Java called IO streams, where there are different types of ways of reading the data from our files. Byte by reading, byte by byte, line by line reading, character by character reading. There are different classes. See, as you know, we cannot take each and every topic in the session, then too I'm trying to take most of the things, okay? But some things you have to cover on your own. Okay, so from that topic of IO streams, so we have a class called file input stream. If you want to get this class, you have to create object, new of, and file input stream. It's a constructor, and import the class. It's coming from Java IO package, and it says that default constructor is not there in that class. It has constructor file. You have to pass file object or descriptor or string. So in this case, we will do string. Okay, so string means give the path of the file, your properties file, in a string form. Where's my file here? Here. Right click, get the path, properties. Here you see resource. Under the resource, see the location. It's pointing from G drive to the student. Now, no need to give from G drive because my program is also in the same project and file is also in the same project. So you can give the path from SRC, source, up till the end. So now this is a compile time error. It says unhandled exception. The type of exception is file not found exception. You must handle it either throws or try catch. I'll go with try catch. What is that file not found? Today file is there in this location. Now tomorrow suddenly someone comes and deletes this file, properties file. Then program you run. That time who is responsible to handle this problem? If you're adding catch miss as a tester, you are going to take care of it. If file not found, catch will take care of it. Okay, that is the meaning. So in case file is properly found, then what is the next step? You have to read that file. Correct? If you have to read the file, what is the type of file? Properties. We no need to struggle also here because Java already has this properties class with it and lot of methods to deal with it. So create object. P capital properties. So P is our object here for properties coming from Java util package. Now in this P object, you can see a lot of methods are there coming from properties. Now from here, before reading something, you have to first load the data from there. You gave only the path, but first load the data into the object. After that, you read it. So to load the data, we have a method here, load method from properties. Load how? With the help of file input stream object or load with reader object. Reader is also another class to read the data. So right now in our program, we have created FIS, that is file input stream object, which is pointing to the path of the properties file. So you load the information with that object, FIS as an input. So you have one more compile time exception. While loading also, I may get IO exception. So handle it. You want to add throws or add a catch to surrounding try. Means already one try and catch is there. Do you want one more separate catch? Or you want to add that problem to the same existing catch? Or you want separate try catch? So I'll say to my same existing catch, add it. So earlier it was file not found. Now it is IO exception. Means what happened is IO exception is a parent where file input exception is also a part of it. It handles everything now. Okay, once loading is done, you have to read the data. How? P dot. We have a method get property, where you give the key in a string form, you get the value also in a string. What is the key here? The keys are SID, name, whatever is it. Output is a string. You can display this result. Okay, so if you don't want this variable, you can call this method directly in the print. Just like this. P dot get property. The key is student ID. The course. That's it. So this is the basic code to deal with a properties file. So the values are printed, John, number, and value. So mandatory is what? Path of the file, properties object, loading, get property. Compulsory when you deal with file or properties. Got it? See, as you're reading, if you want, you can write the data to properties file also. That time you should open this file in a readable, writable mode. That time file output stream object you need. Instead of loading, you have to add the data into the properties. Instead of get property, you have to set property. Got it? So if as we have some time, let me do that for you. Right. Now where you want to write? You want to write it into the same file. If you write to the same file, this previous content will be removed and new content will come on it. If you want to write it to a separate file, let's say student1. So right now I don't have student1. While execution, it will create. So it is a file output stream. And object also should be file output stream. You got your object. Now this all will not be there. Once you got the object, you have to write the data, correct? So p dot set, put method, key and a value. Okay, you have to pass the key and the value. So this is put method is taking object class. You see set property is taking in a string form. So that's also there in the properties. I'll use this. What is the key? Key is, I'm taking a new file, right? Employee ID. Value for it. Employee is 00. This is the employee ID. So one value will go to the file. This way, as much data you want to save, you can save. Name. Two values you have stored. Now this data should be written into this file, right? So p dot store method. You have to give in the store method through which object you are storing the data, and some comments also you can give. So you're passing this data to this location. So with this object, and I say file updated as a comment. Yes, now just run it. It just executed. You will not have any output statements here. Refresh your package. And you see student1 properties file is ready. This is my comment. It will have date and time of the file executed, the two keys and values. So mostly writing is not necessary actually. We do the reading process only. Fine.
Just a quick info of our Selenium certification training course. With this course, you'll master Selenium RC, implement Selenium IDE functions and commands, along with gaining knowledge of JUnit, Eclipse, Maven, and so much more. All taught by our top industry experts from leading companies. Thousands of professionals have already upskilled successfully through this program. You can view their testimonials on our Achievers channel, linked in the description down below. This course can undoubtedly propel your career to new heights. Visit the course page linked below and take the first step towards advancing your career in software testing.
We'll go with a new package. So in this package, we'll get one class where we will deal with reading with Excel file. So we'll take the next way is how to read the data from an Excel file. Now for reading the data from an Excel file, you need a supportive jar files for that. Because why for properties file, no jar files were required. You can write your program by default on your Eclipse and it worked, right? But for Excel, you need jar files. Maybe it is for Excel, PDF files, reading data from a database, accessing the data, anything. You need a respective supportive jar files for it. Why? Because properties file comes inbuilt with your operating system. Okay, so you don't need any files to communicate with it. But Excel and all other types of files, you need a software to install them. And therefore, as they are external applications, to communicate with them, you need an supportive jar files. Okay, that's the reason. So for Excel file, the required jar files are, you will get, is called as a Apache PY jars. Apache PY jars, with which you can read the information from an Excel. So these jar files we have to first download, and then it will be in a zip format. You have to extract it into a folder in some place, and then I have to configure these jar files to the working project on your Eclipse. Means as if you're adding these files to your project. Once these files are added, now your project is good enough to identify those Excel. So once this step is done, I need one Excel file which has some data to read. Then I can create one Java class program to read, to read the data, read the Excel data and display. So this is the process now. Okay, so to download these files, Apache PY jars, you can just go to a browser, okay, and search for download Apache POI jars. So download Apache POI. It shows you the Apache site. Okay, it shows you the link. Just go to it. This is the site where you'll find your Excel files. So available downloads are, the latest release is this one, the latest version of Apache POI 5.3.0. If you want the older versions, you can click on this link and get it. If I want to get this latest one, I click on it. It is navigating, just going to this area where I can see the source code and the binaries. Source code we don't need, the programmed part. We need only the supportive libraries of it. So under the binaries, there's making a note here, as they are not providing directly the binaries in this place now. They say that from version 5.2.3 was the last version where they were sharing the files directly at this place. After that, they are not. Where they are kept, they are available in the Maven repository. We will see how to work with Maven repository later, or maybe at the end of the training, one topic of Maven topic, we will see that. So, but as all the latest versions from this version onwards, they are here. Now we can use the older version, not a problem. So if you want the older versions, they say that if you can go to this prior releases. If I click on it, it's going to the prior releases, source and the binaries. We want binaries. If I click on the binaries, you find there are different binaries versions. So you see POI 3.0. This part is for 3.0. Next one, 3.0.1, this much. So this way, if you see the last one, which is the latest available here, is 5.2.3. 5.2.3, this one. So I can get this zip file. You see the zip file over here. I click on it. It will get downloaded. Maybe I'll just keep it to download part, a zip file. So once it gets downloaded, you go to that folder and it is a zip format. You have to extract the content from there. So this is a one-time job you have to do. For extraction, I right click. Don't extract here. It mixes up with all these files. Say extract files. Go and create a folder in it. So maybe in the downloads only, I'll create a new folder. I'll say PPOI, just a unique name. It already exists. Maybe to this folder 3, I'm just extracting that. So after extraction, you got your folder 3. Inside this, your POI is available. This is extracted. If I open it, here are the jar files. Also, some jar files are available in this above folders. You can check them. These all are jar files, and every jar file available in all the above 3 folders, and these you should add to your project. So sometimes we may forget to add some of them. So what we do is we keep collectively all the jar files in one place. So let's keep everything in the lib folder. So I pick these jar files. I copy it and keep in the lib. Then come back. From auxiliary also we will pick everything. Control A, copy and keep in lib. Do that same thing for the OXML library as well. Copy and put in lib. So all the jar files are right now in the lib folder. Now these files I can add it once to my working project. Understood, team? So maybe if you want that link from where I could download the libraries. Yeah. So if I go back here, this is the link. I'll just track it over here. So this extracted content I showed just for you, for your sake, I have shown it here. For me already these files are available, which I kept for my usage on a different drive, which is on G drive. I made a folder called jar downloads because every time I'll be reusing it. I don't want to repeat that process. So even you can follow this way. So inside this, I have a folder called for POI. And this is inside lib. I have all the content. These files I'll add to my project now. So how to configure the jars to the project is, the steps are common. Anytime any jars you add to the project, the steps are the same. Like select your project to which you want to add the jars, right click on it. You move to the properties option. And on the left side, you go for Java build path. As you select it, you can see on the right side different options like source, project, libraries, so on. You be in the libraries tab. When you select libraries, you'll find 2 things. One called module path, second is class path, module and class path. Always module path will have the Java files. Okay, so whatever the other files you're adding, you should always add to the class path, not to the module path. Remember, a note, do it carefully. Always you have to select the class path and add all the rest of the content, rest of the any jar files. So as I selected this class path, the right side options buttons, they are active now. Now where are the jar files? They are on a drive for me. So I select the option add external jars. Then you have to browse to the location where the jars you have extracted. So I have in the folder jar download, and from there the POI folder, within this lib, and these files I have to select all. Select everything and say open. Now the files are added to your project. See the path, it's coming from my location to the project. Then apply and close it. This is the process how to add some external jar files to the project. Hope that's clear. Okay. Now after this is done, we have to create one Excel file to have some data. So I would go for in search of some Excel file to open. So in this Excel file, I have a by default sheet 1. You can rename this sheet also by just selecting and changing it. You can add as many sheets you want as well. So all these sheets are on this workbook. This Excel is one workbook. Okay. On that, I'm right now on the sheet 1. Index wise, if you see, this is the 0 position. 0 sheet, 1 positions, 2 position. Either sheet name or position wise also you can refer to the sheet. Okay, so on this sheet 1, now you have the rows and columns, you can keep the data to read. So let us read 2 columns we can keep. Username is first set of column, and for the password. I'm just tracking the user credentials. Some data I'm just passing randomly. CNC123 is the password. So 3 credentials I might have entered here. This is my data. So where first row, this horizontal is the rows. First row is the headings, column names, and after that actual data is lying. And here I have 2 columns, rows and columns. See, when you're reading this Excel, the row position, even though it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, this first one is always the position 0 row. 0 row, 1 row, 2 row, 3 row. Same way for the column, 0th column, 1 column. Sheet also 0 sheet, 1 sheet, index wise. So with the row, with the combination of a row and a column, suppose this data you want to pick. So row is what? 0, 1, 2. 2 row, 1 column. So with the combination of row and a column, you go to this cell. This is called as a cell. Inside the cell, data is. So whenever I'm reading, I have to follow this process. Okay. So let us save this file. Let us put to this download only. I'll just keep it here. The name, whatever the name you can name it, say save. So once saved, so where's that gone? It's here. Today saved. So I have some file on the node desktop also. It also has some data. Okay, this we can read it. So it is already saved with the name book 1. It's whatever the extension. So I can keep this Excel file on any location and read also if you want, or you can keep this Excel file also in your project and read it. So I'll just paste it in my package. I just copied from there and paste it by selecting the package, Control V, it's here. So this is my Excel data, which I have to read. So file is ready now. So third point is create a Java class. So let's create a Java class here. Read Excel demo, main method. Now for reading anything, last time also if you observe, you might have first step is you need to know the location where is the file. And then as it is a properties file, you have created an object and used it. But now, as you want to read the data of an Excel file, I need this file input string. You need file input string. So last time, the path of the file you gave in a string form, right? This time, instead of string form, I can go with a file object. If you want the file object, you have to pass the object of a file class. So you can create one more object, file, F is the object, new of file class. And here you need to mention the path of the Excel file. So the path of Excel file is here. Just right click on it, get the properties. In the resource option, you see the location. It's on the G drive, so and so. But now, as I'm working in the same project, so I can give, and file is also in the same project, I can give the path from SRC onwards up till the file, everything. So this is my file path. Now import your class from Java IO package. You got your file object. This object I can pass over here. And there also you have a compile time exceptions. See here with this example, we are also studying the compile time exceptions where the compiler is saying so and so files are not available, missing, please handle it. So file not found exception is thrown where a right way is to use a try catch. So within the try catch, you got included that statement. I can put this path of the file as well inside this try. So I'm writing the next code also within the same try block, so which has to be executed together. So what we do once, see, if you don't want to add this extra line, to get the F object, I can put in this place new file and this path. This much text, this much code I can copy and replace this F. That also is acceptable. It's nothing but object of file class. Okay. So once you got the file reference, now you have to read the Excel data. Where is the Excel data? On the workbook, correct? So you have to create the object for workbook with a class called XSSF workbook. You should write in this way only, capital here and then followed by smaller case. This is a class. Create object for it. WB new of XSSF workbook. Now you need to give the pointer where is the workbook. Workbook you get with this file input stream object, right? So pass this FIS as an input to this constructor. Import this class. As already Excel files jars you have added, you can see the import is available. From the Apache point, this got imported. And next again you have an IO exceptions compile time. I'll add to this existing catch. Done. So once workbook you found, you have to go to a sheet. So you need an object for the sheet. So again, XSSF sheet, object for it, SH. Where is the sheet? On the workbook. So take this above object, WB, object dot. As you need to move to the sheet, go to this, because Excel file is already created. You should just go to the sheet. So we have a method get what? Get the sheet. Get sheet. You can give the sheet name as an input. Get sheet at, where you have to give the position of the sheet. So two methods you have here for the referring get the sheet at or get sheet index. This is to get the number position. But here we want the reference of the sheet. Two methods are there. Either you can give sheet name or sheet number. So if I say sheet number, 0th sheet. So go to the sheet, import the class. So once you have the sheet, maybe I just want to read the data from here. This value I have to read. So give the position row number 2 and column number 1. So where on this sheet? So this sheet is referred with sh. So you can say sh dot get row, give the row number 2. From there, get the cell number 1, and you have to get the data lying within it. So get string cell value, output is string, right? So this value, which is in a form of a string, you can just print it out. You'll find B as an output, B123. Okay, you'll have B123 as an output. Let us just, we can run it. So you see the value extracted, which is on the console. It is B123 from this position. But you want to read all the columns data, right? You cannot write now these many times, as many row data you have, those many times the statements. But you have to read from the start of the row to the end of the row, all columns. Then you can use the looping concept of Java, isn't it? So what I can do is use a looping. So for loop, for the first loop is representing the number of rows. So integer position R I'll use. Start from the 0 row. Means even the column headings also you want, column names. So start from 0 row and stop at the last row. So how will you get the last row where the data is ending? You have method for it. So the methods are on the sheet dot get last row number, integer output. This is going to give you the last row number. If you want to print it out and see the result, you can use this method to print the value. So this is going to give you the last row number. So I can call this method directly over here as well. So start from 0 and stop up till it is equal to the last row number. And for that, just keep increasing the rows. Got it? Same way as you're in one row, in a row, you have many columns in that row. So first column, second column, you should keep reading. How will you stop at the last column? You need to go for a last column in a method. So one more for loop we are adding, nested for loop. So here, integer, C start from 0 column and stop at certain column number. Now how will you get the last column reference? You don't have direct method, but you can use this way. Get row, go to any row. See, if I go here, you go to any row, and from the last cell itself is the last column. Understand? Any row, 0 row also you can go. From their last cell filled with data, and that last cell itself is the last column. Understood? That way we can write. So sheet dot go to any row, get row, even 0 row is okay, and from there get last cell number. So that position itself is a column number. So this we can print it out. The two numbers you'll get as an output also. And I can call this method which indicates the reference value for the columns. C increase. Okay, so now what I have to do? The method to read the data from those row and column position, you can use this method. Sheet dot get data. So I can system out. So I'll print it out directly internally. So what does it mean? Go to a row. Now don't hard code the numbers of a row. Just walk with R and C. Row and C, whatever the value would be there, you start reading from that. And cell number C, and get the value from there and keep printing. Understood? Now we will execute and check. So this is printing out the last row number. Last row number is 3. If you observe the Excel sheet, row number means it is going just counting. Up till here only it is reading. Last row number is 1, 2, 3. Up till B only it counts. That's how that method behaves. So if you want to go to the next row, you have to increase that number by 1 always. So count is 3. Column count will be correct, 2 columns. This method will give you correct column count. Row number will be always 1 number less. Then that number only you're using, 3. But you see, you have adjusted that next row with the equal to sign. Then start with 0 to 3. So 0 to 3 will become 4 rows. So everything you are covering out, all the 4 rows are coming. If you don't put equal to sign, it stops at the 3rd row only. Okay, for columns, as your column count is 2 and you're starting from 0, you should stop below 2 only. So 0 and 1 is enough. Understanding, team? So this is how you can read the data from an Excel. Now this code, I would use it later in our Selenium. When I come to the framework topic, I'll use this code. Now this you can do some adjustment in the aligning the result. Maybe like, I want to print username and password in one line. So print the first set of data and then concat with a space. And after that password. So as far as you are in the same loop, a space gets added and the next value gets printed. Once username and password is printed on one row, then on the next row, you want the next set of data. So before going to the outer for loop, you can include here a new line. System out LL means new line. So you see, first row from Excel as you're reading, it just keeps adding spaces and the next column counts. Once the data from Excel goes to the next row, you are putting a new line here for printing, and on that new line, the row is getting increased, and in that next row, all the columns will be printed. Okay, this is the code of reading. Okay, so that's about our Excel read, and which covers our compile time exceptions as well. So our next topic, which is remaining, is to understand about collections. Collections. What is collections? Collections is a framework which has a lot of built-in methods in it, which can perform different tasks easily, complex things also easily. What is the need of collections framework? It's only about the one convenient way of storing the data. So you have also a variable which stores the data, right? Little bit advanced form of storing is an array. This also used for storing. Even collection is used for storing. What's the difference? Variable can store only one value of any data type, like integer, suppose x, value 9. So in this x memory, only one value, that is right now 9 can be stored. I cannot store multiple values. If my need is to store multiple values in that memory, you have to move to array. So in that array, if integers you're planning to store, you have to declare an array name, and within curly brackets, mention the different set of values separated by comma. So right now this memory going to store all these values one after another as a block. First block will have 2, second block. Position wise, if you see, the position of first pointer will be 0. In 0 position, 2 is stored. 1 position, 3 is stored. that way, but of same data type. So you have a bigger space to store multiple values. Now here, what is the problem now? You can store only one type of data. I cannot mix a character over here, string over here, boolean over here. You can't. Means I cannot store the details record of an employee, where employee name is there, salary is there, designation is there, status is there, different data types. Those are not accepted in the array. Not only that, in array, once data is stored, I cannot delete this 3 in between. I cannot delete this 7. No, manipulations is not possible after storing the data in an array. You have to write a lot of different logics for it. To make that work easier, I want a way where I can store any type of data if needed, and lot of manipulation methods also that is provided with collections. So collection is also storing a lot of data of any data type, not only an integer, any data type it can store. If needed, you can store homogeneous data, same type, heterogeneous data, also different type. You have both the provisions. And on top of it, you have manipulation methods. Means with the help of methods, you can change the information, you can add something in between, you can remove something, anything you can do. Okay, this is what collection is. Now, if I search for collection more details, collections in Java. So you can just read all this information. So if let me to easily understand the collection, if you see this diagram, it is very well explained. So the blue colors, whatever you see, they are interfaces. We have already discussed what is an interface, what is a class in Java, right? So blue colors are the interfaces. The blue colors are the interfaces, greens are the classes. So a relation between a class to class, you can do with inheritance. A relation between parent interface, child interface, again, inheritance only. So dark line is the extends, means inheritance. If you're communicating between interface and class, you have to do implementation. Okay. So if you see here the diagram, collection is an interface. The parent to that interface is iterable. That is also an interface. So both are extending. Means the methods from iterable interface will come to collection interface are used in. So under collection, you have some more interfaces like list, queue, set. And under queue, you have one more DQ as one more interface, and sortable set also. Under set, you have interface called sorted set. These are the interfaces. So the all interfaces hold the abstract methods, right, without implementation. So those interface methods you can implement or give to the classes. So under these interfaces, there are a couple of classes. You see, ArrayList, under list interface, ArrayList, LinkedList, vector, and to this vector class, the child class is stack. From LinkedList, one more child class is there, DQ. So from queue, priority queue is a class. From set interface, HashSet, LinkedHashSet, and from sorted set, TreeSet is a class. This is the structure, right? Now, for a developer, this is very important to work with queuing, dequeuing, a lot of logic, everything. But we as a tester just need to understand like what are the features of list, what is the feature of set, the difference between the two. Okay, and what does this array list holds, linked list holds, the difference between the two, or the difference between array list and hash set. Okay, so this much study is enough, but sometimes when you get some time and for much better, you can just see what is the definition at least of vector. What is a vector? What is a queue? You can just prepare that. Got it? So this is the structure of a collection. Now here, so from collections, we are studying the interfaces. One is the list interface and second is the set interface. Now both these interfaces are coming from collection. Both will have the common feature like capable of storing heterogeneous, homogeneous data and manipulation methods. Then what is difference between them? List interface stores duplicate data. It can store duplicate data, and set stores only unique data. Unique data. We don't call it as a data. It stores objects. It stores the information in the form of object. So you can call this as a objects. So that is the main difference. Okay. So under list, what classes comes under list? One class is called ArrayList. Second class is called LinkedList. Okay, these two classes I'll keep here. Under set, the classes which come is HashSet, next one LinkedHashSet, and then after that one more is there, TreeSet. This is the structure. These are the classes. Now obviously these two classes fall under list, means both have the feature of storing duplicate. Nulls also it can store duplicate as well, it can store. Then what is the difference between the two? ArrayList stores the data. Okay, so here both of them also stores. So it means the feature of list is it maintains the order. It maintains the order of data as we store. Enter. As we enter. Means what? If I'm entering 2 first, 2 is kept in that first position only. Then if you enter 3, 3 is coming after 2 only. It will not shuffle among them. Means as you enter the data is maintained in the memory. But here in the set, it is not like. Data is not maintained. Is not maintained. Is not maintained. Means it shuffles internally. It may keep that value anywhere in that memory. Okay. So what is the feature of ArrayList? One thing is can read the data, can read the object in forward direction. Means what? So if this is your data, position 0, position 2 is there. As I start reading from 0, after reading 2, it will point to 3. After reading 3, point to the next 7. After reading 7, nothing is there, it stops. This is forward reading. You cannot read backward. But in linked list, you have a way to see whether there is any previous element. If yes, read it. So moving backward is available in the forward, and backward reading is available in the linked list. Okay, both the things. Now this feature is not only in the list, even HashSet and LinkedHashSet have the same feature. Even linked list can read forward. LinkedHashSet also can read in forward and backward. And what is this feature of TreeSet? TreeSet stores the data, stores the object in ascending order. Means it may take the data as you pass, but internally it will check which is the least element, highest element. It sorts the data in ascending order and stores it. So therefore it is coming from a parent class called sorted interface. That's a feature of it. Okay, so these are the features. Now, sometimes see this topic is more of like interview questions comes on this topic is comparisons. What is the usage of collection? What is the difference between list and set? What is the difference between array list and linked list, or hash set and linked hash set? What are the features of tree set? What is the difference between array list and hash set? So difference is what? Duplicate value storing, unique value object storing. Second one, it maintains the data as you enter in here, and here it doesn't maintain on it one. Data is decided or data is stored using algorithm. So it uses hash table algorithm to store the data. Okay, so you cannot say whether it is ascending or descending. As the algorithm decides, it keeps the data. So these are the differences between these classes and the interfaces. Are we clear with this, team? Now you have to read this topic more deeply. Okay, this is just an overview what I'm giving you, the differences between them. Now I can show you one example for this. All other examples just follow the same pattern. We can start with this array list. So as you want an object for array list class, because you want to see the methods falling under that class, you have to create object for it. Class name is array list. Object for it, new of the class constructor. So in this class, you're calling the constructor. So if I import this classes, they're coming from Java util package, fine. So there is one more rule in Java that whenever you have a relation between the interface and the classes, as the methods from this interface come into these classes, so when you're creating the object for the class, object type should be the interface name. I mean, here A is an object. The object type is this array list class. The type is this. And right now A is pointing to which class constructor? Array list class. Means it is pointing to the class array list, and the type is also the class name. So now as per the Java rules, we say that the object type here you can keep interface name, and object is currently pointing to this class. So our interface is list. So here you can keep the interface name. Import the interface. Okay. Now what all comes in this object? A dot. These are the different methods available in this interface. Methods. Adding some object. You can add a value. You can add a value at a required index. You can not only single object, you can add a collection also, another collection, entire collection you can add to it. Collection at an index. You can clear the data which is already existing. You can check whether the data is there in the storage or not. It will give you true false answer if it is there. Okay. If you want to go to that object, means you have a get method. You are returning object. Hash code, memory address of that object. You can get the position, index position of the object which you mentioned. You can check whether your array list object is empty right now. Right now it is A is empty. There's no data in it, right? So it can give you answer true if I call this method. So after this you have a method called iterator, means just like for looping it can do. Okay. Then you can remove some data from the object if it has. You can then know the count. You can remove something also. You can know the count of objects stored in that memory. You can do the sorting. You can convert to array. You can convert it into string also. These all are the methods. So right now we will call few methods like we will check whether our object is empty or not, Boolean value. So this Boolean value, we will print it out the result directly. Print out, is it empty or not? And after that, let's print the object A. There's a bracket missing. You see, is your empty array is empty? Yes. What is the value stored in this array list object? Nothing. There's no objects inside it. Now let's pass some objects. A dot. You can call the add method, pass something and enter in 2. Now 2 is not a number data type. 2 is treated as to be a object. So anything you can pass. You can pass any value. You can pass any string also. Because everything, it can store any type of data, true, false. You can store even a null value to it. Even duplicate value I can store. 2 is stored again. Now I'm printing this object once again. So it stores the data as you're entering. Data is maintaining the order. So it stores all the information as you occurred, all are objects. So this is called heterogeneous data, anything you're passing into it, which array don't allow. Correct? I want to know the count, how many values are stored in this object. So print out a dot. You have a method called size. It will give you a count. Okay. So after this, if I want to add at this position, means position is 1. So you have a method a dot add some object at an index. Index is 1, maybe a value 66. After that, print the result. So 66 can be inserted. If you want to delete something, you can say delete a dot remove the object. Now which object you want to remove? Maybe a true value you want to remove. I want to remove true. So after removing, print the current status of it. So the value is edited, removed. This is your current state, right? Now I want to do a looping. I want to move to every object and display it. So you can create a dot iterable. You can use normal for loop, enhanced for loop also. You can use. You have a method, iterator method. This method gives iterator class object. So here I can assign to class name iterator, I capital. So this is the object of iterator. Import the class. Now this iterator class has a few methods, like has next. Means it can check, is there a next value? If yes, if you want to read it, you have a method called next, which reads the object. This is to check whether object is there, and this method is to read the object. So you can use this two methods and read the data. So up till where you should keep reading as far as data is available. So I can use a looping method, while loop. As far as I have a data, means I dot has next. If it, as far as it keeps giving me true, keep reading. Keep reading means print the object. So I dot How will you get the object? With the next method. So this next method is giving me the object. Object means 266. These are the objects. You want to display them? So I can call system out. Print it. So it picks each object and displaying the object. Even a null is an object. Got it? So this way, using iterator class and its method, you can get every object from that memory. So right now, the program which you're seeing here, it is storing different types of all our objects of different type. Now, if your need is to store all of number type or only all of string type of objects or any Boolean type of object, that concept is called generic. You have to make your collection object generic type. How to do that? I'll take the same program. I'll say generic. So in this generic example, how do you restrict your object to follow only one type of object type is here in angular brackets. You have to mention the type of the generic type of the object. If you're storing only numbers, write here integer. If you're storing string, you should write here string. If you're storing Boolean, write here class name Boolean. That's a class name you have to write, Boolean B capital. Then automatically this object is planning to store only numbers in it. So you're getting errors here, you see, for string. It's not acceptable. It is meant for storing number. So here you keep any numbers, not other data types. Nulls can be accepted, but not others. Right? This removal of is not there. This true is not there. So now I can run. So this is generic. See, we'll not get much deeper into this. What is linked list, where you can read forward and backward? Then same like array list, one more for loop I can include and read it backward. Like if I just keep this generic example only for linked list demo. So from the list interface, your class name is linked list, creating an object of that type. And you have these methods. You want to see what methods fall under this, you can put dot and see. The methods are here, clearing the data, index. This get method, how to use, we will see in Selenium. Clear, if I call clear, all that added data will go away. Is empty, iterator. Now for reading backward, there is a method called list iterator. This method can help you in reading forward and backward. Okay. So once after adding all this data, size, everything, I'm going to, instead of iterator method, I'll call a method called list iterator. Output is list iterator class. So here the object class name would be list iterator. Because as per the return type only, you have to write this. Now this object of list iterator, if you see the methods inside this, from list iterator has next, has previous. You can also see the previous data. To read the day object, next method. To read the previous object, you have a method called previous. Use that. That's it. So has next, and reading this is as it is. I'll just put a separator. One more for loop I'll use for reading backward. Once I go to the last value, 2, I'll read in a reverse direction. So how? by calling the method dot has previous. If you see the previous value, if true, then what to do? Read that previous data, I dot, to get that object previous method. So once after reading goes to the last, it again reads in a backward way, right? This is what. Now what is set? I'll just show you this HashSet, how it works. It's same like ArrayList only. Just you have to create, just take a copy of this, HashSet demo. Now, as you want to use a set interface method, so you have to use here set. And here the class is HashSet. Import them. Then what are the methods in the set interface? Use this object dot, you see, add. Now here in the set, you don't have a method to add a value in between. It goes in one sequence only. This method is not there. Adding a value in between is not there in the set interface. Got it? And rest all, I think, yeah, we are fine with it. Okay. System dot check whether it is empty, adding these values. Now you have duplicate values also in this, but you see in the outcome, you can find only unique data will be stored. Only unique data is kept. And the order is not as you have entered. It is decided by the algorithm how to store the data. So the last value, whichever you store, the previous value will go away. This value will be considered and stored in using the algorithm. There is no ascending, no descending concept. Okay, so these differences you should be knowing, because going ahead in the Selenium, I'll be using this list and set objects because I want to store a lot of duplicate data and unique data into these objects because that is their basic attribute feature of collecting duplicate data and other one keeping the unique data. So this is just the basics of Java. At least we should be knowing to start with Selenium, which we have covered now. It's now time to start the Selenium. So these are your module 1 content. So this was just the basics of Selenium. I'll come to that point. So under Java, how to set up the Java environment, we have discussed what is meant by classes, object, constructors, okay, variables, method, for looping, array. Yeah, these all we covered. And exception handling as well, object-oriented concepts also we discussed. And on top of it, collections also we have added. Okay, this completes your module 1. Fine. So let's start the Selenium topic. So under Selenium, we are going to test the web applications, because all the applications which you see nowadays are in a web form used online. So we are going to use a tool which is especially only designed for testing websites, that is Selenium. And it has other features like not only for web automation it is used, it is a freely available tool. It is an open source. Any good developer can edit his source code as he wants and use in the application in his project. You can write the Selenium code in any of the programming language with the help of Java. Also, you can write it, Python, Ruby, you can use it. So these are some of the features available for Selenium. So that is what reason we are choosing as part of automation, the Selenium. We don't call it as a tool, we call it as a library, because It comes in the set of jar files, like Apache Py jars. You get in a couple of jar files. And we are basically, you are going to be a functional tester. Okay, you will be working as a functional tester. Functional tester means when any requirement is given to you, you basically test how it should work, how it should not work, the functionality, the behavior of it. So you are going to be the functional automation testers. Non-functional is another category. After functional, the project goes into non-functional testing. Like, for example, I have tested my application. Suppose the application which is under test is this Facebook. Now, what are the requirements on this Facebook? You can see a login functionality, see functionality, requirement, use case, or a story, all means the same only. Means you're talking on that topic. So login requirement, login functionality is the same. So what are the requirements on this page are? There's a login requirement, recovery password requirement, account creation, account page right now. So as a functional tester, I should see each and every requirement is working correctly as client wants. As everything works correctly, the whole application, then this application will go for the non-functional testing. Like they check the speed of this website. If 100 people connect to this application, what would be the processing speed, loading speed? Will the application crash down? What is the performance of it? All these factors will be calculated later. And for that, different other tools are used, not Selenium. Like the tools used for performance testing are like Load Runner, JMeter, are the most known tools. Apart from that, there are many other tools also coming up. So we are not getting into the non-functional part. We are only going to study the functional testing. Okay, automation testing, that too, functional automation testing using Selenium APIs or Selenium libraries. Okay, hope that's clear. Now in this testing, Selenium we are going to learn. A competitor for Selenium from a very long time before Selenium came, QTP was there. Quick Test Professional. Nowadays, QTP is renamed and available in the form of UFT, Unified Functional Testing. But this QTP is not a free tool. It is a tool, okay? You can install it. It is a paid tool with a licensed one and high cost as well. And this QTP is, UFT is not only going used for testing websites. You can test any type of projects, even desktop, SAP applications, Oracle applications, anything. But we get most is the websites to test. So instead of QTP, the licensed one, we are using a free tool. Even the companies and are using the Selenium, and the job openings are more for Selenium as compared to the UFT. Maybe there is a requirement for UFT also. It depends on which type of application they are working with. Okay, so as the market is getting converted more into online platform, everything, so all our web applications, and for testing that, cheap and best is the Selenium. So as we decide to go with Selenium, if you see the history of Selenium, so Jason Huggins and his team from the ThoughtWorks company in 2004 has developed the Selenium. So once they found it successful, they used it, and later they made it into a freely available tool for the complete society. Okay. And when you see the components of Selenium, like I can open the site here, selenium.div site. These are the components right now which are available in the Selenium. Selenium WebDriver is one component, Selenium IDE, Selenium Grid. 3 components are right now available. When you say we are working on Selenium or Selenium WebDriver, it is the same. This is the major part. All the complete project is done with this Selenium WebDriver. And maybe 1 or 2% it can be of Selenium Grid. Only 2 things. Maximum is this one. And Selenium IDE is not used in any project directly, but a tester can use this plugin for himself to help himself. Okay. Anyways, these 2 things we can discuss that maybe the end. So we will work entirely on this WebDriver. Okay. So earlier, right now the version of Selenium is 4 dot version. Before that 3 dot version, 2 dot version which were there, that time the Selenium remote control was also there in Selenium 2. RC, this RC, that is, this WebDriver was not there. Selenium RC was there. And this has some drawbacks. Okay, a server needed to control it. So that was removed and it got actually converted or revised into Selenium WebDriver. So Selenium WebDriver, you can say advanced form of RC. Okay. If you see the screenshots of that, how the versions changed. The plugin, the Selenium IDE looks like this. So after installing the plugin, it is just completely based on recording and running the script. You can record the entire automation script. But everything you cannot record, only some basic functionalities you can do the recording. So that way, anyways, we'll see at the later stage. Then this is the RC, how it looks like. You see this first section is like the Eclipse where you write a program. Suppose you have a Java program written here. In that Java program, Eclipse code is available. Now, once you run the Eclipse code, you expect that execution should happen on a browser because you're going to test the projects on a browser. So you expect a browser should open and it should run on that. But how it runs? In between, you need a server. So you have to install this server and a tester should make sure the server is up and running. Then he can run this program. The instructions from this program will reach through the server to the browser. And the response also will come from browser through server to the Eclipse. So this server is acting like an intermediate layer communicating between the two. So taking care of this server is an extra overhead for a tester. So what they did is they planned to remove this server entirely and made your script to communicate directly with the browser through a JSON protocol, through wireless protocol. So that is what current WebDriver we have. So in WebDriver, you don't have any server, just the script communicates with the browser, right? So this is your grid is entirely a different thing. If I have to test my application simultaneously, parallelly, on many systems and with many browsers configurations, parallel testing, you have to do a grid setup. Means I have to connect many machines together and the instruction on one machine to run should trigger the execution on all the other machines. So that is called parallel run or grid environment. So for that, different servers are required. We'll see that later. Okay. Now, what is required is you anyways have an Eclipse with you with Java setup. Now, onto that project, you must add the Selenium APIs, Selenium WebDriver APIs. These WebDriver APIs you have to choose based on the technology you're going to use it. Means Selenium with Java you want, or Selenium with Python, or Selenium with Ruby. Based on that software, the application under test, you have to choose your Selenium combination. So that you have to download, add to your project. Okay, so that your project is ready now to work with Selenium as well. Now, as the output should be visible on a browser, you should have browser drivers also. For Chrome, right now for Chrome is not required, latest to Selenium. But if you're using old versions of Selenium, even for Chrome and all the other browsers, drivers are required. Okay, so how to download them, everything we will see. So these were the features of Selenium. So freely available, download, works with every operating system. Every browser also it is compatible. It can support all the web applications only. For mobile applications, everything you have to work with other tools, APM and all other tools. Now, what are the drawbacks of Selenium? Reports. Selenium don't have any report generating feature in it. But as you know, reports are very important. We cannot write something always on console and see the output. You see something on the console whenever you add some print statements. But in the project, we don't add this kind of system out statements. Initially, when you're writing the code, you can include. Later, you have to remove this. So console statements not needed. We want a proper reports. To get the report, Selenium fails there. But by adding some extra plugins to your project, you can generate the reports as well. So that plugin is called TestNG Framework. So with that, you can write test cases, you can generate the reports and so on. That we anyways will do it. That's all. Right, team? So next we'll go for the module second. So here we'll do the setup for Eclipse. Okay. To include Selenium into our project, you need to download this Selenium WebDriver APIs of the respective technology. So as we are going to work with Java, Selenium with Java APIs we need. So to get that, you can go and search in the Selenium dev site and then navigate to the download tab on top. As you click on download, you find your Selenium clients and WebDriver language bindings. So for different technology, you have a Selenium availability. For .NET, Selenium is here. For Ruby, here. For Java, over here. So the current version of Selenium is 4.26.0 version, released October. Okay, and the documentation of the Selenium, if you want to check, you can see in this API docs. I'll just open it. It's a documentation. As Java document, you have any technology, any software, documents are there. Official document which is called. So for Selenium also, this is the documentation. As I want this APIs, I just download it. So after download, it's a zip file, you have to extract it. So after this download, it's here. We need to extract this file, as we did it for Apache Point. Process is the same. So I go to a folder and do the extraction into this folder 2. I'm doing the extraction. I selected see the path. Within this folder 2, I would say OK. It starts extracting. This is again a one-time job to download and extract. So after extracted, it's here, these are the jar files. So all these jar files now we need to add to a working project. So the process is again same like Excel files. You select your project, right click, navigate to properties, then Java build path. Then make sure you're in the libraries tab and select the class path. So now add the Selenium to this class path where the Selenium files are there on the drive, right? So I have already this set of files on my drive. So I'll choose there. So as I add external jars, I'm going for the G drive where I have them already. From here, I go jar download, and here Selenium. Within this, these are the files. Just select all and say open. Now those files are now added to your project. Apply and close it. Now the project is ready for working with Selenium. Okay, this is the first step. So after that is completed, you have to configure you need these drivers to open the browser. See, I already have a browser on my machine installed. To open that browser with the help of a program, you need a driver. See, you have a mouse is connected to your machine. It will not work unless you have drivers of your mouse on your machine. The drivers are the one which activates or gives instructions to your mouse device to move right, left, click, and all those. So without drivers, only mouse will not work. Same way, if I have browser installed on my machine, that will not open on its own. The program should open the browser, trigger the browser. How it will happen? With the help of respective drivers. If you want to work with IE browser, the application testing, you need IE driver. Chrome browser means Chrome driver, Firefox driver, Safari driver, Edge driver. You have to search and use them. So if right now the version of Selenium is 4.26 version, up till 4.6 version, even for Chrome also we need Chrome driver. Okay, driver was necessary. But beyond after 4.6 version onwards, Selenium files came in such a way that without Chrome driver also, I can trigger the Chrome. I mean Selenium can trigger the Chrome. Therefore, only for Chrome browser, you don't need driver. Just object is enough. I'll show you that. So already APIs are ready. Now we are good to write a small program to open a Chrome browser. So I'll take a Java class. This class is for opening a browser. So I call it as a launch program. So what we want to open? A browser. So to open a browser, you need object. Java is an object oriented. For everything, you need object. So how to create an object? Let us go for the document now. This API document is there for Selenium, which I have opened from here. Okay, from here, it's here. It talks about, here is the first package, OpenQA Selenium. Select it. It has all the interfaces and classes here. If you want to see only interfaces, go to interfaces, only classes over here. Under interfaces, you find an interface called WebDriver. What does this do? This helps in interacting with external agents, means browsers. This is what the interface which we are going to see now. We want an interface which can interact with the browsers. So WebDriver interface, WND capital. If I open this, it's an interface. The methods in this interface are implemented by all these classes. A class called Chrome driver. This is a class to trigger a Chrome browser. Chromium, Edge, Firefox, IE browser, remotely connected machines, Safari. This way, these are the classes. So the methods in this WebDriver are all these. These all are the methods. Okay, so which you will find also in this Chrome. If I open this Chrome driver class, it is a class. This is the hierarchy, and you find the constructors used in that class. Default constructor is there, parameterized also there, and the methods which are coming from different inherited classes and interfaces. From remote WebDriver, some methods from Chrome, some methods are there. From object class, some methods came. It has all the list. Okay. So if you want to trigger a Chrome browser, you need the help of this class. I mean, to create object for this class, you need this constructor. As you see here, the constructor default is available. Now I'll create an object. One object I need, new, for whom? For this class. So the constructor I took. Normally what we write here, the class name only we write. Class name only we write. But just now I told you when there is a relation between the interface and the class, the object type should be interface name and the object will be pointing to the class constructor. So here in this case, who is the interface for this class? The interface for this class is WebDriver. So this interface name I would add here. Got it? So object of type WebDriver, but this object is currently pointing to the Chrome. Right? Import these classes and interfaces. So as you have already added Selenium, you should see the import. If it is not visible, just wait. We have added, right? Okay, if it is not coming, I can type the import as well. Import from which package? org.openqa.selenium. So in that Selenium only WebDriver got imported. And now you can see from Selenium Chrome, you're getting the Chrome import. Okay. So once imports are done, this is your object. Now object names, we don't follow fancy names. With as per the testing, object name will always be driver. This is the name for the object. So wherever you use driver or C driver, we understand that this is pointing to Chrome, and on that Chrome, whichever website is opened. Now with only this line, if I run the program, you will see an empty browser is opened. Make sure to run this code, you should have Chrome installed on your system. Without Chrome installed browser, you cannot run it. You need actual browser also to be installed. Let me just stop it and run again. So it triggered the browser from my system, and you see, that's it. You see a statement on this? This is a Chrome controlled by some test software. It's not a real browser. My real browser is here. This is my real browser, Chrome browser only. And this browser is an output of the program. Now on this browser, if you want some website to open to start the automation testing, so the pointer to the browser is this driver. So take this object dot. Now you'll find the methods coming from where? WebDriver. Because this object is of type WebDriver interface, you will find the methods from that interface plus the superclass object of Java. So from WebDriver close method, from here find element, find multiple elements. We'll see all these methods one by one. Now to always open a URL, you should use get method. Get, return type is void, and which website you want to open, give that website URL in a string form. As in double quotes, maybe the website which I want to start is with this Facebook. You have to give proper web URL. So I just open on a real browser, copy the link and paste the URL. So HTTPS, this way we need. You can type it also, otherwise you can copy it. If I run right now, first the object will open a Chrome On that Chrome, because driver is pointing to Chrome, on that Chrome, this URL will get opened. This is the application for testing now. Now from here onwards, you start testing your font, because this much is prerequisite. You need this setup first. Then automation starts. That's clear, team? Okay. So for working with Chrome browser, you don't need any driver. Just straightforward, once you create object, you will get the Chrome browser working. But what about the other browsers? If you're planning to work with Safari, IE browser, Edge browser, Firefox, you need driver. Okay, you need driver for it. So how to download? But if you're working with Safari, you should have Safari browser first installed on your system, then driver I need for working with it. So to get the Safari driver or any Firefox driver or Edge driver, suppose Firefox. So the driver name for supporting Firefox browser is Gecko driver. So I have to search for download Gecko driver. For whom? For WebDriver interface. So I want a Gecko driver for working with WebDriver. So it's giving me a link from GitHub. Okay, so I choose here. You see, this is the version which latest version it shows. Going ahead. Here are the different downloads available for different operating systems. So I'm working on a Windows machine, right? So Windows 64-bit is there and 32-bit is there. So any of this you can choose. The source code not required. Just download, extract. After extraction, I'll get a single file. I'll show you how it looks like. All that required drivers, I kept it in one folder. Jar download. I maintained a folder name called drivers. Here, this is the Gecko driver after download. After extraction, this is the exe file, application file, Gecko driver. Earlier, Chrome driver was required. That time this Chrome were downloaded. And inside this, you have the exe file inside this. This is the file. Right now, we don't need that. Got it? If I'm working with interacting with IE browser, this is the IE driver server. Got it? Now, what will I do with these file names? I have to give this path wherever this exe file is right now on my machine. I have to give this path to the system class of Java so that the object, this object, whatever you have, it should know first of all where is the driver. Then the driver can call the Firefox. So in such cases, what I should do is, so I'll comment this to code. If I'm working with Firefox, first you should have Firefox installed on a system. Then this driver should know to call the Firefox with the help of driver. So how will your Java know where is the Firefox driver? You have to call the system class. Within the system class, there is a method for setting some data, set properties, key and a value, 2 strings there. So as they are strings, give in a string form, the key and a value. What is that you're setting? Gecko driver path. So here I give the key as WebDriver dot gecko dot driver. This is the key we give. It's fixed. If you want to set Firefox, Edge, I write WebDriver dot edge dot driver. If you want to set the path of Safari, WebDriver dot safari dot driver. This is the key. Now where's the path? The path is over here. So You can check the properties. So this is the path where I provide as a second parameter and the file name with extension. So if you're a Mac user, extensions not required. For other operating system users, you need extension as well, .exe. So here, file.exe. So this is the setting the path of the driver to the system class. Once it goes to the system class, when you're creating an object, now the object understands to trigger the Firefox. Now you need here the constructor Firefox. So you check in the documentation. So in this in WebDriver, you have a Firefox class. When I open it, the Firefox class, check the constructor. There's a default constructor. As default is available, I can use here for object creation. So import it. So now your driver knows where is the Gecko driver to trigger this Firefox. So with these two lines, if you run, you will see Firefox is opening. And on that Firefox, you want this application to open. So take this object, which is right now pointing to Firefox and Facebook URL. So for me, it will not run right now because I don't have Firefox on my system. It's an exception. So cannot run this software. Okay. You need to check the settings, everything. Session not created. Cannot start a newly invalid port number, whatever the browser. Got it? Okay, so this way you can launch any type of browser now. So here in the documentation also you find the code for triggering different browsers. This is the setup already we have done. No need to follow these steps which are given on the slides unless you'll get confused. Follow the steps which I just explained you. That would be straightforward. So stick to one method, whichever it is. Don't mix up all the things. So that's the reason I'm not going through it. So this is the code to call the launch the Chrome browser. So this was available in an older version, as I told you. First, you have to write a system set property, the key for Chrome and the path of Chrome browser and the object for it. Okay, so what is system class? Set properties, a method from it, this one. So next is you have a code for working with Gecko driver and the object for it. Then for working with IE browser, Edge browser, you can do this. To work with Safari Opera driver, the object called triggering the Opera driver class constructor. If you have Safari, you can mention the constructor of a Safari class. Okay, so that is what about called as a launching. So I will not work with all the browsers. I'll stick to one browser only, Chrome, to learn everything. Okay. So this is our website which you have opened over here. Suppose if I take these lines, take a new class, or this code, if I copy it. So I'm working with Facebook app. That's my next Java class created. So this is your Facebook will be launched. So as soon as one opens the Facebook, we don't just blindly go and start working with the functionalities. You have to first verify, really is this the required web page opened, website opened, or any something else opened or not. How will you verify? maybe by checking the URL, or you can put a validation or check on the title. Title means the top one on the tab which is opening. This is the title. So how do you, yes, my expected URL, expected titles are with us in the form of document given to us by the client. How will, as soon as this website opens, how will I get the actual title from the application which is launched or actual URL? You have methods for it. By calling those methods, you can pull that data, actual value. So let's do that. So I want the actual URL after launch. So this is the driver pointing to website. I want the URL from this website. So you can use driver only. So driver dot. So there is a method here to get the URL. Output is string. Call this method. It's returning string value. Therefore, I'm assigning to a string variable. See, for everything there is a reason. Nothing we are deciding from our side. URL. So the actual URL is in this variable which I'm printing out. Okay. I want the title also. So title is also on the same website. Point with this driver only you will get it. You have a method for it. Get title string output. The title is also in a form of string. I'm giving it to a variable. I can print the title. This one. Okay, so as we execute, this opened application's actual title and actual URL is printed out. Now I want to check it, validate it. It's just printing, no? So I want to validate if true, if matching with my expected URL and title, then only proceed ahead. So how to do a validation? Suppose URL validation, if I want to do, always for validation as per Java, we use if-else statement, correct? If the block of code, else whatever the other step block of code you want to run. What is if? Whatever is in this variable, okay, whatever is in this variable, which is the actual title, if it is matching with, so when you put a dot, a string to string comparisons happening. So these all are from Java class, string class methods. Here I'm using a method matches with another string. Output is Boolean. So what is my expected title which client gave me? I can write here. If the application URL matching with my URL, if yes, Boolean is true, then do something. Say do something means say it is an valid app. A valid application launched. Not, if it is a wrong website opened. Invalid app. Now from where will I get the expected URL? Right now I don't have any documentation. So what I'll do is I'll just copy it from the opened website only. Just this way. And provide over here. So actual URL which you got with this method matching with my expected URL, then work on it. See, if you don't have this variable, no worries. I can call this method directly in this place also. You want to see that driver dot, you see, get URL. I'll do that for the next title. Okay, we'll do that for title. For time being, I'll use the variable. Valid and invalid you'll get. Now, how to put a validation on the title? Again, if else you can use. If certain block of code, Else is optional, your wish. If you don't want to write else part, you can leave it. So what is your actual title? To get the actual title, you can use this method. Actual title comes as driver dot get the title. Whatever the string it is giving, that string I am trying to match with expected string, expected title. Now where is my expected title? Here you cannot copy the title from above, right? So where to see? You should open the HTML code of this website, which developer has developed it. So how to open the HTML code of this? You have to go to the developer's code. Okay, open the developer tool to see the code. Now how to open the developer tool? You can press F12 from your keyboard, or you can just right click anywhere and see, click on inspect. Right click and say inspect. Down you see this is the developer tool, which is showing here right now the HTML code of that opened web page. This is the HTML code where you see everything is in the tag form. Tag means the first word is there, that is called as, those are called tag names. HTML, head, body. Once you open the tag, that has to be closed. So might be everyone knowing that basic HTML, right? We don't need experts in HTML, just understanding basic. If you have not known, just as you keep practicing as we do in the session, you'll understand it. Now, where will be the title? Title will be in the header part. So I open this header tag, and in this you see something called title here. And ID is there. We'll talk about what is this. And title is ending over here. And in between there is something text written. So this is your title. Copy it and come here and write as expected. This is my expected title. If yes, say system out. Valid title. Else I'm not writing. If something not matching, then it goes to the else part. See here, I'm not using, the code is not Java code. It's all Selenium methods I'm using. But the logic or the concepts are of Selenium, Java. If else, variables, printing out, all those. So it gave me the result. Valid app is launched, means the URL is correct, and valid title means even title is correct. This is to put a placing and validation points on URL and title using your Selenium. So that's a validation. Now you have a lot of other methods also. If I use a driver here, dot, with URL and title, there is something called page source code. Source code means what? The code which I saw, the developed code of the page, that also you can display. But if you open the website's developer code here, it is so big, you know, it is so big. When I open this all, it is so big, huge code. Even body, when I expand, there's a lot of information of this page. This much huge data cannot fit in this console area. So even though I use that method and print that string, only the last part of that HTML code I can see. And anyways, displaying the HTML code on the browser or on the console, it's of no use. What will I do with this HTML code? Nothing, no? It will not use for me. There's no use of this. So even though there is a method called get page source, but we don't never use it. Okay. Well, so once validation is done, second, what we'll do? Let's start the automation. I want to do the automation for the first requirement, login. To work with login, what all is required? 3 components required. two text boxes, one button, you have to interact. Now, if you look at the text box, they both look very similar. The height, width, everything, two text boxes. So how will your script know where is the email text box, the first or the second? To identify that, surely when the developer was writing this, designing this page, he might have used surely something unique between the two text boxes. So you have to open the HTML code of it. So when I already opened the HTML code over here, this all content is in the body, but where is the code of the email field? Where is the HTML code of the email? So it's very difficult for me to understand the code of email in this huge list. So you can directly point to emails code as well. How? After you can just go to your target element, just click on it, right click on it and say inspect. That will highlight the HTML code for your target web element. I'm calling this as web element, means the elements or the components which are present on the website, they are called web elements. Anything there, maybe text box, buttons, images, maybe just labels, anything, link, everything found on the website, they are called as web elements. Got it? So my target web element is this email, which is slightly highlighted in a different blue color in the HTML. So even though when I mouse over on this HTML code, you see on the website also that component web element is also highlighted. As I move away, it is pointing somewhere else. Understood? This is the inspection. How to inspect is just target element, right click on it, inspect. Now the first word is the tag name. Tag name is what here? Input. Now there are different meanings for each tag name. If you are coming from a development background, you will understand the meanings of these tags. But generally you can remember input is used in all those places wherever you are planning to give some data over there. That time inputs are used. Okay. So here input is a tag name. And there are different properties for this element, web element. First property is called type. It has some data value for it. Second property is class, some value for it. Next property is name, ID, data test ID, then something called placeholder, autofocus. There are so many things. What are these? On what basis they have decided to use this? It is all like HTML coding the developer used. Generally, how to understand this is like, suppose we all joined the session as a participants. Now, how do we address each participant? By looking at the name uniquely. If I say all means everyone, it addresses to everyone. If I take one person's name, so it is pointing uniquely to only one participant. Means name is one property for a human being. To identify a person, name we generally use. Same way, if two persons' names are same, what we do? We take help of the surname, right? Last name. Then if that is also matching, then we take some other unique identity to identify the person uniquely. Some may not have, that also compulsory, we can't say. If ID is there, mostly ID will be there. That may have a value which identifies that web element uniquely. So if two names are same, as I say, we'll go to the last name also. We can refer last name. Same way, if two IDs are matching or IDs are not there, then you can take help of name property. Name property. You can call them as property, attribute, or locator also in the language of Selenium. Okay. So class is another property. If class also is same, matching with others means the value is matching. If something else also has name is equal to email, then in some cases I can take class. Don't worry, as we take some examples, you'll understand them. So today we'll focus only on ID property and name property. So as I inspected this email field, I'll look into the ID. ID has a value email, which looks pretty good. I'll take this value, copy it. I want to interact with this web element. So you took that value property value, come here, and you have to find that web element on the page. Where's the web element? This web element is on the website opened and driver is pointing to this website. So the same driver also can see this web elements. If I give the details, yes. So use driver dot to find the single web element. We have to use this method find element. Many elements if you're finding the down one. Single element you're finding first one. How your output is web element. It's giving you web element. So web element is a class in Selenium. So how you're finding? You have to give the details inside this in the form of by class. By is a class in Selenium. So as I'll call this method. So by B capital dot. As I put a dot, I could see some of the static methods here. These are called as the Selenium locators. Locators means the one who can locate that web element, find the web element. These are the some 9 locators are there. Only 9 locators are there in Selenium. You can find with class name, CSS, ID, so and so. But right now we are using ID method. So ID is a locator. Whatever was its value, you should give as a string input. Output is by class. Call that method. By here, inside this, whatever the value you have copied after inspecting, give as a input. That's it. You found a value. You found a web element. What is the output of this method? Input is by input. Output is web element. W and E capital. So that's giving us web element reference. So save it to a variable of type web element. It's a username or email. Some name I give, variable name. This variable is of type web element. Therefore, this web variable can hold something which is found by this. So once you found the web element, just keep it. Okay. Now we will find the next web element. Our next web element is password. So let's understand its properties. So right click, just right click, inspect. It's showing a div. Okay. Inside the div, there is something called input. This is the last input. Now here, what are the properties? Does it has ID? Yes, pass is the value. Let us copy this. Come here, find the element, same process. Any web element finding in Selenium, same process, nothing change. Driver dot find element by dot. How you're finding with ID only, provide its value internally as a string, semicolon. This returned value is always web element. Save it to web element password. All these classes are imported. Okay. Now, third web element is also needed for your login. That's a log button. Inspect it. Now it is a button. So tag name you see button it is. And if you see, is there ID in this? Yes. ID U05QH. Okay, let's take this. And same process, driver find element. ID, whatever the value you got there. That again a web element. log. Done. 3 elements you found. Now finding is not enough. You have to interact with it. Text boxes, you have to enter some data. Log button, you have to click. Okay. If you want to pass data to this text box, take this reference, and now you find the methods are coming from web element class because UNM is of type web element. So you'll get methods from that. So clear, click, so and so. Our is to pass input. To always to pass inputs, we have to call the method send keys. Always to enter the data, send keys. What data you want to enter? Maybe user1, string. Something you need to enter to password. Password dot, again send keys. If you know the method, if you type that character, it will show you the list filter out. Test is the password. Then for the log, it's a button. So there you can call the click method. Return type is void. Even send keys is void, nothing output. So no need to assign. Rules same like Java. Semicolon. So this is your login now, right? Now let's execute it. You see the data is entered and the program is failed. It's not loading. It did not go to the login. Program is failed. How can I say it is failed? You can see a statement exception in the main method. This line states there is a problem. What is the problem? OpenQA Selenium, no such element exception. In Java, predefined exceptions we have discussed. What is that? Null pointer exception, no data found exception, right? Now in Selenium, these are exceptions, no such element exception. No such element. Which element is not there? Unable to find a locator with U05QH. So where is that? If you just say in your program, line number 42. If I click, it will highlight that line here. So this element was not found. That's the reason it did not click on the button. It just stopped password only. Why did not click? It says that the application which was opened, it don't have this value. I just actually closed it now. Maybe I'll refresh this Facebook again. After refreshing, I will inspect again, login. Now, as I inspected, you see the login is having a different value for the ID. It's not like earlier. Earlier value was this much, U05. Now it is U05XR. Last time it was QH. Now it has changed. Yes, there are some elements whose values keep changing, dynamically changing. When something such changes, you cannot trust it. You cannot rely on it. Now it always says this element is not there. Then what to do? Then you have to take help of some other stable locator. So instead of ID, I'll take name. Name is login, correct? So I take this and change my code. So by dot, instead of ID, I'll use name, whatever the name was there provided. That's it. Now if you run, so it has clicked on the login buttons. Therefore, you see the page is loading on top. It's just roaming. Anyways, the data which I have entered is not correct. It will not log in properly. It will just change the page. But that's working. Okay, so everything, no errors at all. Whatever required to print, it printed, and it did the login also. This is your output. So how now you may get a question, how do I know whether this changes? So what I do, as you are the first time user to the Facebook, you were working on it, you use the ID, then suddenly you saw that error. As you saw the error, you inspected once again by refreshing the page. You found that these values are changing. Then immediately I switch to the next locator. This is one way to identify. Second approach is when you see something in this format, some underscores, some characters, some numbers, you just take care of that. Means have a look on it. Understand, is it changing or not? First, observe that. When you have some value perfectly as a string, they will be as it is. Okay, they'll not change. But when some such kind of combinations, if you find, be careful with them, observe their behavior, and then decide what to use. Okay, they're mostly changeable. Now, suppose after entering the data, you want to erase this data. Once entered, you want to erase it. Then enter a new data. So what I should do? To the same password, I need to erase the data. So I can enter here password dot clear method. Clear method is to erase. Return type is void. After clearing, I want to enter a new input. So this input is now ABC is the input. So this execution will happen very fast. If you want to see the slow execution, you can call the Java class thread class to pause, right? So we are aware of thread class, thread.sleep, and maybe I'll call 1 second time to wait here. So it'll ask for the compilation error interrupted. Just for time being, I'm forwarding it to the throws, that is to the main method to handle the issue if comes. Same way, after clearing, also wait for a second, and maybe I just don't want to log in now. I'm commenting this line. Because if I click login, it will go to the next page. So ABC is entered. I can check here. The data is new data. Earlier it was test and now it is ABC. Okay, that is what your interaction is. So what happened here? I'm doing different actions on the same one web element. So if we have any such plan of interacting with the web element for multiple times, multiple things, then what we usually do is find this web element and always keep it to a variable for reuse. If I kept into a variable, I'm using that variable reference. If you don't want this element to be reused, that time this variable is not required. I'll do here for username. What I'll do is you find the web element with these details. Usually you assign it to a variable this side because the output from this method is web element. If you don't want to reuse and store to a variable, you can call the next action on this web element immediately. I can put a dot. You see, you're getting a methods from web element because return type of previous method is web element. And next coming methods will come from that return type only. So from here, you're calling send case, send the data. And after send, what is the output of send data? Void, nothing. So if I try to put a dot, you will find nothing there. Because as this method is giving nothing, there's no ahead methods come. So this is the last. Instead of using two lines separately, I can also use this way. Only if you don't want to interact with this username anymore, Then no need of variable. Find the element, immediately interact with it. If you have any plan of reusability, then find the element, store to a reference to variable, and then with that reference, you can do different actions. So that you have to decide, depending on the project and the requirement, anywhere reusability is there or don't need, you can choose any approach. Both are correct, right? So on any website, wherever you find text boxes and buttons, this is the way to work. First, you have to open the website, and then this validation URL is your as you need. If you don't want to work with this URL title, in that case, you can just ignore it. Go with your element finding and interact. Now, how to remember these methods, which method to call? Nothing to remember. The method is self-explanatory. See, driver dot, when you put what all methods are suitable there to call, they are visible there. So find element means something to find. Page, URL, title, okay, navigate to somewhere, switch to something, close method, get means get me something. They are self-explanatory. Okay, so nothing to by heart. As you keep practicing, you will remember the method names also. But initially, as you put a dot, you will find it and you have to choose the right method. Yeah. Also, you can try to work with the one more link I'll give you. It's not a real site, it is a dummy site. Sorry. This link you can use. You try with this link. Here you have to do a login. So when you see this website, there's a username over here, password over here. The data which you want to log in correctly, you enter here Mercury. Even the password is the same, and click on submit. So to interact with this web elements, you have to inspect first. You can see the HTML code for that web element. Username is here. It don't have much details. Type is there, name property is there, size is there. So obviously you'll use name, find element by name. Even same way for password, as you inspect the password, there's a name. Submit button also, as you inspect, it has again name. Okay, so with that you try to log in. So anywhere buttons and text boxes you can, which has ID and name locator, you can do right now. Okay.
Just a quick info of our Selenium certification training course. With this course, you'll master Selenium RC, implement Selenium IDE functions and commands, along with gaining knowledge of JUnit, Eclipse, Maven, and so much more. All taught by our top industry experts from leading companies. Thousands of professionals have already upskilled successfully through this program. You can view their testimonials on our Achievers channel, linked in the description down below. This course can undoubtedly propel your career to new heights. Visit the course page linked below and take the first step towards advancing your career in software testing.
So we'll start with the new package. Well, so as we found some elements with using ID and name. So ID and name are the locators of Selenium with which we are able to locate the web element. So after inspecting the particular web element, if you see which value is good for us to use it for finding that element, you can use that locator. Now today we will see the next locator. If you see the list of locators, they are like name, ID, class name also you can use, tag name also you can use, link text and partial link text. We'll see this now. These two locators are used only to work with the hyperlinks, links which are present on the web pages. Apart from this, even if the links have name ID, then I can use also name and or ID as well. But these two locators are specially designed to work with hyperlinks. So we'll use that. So the application which I'm launching now, take on a browser, the application which you want to test. And on this page, you see there is a link over here for recovering password. The one who comes here and clicks, it opens the screen where you can enter the details and get the password changed. So this is a link, here a link, right? There are different links. Now to start working with this link, first of all, you should have a browser. So this prerequisite is necessary, a browser with the application. So taking a new class to work with links. So we call it as a link demo, main method to execute. So over this, you find a link. On this page, you find a link. So let us find these details. So I'm inspecting the link. So as we inspect the link, you can see the tag for the link is always a tag, anchor tag it is, and it may have different properties, name, ID. Right now you don't have ID, neither name. It holds a property called href, means where if you click on this link, where it refers to open the page, that's path is given here. Then before closing the anchor tag, there is a text here written forgotten password, and this text is same as on the web page. So now I can find the element with this text. So I copy this text and come here, find the element with the help of driver. Driver dot find the web element. Using a by class, by dot, you find in that list of locators link text and give the text of that link within as a string. So within double quotes, we provide the text. So this is a link. Okay, this is a link. Now, as we have discussed that to interact with the web element, and if you don't need any further reference of this, as soon as you find the element, immediately you can perform the action on it without a variable. Yes, I can do the same way here. I found a link, and on that link, I'm doing the action. That itself is a web element, right? So the action is click. So we click on the links. So that is your requirement now. So as we execute it, here you find the console result. So, well, the link is clicked and it navigated to recovering the password. So the locator which here used is a link text. Okay. Now, Sometimes I may use also the partial link text. The next locator is partial link text. The same link, I'll find it with partial link text. So I just copy this text as it is. I comment this previous element. Now I'll find the one more time with another locator. Driver dot find the element by dot. The locator is partial link text. Provide the text not complete, the partial value. So partial means maybe only password, maybe with a space, with question mark. So you're finding the element only based on this text. Once you find the element with this text, you're just calling the click method. Why is it so required? Because right now the website contains the link text as forgotten password. Maybe in the future, the client might have requested to change the text on the link with the get password, forget password, or recover password. Means the first word may not be stable. It may change. So even though the first word changes, then too your script should not fail. Yes, if I'm using only this based on the second word of the text, so your script will never fail, even though the first word of the text is changing. That is called partial link text. Find the element with this partial data which is stable. So these are the two locators. Got it? Now you find on this page there is a button as well, right? If I check the button, inspect the button, you can see an anchor tag here. It looks like a button, but actually basically it is backend, it is an anchor tag. See the property role is a button. It is a link anchor tag playing a role of a button. So you have something called class, href, ID is there. You can see ID property and that ID has a value. Just I collapsed, dragged it. ID has a value. You know this kind of pattern, we don't trust it or rely on it. So I just don't go with it. Then there's nothing much, right? But you can see this anchor tag, you can expand it. So as much possible, you expand and check it. So when I expand it, before closing the anchor tag here, you see a text called create new account. Yes, with this text also, I can find this element with link text and partial link text because it is an anchor tag, correct? So copy this text and I can say driver find element by dot. So I can go with link text also, provide the text. So with this text, if any link is there, just find it and click on it. As you click, I'm doing it manually. I click on it. So it is opening this page. That's a sign up page, create account page. Here you can enter first name, last name, surname, gender, mobile number, password, and then go for the sign up. So let me interact with this first name over here. So as I inspected the first name, it's showing an input tag. The properties here are some classes there, name is also there, ID is also there, but ID we don't use this. You know the reason now. This is not a stable value. So I'll go with name. The value is first name. So after this click, we would find the next web element, driver dot find the element by dot name locator and provide the name. And this is not a link to click, it is a text box. So you have to enter the data. So call the method send keys. So pass the user name to it. And after send keys, you will not get any methods because the output of send keys is void. Void means nothing. So you cannot do any activity on nothing. Understood? So this is the plan now. We will execute. Let's see as we want. Is it working? It clicked username, your first name, and user one is entered to it. So it's working, right? Maybe on the screen, we will discuss about these drop downs, radio buttons also. You can continue working with mobile number, password also. And you see here, there are some links also, correct? Here, you can see couple of links are available. Terms link, policy page. Okay, if I click on this manually, I'm checking it manually. If I click on it, what is happening? The term policy page is opening on a new tab, not on the actual page. This is the parent window, parent page. So the links details are opening on a new tab. It's like child. Okay, so I can come here. If I click on cookies policy, that's again a new tab. So it depends on the website whether those details should open on the same page or as a new tab or sometimes as a new window also. Without connecting to this Chrome, it can be separate like this. It can be like this also. It depends. Okay. Now, now we will work on this now. Let me click on policy link. As I inspected, it is showing an anchor tag. And here you see ID is there, perfect value is there. Even privacy text is also there. Now you can use three locators: link text, partial link text, and also ID. But always see if ID is there with the good value, use ID. Okay, because that is a unique identification for any web element. So I'll use this ID value, find that element. Driver find element by dot ID and the value of it. So as it is a link, we click on it. That's it. See, now if I share this code to you, you will not understand what is it for, correct? So you can make a comment. So this is like click on, create new account button. So that you can understand later. So I have not made any comments, but you can make the comments, required comments while writing the program. So pass input to the first name text box, then click on the link of privacy link. This way you can make the comment. So as I click on this privacy link, what you observe that it's opening a new tab. Done. Need is fulfilled. Now I want to close these browsers. After execution, up till now, I was closing it manually after the run. But now I want to handle that closing also within the script. So what you should do, the driver which is pointing to your website should get closed. So I can call a method here, driver.close method, return type void. So closing don't happen. I don't want to do it immediately. Let's just wait before closing. So I'm calling a thread.sleep for a second. Just wait and then close the browser. Compile time. I just forward it to the throws. Okay, so just observe the result. So what has happened? The close executed. Policy page is there. Child page is there, but the parent page got closed. Close method will interact with the reference with the driver. Means with the driver, whichever page opened, that gets terminated. So with the driver, what was open? Facebook. So this gets terminated. Whatever the link page is opening, that is because of some web element click, the link page is coming, privacy link is coming, page is coming. So it is not anywhere associated with that. Due to some transactions, if any tabs or windows comes out, So it is not bothered. This method don't deal with that. It only deals with the driver reference browsers. But if you want to close these windows as well, then you have one more method called quit. Driver.quit method. Now you can just run. So this difference you should be knowing, remembering, if they are sometimes. Difference between close and the quit method. Both are used for termination. So the privacy page should come. And because of quit, both the instances, everything, with the help of driver reference and due to some transaction, whichever window comes, everything gets terminated with the quit. This is the previous screen. Okay, that is the difference between the close and the quit method. So you find in your document also the same. So close method is used to close or terminate the active browser, the application pointed by a driver. And quit method closes all the browsers that are opened by your driver during execution and also the associated window with the driver. So we have worked with the links for you to work on this as a practice, like new tools application. So this is the link. Now here also you'll find a lot of hyperlinks are there, like for sign on, registration, support, contacts, and also on the left side, home page, flights. If you click on that, it will show you the details how to book your ticket. So this is just a dummy simulation type of website. You will not get any ticket booked. Okay, just a simulation. So we will learn how to automate these drop downs. Okay, if I go for registration homepage, and here if I go for register, you find a lot of fields here to register and do submit. You'll get an account registered. Okay, you can practice here. So this is over. Now we will go to new account and work on these radio buttons. Okay, we'll work on these radio buttons. On this website, see the behavior of it manually first. If I click on this radio button, this option male gets selected. Then if I come to female and click it, male gets disabled and this gets selected. Means out of 3, only one option you can select on this page. Means according to this website. Means these 3 radio buttons are somewhere both, all 3 of them are grouped internally, so that the logic is written in such a way that only one radio button you can choose. Now to understand this radio button is for what, there is a label beside it. So if you click on label also, the button is selecting. If you click on label also, button is selecting. So either label you can click or the button you can choose. Now let's work on this. Okay, so I inspect this radio button. So as we inspect, it is showing us input tag. Input. The properties are type, class, ID, name. Okay, these are the properties. Now to work with radio button, I cannot use ID or name. I'll tell you the reason. Because beside this input, you have label also with it. So the label is class with the text male. Now these two are inside a span. They both are grouped together using a span. So if you look, your element, there are 3 spans. First span is for the female. If I open, there's a label, and inside the label there is an input. If I open the second span, there is an input for that. And third span also, if I open, there is an input. If you see, if you are looking for the buttons, see the properties. Here input is radio. Down also input is radio. Class is also the same. Value is same. ID value is also same. Both here as well as here. Name value is also same. So there is no uniqueness, so that you can go and click on one button. So I cannot find this element with ID, with the name. Even though you find, you'll not get single element. You'll get 3 elements. So how to get single element? Now with whatever the locators you have, like name ID will not help. Class name also will not help right now. They are not linked, so I can't use. For us, the option is XPath. You have to create the path. Path means go to that place on the website to find it. Now, how to create the path? There are different syntaxes for creating the path. Now, as we are the learners, we don't know the syntax right now. So you can take help of some plugins, which that plugin will give you a suggestion how to write the path. Okay, as it for a learner. When you work, maybe you may use plugin, or without plugin also you can write the path on your own, because you will be knowing the path syntax. Now to use the plugin, you have to first of all install the plugin to your browser, on whichever browser you are inspecting the application. And that plugin, there are different plugins in the market, but the plugin which we are going to use is CrowPath. Using CrowPath plugin, I'm going to create a XPath. Understanding? So how to install the CrowPath? So I open a tab and say CrowPath. CrowPath for which? For Chrome. I want CrowPath for Chrome browser. I'm searching for it. So you see a web store, Chrome web store. Go to the Chrome web store. On the Chrome web store, it is by default showing you Selector Hub. This is also a plugin to create a XPath. So we are using CrowPath. Okay. So if you want CrowPath, you can search here for CrowPath. Just type here CrowPath. Just enter. This is a CrowPath. I just select it. So this is the icon and this is the CrowPath. And on the beside there will be a button for you showing install to Chrome. Just click on it, it gets installed. Nothing much different, nothing, no complexity. It's very simple. For me, it is showing remove because this plugin is already on my Chrome. So asking me to remove it. Understood? So once you add to your browser, where will you see it? On the top, you see where my mouse is right now, on the top right side corner, there's an icon CrowPath. If you don't see here the CrowPath, you can pin it by going to this extension. You can pin it so that you can see its existence. Okay, so that is how you add a CrowPath. Once CrowPath is added, how to use it? Let me go to the Facebook page. Let me inspect this. I want to create a path for this email. If you see here, I have a perfect email ID which is unique. But without using this name and ID, I want to create a XPath. So where do you find it? On the right side, there are some options called styles, computed, layouts. Here you'll find CrowPath. You can just expand here, click on this expansion. There will be a CrowPath, choose it. So this is the CrowPath. And this CrowPath is by default showing you the path for your inspected element. As I have inspected email, the details are here on the left side. So for that web element, the paths are here. One is called relative path. Second is the absolute path. Two paths it will show, the XPath. XPath are of two types, relative path, absolute path. But we always prefer to use the relative path. Okay, why? Because absolute path, if you see the path, as you inspected emails, it's showing you a very lengthy path from the home location, that is HTML onwards. Means if you want to reach to this HTML in this email field, you're giving the path starting from HTML, then go to the body, inside the body, go to this div, then inside the div, go to another div. This way you're giving the proper step by step and reaching towards the input. If I just edit it, you see you're starting from HTML body. One is what? Index. So going ahead, form, and there is a input. This is the path. If you want to check is this correct or wrong, you can just click enter. It is showing you one element matching found on the page. This is uniqueness. Now what will happen? How will you understand this is absolute path? Absolute path always starts with this single slash. Single slash means pointing from the home location. Okay, and relative path, if you observe here, relative path always starts with double slash and then the path. Now your objective is to find this email field. So what is the tag of that email? Input. It has internally a property called ID and email value. Taking this property and the tag name, you are writing following this syntax. Tag name within square bracket @sign, whatever is the attribute you are planning to use, ID and its value. The value you can give either in a single quotes or the double quotes. And start with double slash. The meaning of double slash is this input is somewhere available on the page. You are not giving any location of it, that it is present here only. You're giving the details to identify that element, but somewhere on this opened page. Okay, so this path, because today the email field is here. What if tomorrow email field is pushed after password or below or in some other position? Then too this path will work, because you're not giving a position. You're saying somewhere on the page, find this tag with so and so properties. So therefore, we always try to find the relative paths, not the absolute path. Because in the absolute path, this input is, you're giving the position, where is it? In this div 1, in that div 2, div 1, like this. You have to follow the path. This is like as if you give directions to reach to a place. Turn right, left, then walk 10 feet, then take right, and showing the destination. What if tomorrow that destination is changed? The path which you're giving will not work. It will give you element failed exception. No such element exception. But here, this is like address. You're giving the details of the element and saying somewhere on the page it is. It can be anywhere, it will find. Understanding, team? This is how I have to create the paths. Right? So I'll just track both the paths here in the agenda. XPath, relative path, and the absolute path. So within the relative path, one example which we got is this way. To the same web element, the absolute path is this. Just if you click on this edit sign, you'll see it on above. This is the absolute path. Now I can convert this absolute path into relative path. How? I'll just paste it here. Just paste it. How you can do that is you can check here. This is the complete path. So instead of starting with single slash, I want to start with double slash. So, and if I start with double slash, no need to give this all structure. You can start from a known place. Maybe form is a well-known element on the page. So I can start from form. So, and start with double slash. So it's the meaning is on the page somewhere you have a form. From that form, go to the div one. See, the single slash between these two is div one is an immediate child under the form. Okay, under this div, one more div is immediate child. Under this input is an immediate child. Got it? Now this became my relative path. Now will this relative path work for me or not? You can cross verify. Go here, paste it in this, enter. Yes, it's working. Now you can convert this into much more ways. I can remove these two divs and input. Now you're getting three elements. Means under the form, inputs available are three. So email, you can see which are those three. Email, password, and something else might be. So which are those three also down you can find. When I just expand like this, the three elements which it is showing are here. One is this hidden element. The second one is for the email field. And the third one is for the password. And these elements will, here it will match in your HTML. So this path I should not take. The meaning of this is input is not an immediate child to form. It is somewhere a grandchild. It can be anywhere below it. No, but not immediate. Understanding? So this path I cannot take now because it is showing me three elements. I want to interact with only one element. These all locators are to find the elements only. And as you want to interact with single element, unique element is needed. Here with this path, I'm getting three elements. I'll not use this because I want to interact only with email. So this path won't work for me, right? So I may use this path or this path to find that element. Okay. Now coming to the radio button. To see the radio button, select it. Come here. Inspect your radio button. If you see the HTML, this is the input, correct? And if you want to see all the elements, so this is the first, the two spans, three spans are there. First span, if I open, label, having its property class and text is there, okay? And after the inside the label, input tag is there. That's about one span. Then second span, see as I'm changing the mouse, it is highlighting different elements. Second span also has a label with text mail and input tag with its own properties. Third span, if I open, it also has a label. Okay, it also has a label for custom with the text and input tag. If you see these three elements IDs, the value is the same, isn't it? ID value is same. I cannot say find element with ID and value is 6. It will give me not single element, all three elements when I run. So it will not, if I say click, it will not, it cannot click on three radio buttons at once. That would be an error. Same way, I cannot call also find element with the name because the value of the name is again the same. If you try to use class, if you see the value of the class also is the same. Okay, so direct locators, name, ID, class name, I can't use here. You must create XPath here. Understanding? Now, XPath also, with ID only I have to use. You take any property which you have. ID, take that value. Now I'll create XPath. See, it is giving by default some suggestion. If you don't agree with this path, you write your own path. How to write? Relative path writing means /. What is the tag name? Tag name is always the first word, input. Input within square bracket. When it turns to red, you should understand there's a syntax error. Within the square bracket @ID and whatever the value you have, you can put either in single quotes or double quotes. And means you're finding the element with this ID. So if I click enter, you see 3 elements are found with this. And the 3 buttons are there highlighted on top. So this, even though you create XPath, this is not helping us because I'm not getting single element with this. Correct? Then what to do? Now with input at least I can't find. So let us try with the label beside it. You know that if you click on label also it is selecting. So what does the label do? Label tag has a class. And if you see the value of this label class, that again matches with all the label classes. So value is the same. I can't use class. You can try. See, I'm taking this value of the class. Tag name is what? Label. Correct? What is the property? Class equals to whatever the value I've picked it. 3 labels I'm getting again. So with class of label also is not working as we want. Then that's one syntax, no? Then what to do now? Do you see the text after the label? Means the label itself has a text female. You see a female. One more label has male. One more label has custom. Okay, it's below custom. Isn't that words unique? Yes. Then I can create the path with this text also. How to do that? That's again a different syntax. Take the tag name. Tag name is label. Within square bracket, as you're going to work with path text, okay, text, I use a keyword text, simple brackets open close, equals to, in single quotes, pass that text. Enter. 1 element found. Now this is unique. Means with this text, it is finding a label somewhere on the page. Understanding? Now if you want to find the female, what is the text here? Female. Copy it. The tag name is label again. Find the label having a text female. That element is found and it's highlighted on the page also. Same way for custom. Understanding? Okay, now as we were discussing about the paths now, as if I want to interact with the radio button male, only radio button you can't find it, so I'm taking help of the label. And that label also text, based on text. So you created a path for this. The label text simple bracket open close equals to the text. 1 element found. I pick this element and you have to find. Okay, let us first create a class. So yeah, this code you need. I'll just tell you why. Because first initially you should launch the application and click on new button, then you'll go to the account creation page. Account creation page. So I come to this page after clicking on the account, then I could see this radio button. That's the reason you're clicking on the link and you're able to see the radio button. Once you see the radio button, I want to click on that mail option. So the path is ready. I'm picking this path and find that radio button mail. So driver dot find that single element by dot the locator now you're deciding going with is XPath, and as a string provide that path in double quotes. That's it. This is a radio button which you provide a click action to it. Dot click. That's it. Got it? So you can run and check. So what you have to learn is these paths. Finding the element is very important. Once the element is found, the rest of the job is easy. That they're only the challenges. So as much you practice on different websites, links, different locators using, that much easy it will be for you. It's all practice only. Now you see male radio button got clicked. Now if you want to work with female, you have to write the next line to the path of female and click. Got it? Okay. Now instead of writing everything in this program, if I want to write female, I have to comment this line and enable female. Instead of that, I can apply the concept of modularity from Java. In Java, you have a methods concept, right? So I can apply that. How? In the class, create some user-defined methods. This is your main method. Public void. This is for get mail. Okay, get mail is your method name. For working with mail, this element code. This is your code, right? I just keep it here. Now driver has a problem. It says the driver is not resolved. Means it's not declared anywhere. Without declaring anything, you can't use in Java. But driver is already declared here. It is of type WebDriver. Yes, but driver is declared where? Inside main method. So it will be only in main method. It will not be shared with others. Therefore, to use this driver commonly for all the methods, you must always declare this driver where? In the class level, like instance variable, and remove this local declaration. Understood? Now this is fixed. Now you have a problem in the main method with driver. They say that you cannot make static reference for non-static field driver. This main method is static. As per Java, a static method can use only static data. And driver is non-static. Why non-static? You don't have this kind of word in front of this variable. If you don't have that word static, keyword static, it becomes non-static. So non-static data cannot be used in static methods. That's a rule in Java. Then what is the solution? The fixes are put using try-catch. If you use try-catch also, problems will not be solved. So make driver to static. I can click here or you can type it also here. Okay, now driver is static. The static driver you can use in non-static method also and static method as well. Clear this point, everyone? Now once your driver is available, now if you want to do, as you run the program, it will do this execution first from the main method. Then click on account. After account open, you want to click on mail. So you have to call this method over here. To call the method, you need object of the class. So first let us create an object for the class. Once you got the object, with this object, we find that method called mail from the class. That's it. If I run, it is the same execution. Now you want a method to work with female radio button, right? So already XPath is with us. I'll create one more method with unique name. And here I should change the path for female. It's already with us here. So find the element with this path and click on it. So if you want to work with female button clicking, I can call this method female. Just I can comment this method obj.female. You want to create custom, one more method you can add. This is like object access with a method access, reusability. Now this method not only over here you can access, anywhere in the project you can call it with object. That is a reusability of method. Okay. Now the question comes is, I could write three methods for each radio button clicking. What if a website has 10 radio buttons? Will I write 10 this kind of methods? If it has 100 radio buttons suddenly increased, will I write 100 methods? That will not work out. Then what I should do? Think of something. Our objective is to see whether they are clicking. That's it, na? What we are testing. Then why don't you grab all these radio buttons together and run a for loop? See that every radio button is clicking or not. Means in single method, I can test all the radio buttons are working or not. You can do that. Okay, so we'll do that now. Means a scenario where there are many radio buttons in that group and you need to test them. Instead of such individual methods, I can create one method to find all the radio buttons and work on them. So I say get all radio is our method name. Now here I have to find the element to get all the radio buttons. Now how will you get all radio buttons? You should have some property which is common for all. They are very too much for us. See, with label if you want to check, okay, with label if you want to, okay, I'll go with input. The input, only radio buttons. What is common? Class is common, ID is common, name is also common. Anything you use, no problem. If I use class, the path is what? What is the tag name? Input. What is the property? @class. And the value of it in single quotes. 3 elements it is showing. Yes. With this path, you will get 3 elements, run the loop on it. This is an XPath. I'll just copy here. You can create a XPath with the ID also. So what is the @ID equals to the value of it. 3 elements you got. Even name you can use. Here in just the place of ID, you write name and the value. Got it? Now I want to find these 3 elements with this path. What I do, I go to the program within our method driver dot. Now we are finding many elements, not single. So use the method find elements by giving the inputs of by class, and output is not single element, many web elements. And those multiple web elements you need to put in a list object. Compulsory the output is list. So you have to store in list only. So the behavior of list in Java, you know, it has a feature of storing multiple objects and even duplicates. Okay, so call this by dot XPath, provide the path of this, close it. As this is giving list of web element, generic type is web element, means this collection will store only web elements. Now no integers, no floats, no characters, no strings. We are dealing with websites. Whatever found on websites, they are all web elements. So list of generic type is web element. You give one object name, all element. Import your classes. Now this is your list object. You know, we already studied also. When you have a list object, these methods you are familiar with, adding something. But now Nothing to add from our side. Everything comes from the website only. Nothing to clear also. No need to remove, no need to add, nothing. Just go to every element with this get method. With the help of loop, go to every element by giving the index. You will go to the web element and do the action there. You can use iterator concept also. Normal for loop you can use. Enhanced for loop also you can use. Got it? Now, if you want to know the count, how many web elements you got in this object, you have your size method, integer. Let me keep it to a variable. If you want to display that data, okay. So now you want to go to every radio button and click. So I'll put in a loop for. So pointer is the index. Take any reference variable starting with index 0. So you know in your list, the first element will be stored in the index position 0. So you want to read from there up till the last element. Last element is in this variable size method, gives you last element. So here lesser than CNT. You're starting with 0, less than CNT. Then keep increasing. I increment. That's a loop. Now what to be done? You have all your elements in this group. So take this object and go to every element with the get method by giving the index. You will get a single element. Female, male, custom, that way. Index pointer you can walk with I. I is initially 0 means go to the element whatever is there in the 0 position. 0 position is female. Then 1 position, then 2 position. As count O closes, loop will stop. So go to every radio button. What to be done? Clicking on it. So just dot click. That's it. Maybe the clicking process you want to do it little slowly. So before going to the next element, you can just call up for a pause. Thread.sleep for a second. So now I need to call this method. Here already. So as this method internally has an exception handling. So when you call this method in a main method, it will ask the main method also to handle it. So again, I'm forwarding it to the main method. Okay, let's execute. So you see one after another, the radio buttons should move to the last custom. Okay. So you saw that the output of this example is it started from female, then second weighted, then next. As all the elements over, it completed the loop. And it showed the count of elements found in that list are 3. 3 web elements it found. Right? Now, the same type of loop, you can also work with labels also. Instead of only radio buttons, I can do the same process with labels. But you see the texts are different. But other than text, something is common. Maybe the class. So I can create a path with class and get all the labels. So I think you have that path. I'll copy this path. The tag name is label. You got 3 labels now. I can use this path to work with labels. So I'll just take the same similar method. I say here get all label method name. Now finding multiple elements with this path. I'll make a change here. So I'll get 3 elements based on the label. Again, the count is 3 and you can run the loop by clicking. So as you click the label, female is male, custom will happen. As you're working with label, there is a possibility to extract this text also. It'll print female, male, custom. You can, but for radio button you can't do because button don't have text for itself. Label has a text. So if you want the text before clicking, if you want to display the text, so what I can do, go to that element from the group, get method as per I, going to each element, you want the text. So there is a method called get text string output. You can store it to a variable as it is giving a string. See, the last method is the final result. It's giving string. So string, it's a text. This text, you can print it out to the console if you need it. Okay, let's call this method now for execution. Get all the labels. Yeah. Then after 2 seconds, see female, male, custom. And that text is extracted and printed on the console. Right? Now, as you can do this looping with for loop, you can also do with enhanced for loop. So for enhanced for loop, I comment this and write here for this way. Pass this entire object with 3 radio buttons to this. Take any variable, colon separated. As the data in this object is what? It is web element. Therefore, the variable dealing with them also should be of same type as per the rules. Now this E will get one by one web element. First time female, next male, then custom. One by one it will come from this list. So first time female will come into E. What you have to do if you want to print the text, I'll print directly. System out. E is itself is female now. Female dot get me the text from on it. Now you no need to write like earlier from the group, go to the single element from there and get the text. Because for each loop will get individual web elements. After that, the print text, you want to click on it. So E dot click. Maybe you can add a time wait after this, or you can just ignore it. That's it. If I run, it is the same execution. Okay. So we have seen here with all the possibilities to work with a radio button in this program. Now, okay, you have verified that whether all radio buttons are clickable. If your for loop fails in between, you should understand that for which web element it's not working, you can work on it as a bug. So you worked just clicking on all radio buttons. Fine. If your requirement is here, there are some 50 radio buttons, and from that 50, you need to click on male, not all. You have already tested all are clickable, but you want to test now from that 50 radio buttons. Assume it's just an example. From that 50 radio buttons, find the female radio button and click and stop the execution. Means I don't know. Female can be lying in the first position or the last position or in between, anywhere. You have to find how you start your loop. First gather all of them, put in a loop. You have to check, is this female? No. Is this female? Is this female? That way you keep checking. Wherever you find female text matching, you stop there, click, and don't proceed ahead. Understood? That way, if you want to work, you can do this way. Okay, I'll do modifications here. I'll just comment it. Put one more enhance for loop. Now one by one radio button anyways coming here. You got all your radio buttons. You got the count. You're bringing one by one radio button into here. As you're displaying the text, before clicking, check whether it is male or not. How? With if else statement. Else is optional for you. So only if conditional, right? What is to be checked? The text on the web element is male. So this method anyways is giving you a text. So I can call this method, or if you want, you can take help of a variable also. Variable means, just to keep it simple at this stage, I'll use like this. This is giving a string output. So your text of actual web element is here. So if the value in this variable, if it is matching with my expected text male, see the case, whatever you write, it should exactly match with this on the page. Then only it will work. If this both are matching, then do the click. If they are not matching, then don't get into the loop. Go to the next element. Anyways, you'll be printing the text, but clicking will happen only for male. After clicking on male, don't continue the loop. Come out of the loop if conditions, whatever is it. Break statement. Break will bring your control from all the loops you have from them. So let's just execute this. So it went directly to male. Female is not clicked. But anyways, the text is printed. Text is printed of female. Because you wrote the statement of printing out of the if condition. If you don't write this statement, text won't print. As the loop is moving through it, it is printing the text. But clicking happening on the male, and it never reached to custom as it found the required element. Okay. So these are the possible things. Now you are good to work on any radio button on any pages, any websites. Okay. So as you see, the next web element to work here is the drop downs. Any drop down you can take. This drop down is for choosing the numbers, days. 30, 31 you find. This for the months and the years. And if you see on this other side, you have a drop down here for choosing the countries. If I go for flights, you have the numbers here, places, date, everything. So we should know how to work with it, whichever might be, whatever the application. Okay, so let's take this example. So you need to come to this account page. Therefore, the first initial code of creating new account and clicking on it is required. So creating a new class. So we'll declare the WebDriver here only. I'll not go right now for methods. You know the process. When you are practicing, you use the method concept as like we used in the radio button above methods. Now I'll keep everything in the main method. WebDriver, driver. So once you got the new account, we are working with this day. So I have to inspect it. So only the drop down is little different to automate, and rest all web elements are the process will be the same as you work with it. I mean, working in the sense manually, if I click on it, it's clickable. So the code also will come along with that process. Only the drop down, you have to write the code little different. Why? Because this outside box itself is a one web element. Inside this web element, you have many more web elements. These numbers are also web elements. These, so I should not click on this outer web element. You should choose the values inside it. You have to select them. So therefore, first inspect this web element. You could find for the drop down, the tag will be always selector tag. There are 3 selector tags over here. This is for the day, month, and the year. 3 select tags are there. So this select tag, what properties it has? It has a name, it has ID, class is also there, something, and it is ready to expand. So to find this day web element, either you can use ID or name. So I'm taking the day ID, driver dot find element by dot ID and the value of it. So you should not click on it. Just save it to a web element type a reference variable. It's a web element. So I call this as a day. Now, inside this web element, you can open it. You can just expand. You can see many more web elements are there with the tag option. They have a tag called option with one property called value, and it's the text is in the form of numbers 1, 2, 3, 4. And before closing the options tag, there are also the web elements 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this outside 1, 2, 3, 4 are the one which you see here, and that holds a property called value with its respective text assigned to it. Okay, now if I want to select one value from here, maybe third day I want to choose. Now what is the position? I can choose by different ways based on position. One date is in the position 0, like array, and or like collection. This is in the position 1, this is in the position 2. That is the index position. Okay, as these all are the options which you have to select. Okay, and here the outer web element has a tag called select. You have to choose them. So no need to take much effort and write the logic to do that, because in Selenium WebDriver, we have already a predefined class called select. In that, lot of methods are there for selection and deselection. So create the object and use the methods. So go for select class object is capital. And then the construct. As you import select, it comes from your Selenium OpenQA support package. And here you have still the error. It says default constructor is not there. You have a constructor with web element as an input. So which web element I have to pass here? The day is a web element. So you pass as an input. The meaning is you want to do some selection on whom? You want to do some selection on this web element. Inside this, whatever elements are there, you have to work on this day. So I am passing this web element reference as an input to the select object. Once you have this object, you can find different methods, object dot. These are the different methods from select class, where you have a deselection process using these methods. You can have one method called get all selected options, get first selected option, get all options. Means whatever you have under that You find under that web element every option you can choose. You can grab all of them and store in a list and run the loop. Okay. Or if you want to select individual value, you have a method called by index, by value, visibility text. 3 methods are there. See, these are some interview questions like how you automate a dropdown. Because in dropdown, you have to create object for select class and choose these methods. So 3 methods for selecting an individual value are here: by index, by value, select by visibility text. What is it? We'll see. By index. Next one, I'll also use by value. It needs a string input. Then select by visibility text. That also needs a string input. Okay. So here we have 3 methods for selecting a value. Index means you can give the position of your web element. Select by value. Select by value needs a string input. Output is void. So as it needs a string input, you have to give the input in a string. What is value? Value means as you inspect the web element, you see these are the options which has a property called value. Value, what is the data to it? 2 in a string form. If I use 2, it will click on second day as per the option it has. So value is nothing but a property and take its data as it is. So if I select value 5, value is string 5. So it will select day 5 this way. What is visibility text? Visibility text also string input. Visibility means when you come to the element, if I click here, what you see? I see in a number form. Whatever number you have, give the number as it is in a string. 4. 4 I'm giving as a string. That is called visibility. And this choosing each date will do it little slow using a pause it with a thread dot sleep. Of 1 second. And where I'm asking it to JVM to handle that interrupted exception. So you see first 4, 5, and then again 4 came up. Okay, that is your choosing. But as there are so many dates, I cannot use these many methods. 30, 31 days are there. So I cannot use these methods 31 times. If you want to select one date directly, you can use any one of this method, correct? But if you are about here, we are about to test all the days are working or not. Are they able to select or not? That time I cannot use these methods. Then what I should do? Gather all the days, 31, put in a list all these web elements, and then use a for loop to click on them, isn't it? So how to get all these web elements? They are having a tag called option. And in select class, I'll comment this code. And in the select class object, already we have a method called getOptions, which will gather all the web elements, store them in a list. So list of generic type is web element. So as we did some time back with the radio button, same process I can continue. Import it. Yeah. From here, just as it is, whatever we did follow the process, same way we can continue. Now the process is what? if I take this code, maybe now you got your list of element. Now this is not needed. So this you are just checking the count, how many web elements you have found. The count will be 31. Print it. Then if you want, you can run a for loop from 0 to 31. What to be done? Go to every element, okay, every element based on the index and get text. When you say get text, it will print for us. What is the text? 1, 2, 3. This is the text. It will extract the text and print the text. And as you say, click on it, it will do first clicking 1, then 2 clicking. This way it starts executing for 31 times. Got it? That is your normal for loop. And the same process if you're doing with enhanced for loop. Here, enhance, I'll just comment break, remove this part or comment it and uncomment this part. So enhance for loop, you're passing all the 31 days one by one to this E. You're getting the text of each element and clicking on it. Okay, just we'll run this. So you see all the dates are clicking, goes on even on the page as well as on the console. I reached to 31. I did not put any weight, so that went fast. Okay. Now out of this 31, if your target is I want to click on 10th, I don't know, 10 is where? Maybe the start or the end in between, wherever 10 is there, keep checking. Is this 10? Is this 10? Is this 10? As you find a 10, click on it and stop the loop. Don't continue after that. This for loop works. So we comment it. So pass one by one to E, print the text, get the text of it and compare with whom? 10. The element text match with 10. If it is 10, click on it and exit, break from the loop. So you find that 10th date only is selected and your loop stopped. But anyways, it started from 1 to 1 only and stopped at 10. Okay, this is how we can test a dropdown. Okay, now what about this November month and the year? It's the same process. If I inspect the month, that is actually in another span here. This is a month. Now you can choose either going with this name or ID. So only changes what you have to do in this program, or you can create a new class. Find an element with month locator, whatever is it. Then as it is having, it also having this tag called select, you have to create a select object. Then you can apply these three methods also there by index, by value, by visible text. Index means position. If 3 is there, which month comes in third? 0, 1, 2, 3. April will be selected. That's the index position. By value means when I expand this, you have options with the value. When you say value 3, March will be selected. Got it? Then last one, visible text. What is the text visible over here? 3 characters, words are there starting with capital letter. So if I give May, M capital MAY, visible text MAY, it will select May month. Those changes. Right? here this may will come here. Here the position of the value it will select. Then now if I want to check all the months lying in that here complete year, then you have to use get options. You can use size, display the count, 12 you will get as a result. Then any of this for loop you can apply. Got it? Same way for the year as well. Not only here, in other website also where you have countries, everything, just find the element first. It is a select. Having a name. Inside the select, you have options with value and the text. Clear? Now you are good to work with radio buttons, links, buttons, drop downs, anything. Now you're comfortable with the two locators ID name, link text, partial link text, and XPath. See, the study of all these locators will be in every example. When we are seeing, I'll show you the different XPath syntax, everything. Now, if you want to work with a class name, if you want to use, okay, we'll work with one example with a class name. What we'll do is, we'll take a site, say Google. On this Google, our requirement is you have to go to this search field, enter the keyword and get the search for it. Right? Means suppose Java I'm typing here. Java. After typing Java, usually what we do, you don't go and click on Google search. After typing the word, we give enter key from my keyboard. Then you get the search accordingly. So how to interact these keys from the keyboard, we will see that. First launch this. Google search or demo. Change the URL. So our first step is find the search field. Inspect it. It's a text area where you have a class. And then if you see ahead, ID is also there. ID is also there. Name is also there. So you can use ID also, name also. So preferably I'll go for ID. But as an example, I want to find with class. So take this value of the class, find that single element. Driver dot, find the element by dot class name and provide that value in double quotes. That's it. So this web element, I'll save it to a variable. Suppose ELE. Now what you have to do to this ELE, you have to enter the input, right? So using a method, send keys, we will pass the keyword called Java. So after giving Java, what is the next step? As I type here Java, we need to give enter key to this keyboard, enter key. Now how to interact from a keyboard? You can, the enter key is also an input. So I can call again element dot send keys, call the class called keys, K capital. Keys dot, keys is an enumerated class. When you put a dot, you can see the different instructions as different functions, methods. So from here, I need to give an enter key. Here, enter. That's again an input. So if I execute now, So you got the search correctly. So that's how you can interact. So as you see, both are the send keys passing the data and the instruction. You can combine this together as one statement also. So I comment these two. Java, comma, and then keys dot the keyword. This way also it will work. Got it? Now suppose from your keyboard, if you're giving multiple keys, Control F, Control C, or three keys if you're giving as an input, then what to do? Right now it is not necessary in this scenario, but as an example, you can call the key method called chords dot keys dot keys dot chord, and inside this chord you can call the different methods. Suppose Control F if you want to give. You can call keys dot control, comma, keys dot you can give F just as an F. So this can be as your input, Alt Control or something like that if you want to give keys dot Alt. So this way multiple keys combination and whatever the data you want to pass will go as an input to your web element. This is just as an example. So send keys can be used with these all possible ways. Okay, so here we saw one example using class. Now, maybe on this Google, you can see many links are there. I want to get all the links and count of them. So what a link when you inspect, what is the tag name? Tag name is anchor tag. So if you want all the links, I can get all, because every link will have different text. So if I want to get all the links, only with tag name you can get it. So I'll just use another class name. This I'm just commenting out because I'm working on the same example. So you can create a new program and work. I'll just continue here. So after launching the Google, just find the class name. Anyways, I'm not working with it. On the Google, I want to find all the links. So driver dot find multiple elements by dot, you see the locator is tag name. What is the tag of links? Anchor tag. So find all the anchor tags. You will have multiple anchor tags. Get all of them and store them in a list of web element. And as usual, the process is the same. Store them into an object and using a for loop work on it. So you can apply a normal for loop or enhanced for loop. I'm using here enhanced for loop. The type is web element. So now we want, see, we'll not click on the link. As if you click on the link, what will happen? If I click, the page will change. As the page changes, you will not find, may not find the other links. So therefore, let's not click on the link, but get the text. So I'll print in the loop system out e dot get the text. Okay. And okay, let us see the count also, how many elements are there. So we will also display system out. Dot size. That's giving you a count. Execute it. So whatever the links are those on this page are displayed here. The text is displaying. They're actually showing 25 links and the text is about store, Gmail, image. There is a link without text, so it is not coming out here. And again, you have some text. So maybe these are 25 or maybe these are empty also, empty links which are there. Okay. So that's how you can use tag name. Tag name based on inputs, buttons, images, you can work. So from this list, I think we covered, we have up till here at least we covered every link except CSS. CSS is an alternative way. If you want to use CSS style of finding element, you can apply. Otherwise, you can leave it and follow these all locators. If any person coming from a development background, they are very good in writing the HTML code, JavaScript, cascade style sheets. So they are good in using this CSS. So if we will take one session on the CSS also, but whichever method you feel good and easy, you can apply to it. Okay, you can use it. So now the syntax of each locator is just placed here. By ID, how to use, what is meant by driver, what is find element, what is by is a class. This is called as a locator and the value. So using ID, name, tag name, link text, partial link text, XPaths are shown. Okay, so for writing the XPath, we have used a plugin called CrowPath. Now Firebug and FirePath are also plugin for Firefox browser and that were very long time available, maybe very old browsers of Firefox like 49 and 50 version. Now they are not at all available anymore. So there's no point in talking on that. So even CrowPath you can add to a Firefox browser. Okay, so this completes our module 2. Now we will start with module 3. So in the module 3, get method already we discussed. To open the URL, we use get method, get current URL, title. These methods already we know. Get text also we have used. Tag name. Tag name means you want to find, see when you inspect the element, what is the tag, a tag, div tag, input tag that you want to extract. So there's no point in knowing the tag name, but it's just one method available in the list called tag name. So how you do this, see, you're finding an element with the property ID and its value, you store into a variable, and then with that variable, you say get the tag name. Might be the tag name, might be div, span, input, a tag, anything. That's just printing out. Okay. If you're using finding the element with a CSS approach, if you want the CSS value of that web element, you can use this method. Get attribute. Get attribute. Attribute means, okay, as I inspect this element, as I'm finding this element with class, if you want to print this class as an output, that is called with method get attribute, you can do. So first I'm finding this element. If you observe the syntax, first you're finding the element with ID and the value of it. You stored it to a variable. Then you're saying this element get attribute ID. Means what was the value used for ID with ID to find the element? Submit button. So this value will come to this variable and which you're printing out. There's no need to know this value for this attribute, but there is a method called get attribute. If I say get attribute class, it will print for me GLF, whatever is it, right? Submit method is equivalent to click. Okay. Some websites, if click is not working, you can use submit. Submit mostly we see applied for some registration forms there. Instead of click, we can use submit. What does it mean is, suppose this is the form to fill, where you enter all this data, first name, last name, everything you have entered. And at last, you're clicking on the sign up. What is the responsibility of this button? When it gets clicked, along with this click, it has to carry all the filled data and go to the server side for creating account. So that is called submit. Find this web element and say submit means it has to carry all this data along with like a submission. If I say find this element, sign up and click is only thinks about itself. It just clicks on itself. Immaterial, like what is happening, is the data coming or not, it's not bothered. It just clicks on it. You're understanding? Submission is like you're taking the response, carrying all the data along with you and going to the as a request. Clicking means just you find yourself your own the element itself and clicks on it. Okay, so if click doesn't doing a sign up, then instead of click, find this element and call submit method. Understanding? Now next you have, we discussed already this, getting the HTML code, close and quit methods. There comes again navigation methods. Navigation where you need, say that I'm working on this site. I'm on this account page. I want to go to the previous page. What I do, I just click on this back button of the browser. So it navigates, it should navigate backward. So this navigated to the home first page. When I say go to the previous page, I'm clicking on again forward page. It's coming to new account. You can refresh. So these are the navigation options. Now on this, my test requirement is what? I have to launch Facebook, click on new account, then come backward to the first page, then move forward to the previous page, and then you refresh the page. This is my requirement. Then can I inspect these options? I'm doing a right click. You don't see any inspect option. You cannot inspect these navigation options because these don't belong to Facebook. They belong to a browser. You can't inspect. You can inspect only the elements on the web page, website. But as we need them in our testing on this application, so Selenium is providing us the direct methods equivalent to those options. Navigate to some URL, navigate forward, navigate backward, refresh. You can use these methods. With these methods are called with the navigate method. So let's see how to work. So let us take So first you open the Facebook, you clicked on account, means you're on the account page now. Until you're on this page, you want to move backward. So I'll be calling driver dot. You have a method called navigate, which is giving navigation class reference. Then dot, it will show you the methods from navigation class like back, which will do the back option, forward, refresh, navigate to some URL or navigate to some string. You can four methods are there. So I want to move back. So this is here. So after back, you cannot call anything because its last is void. So with this, your page will go to the first. So maybe it needs time to navigate. You can, if you don't give that timing, it may throw error sometimes. So you have to observe the actual execution and control the timing. So once it moved to the main page, what is that? It's not okay. Once it comes here, I want to go to the forward. Okay, so there you can call again driver dot navigate dot forward. Maybe you can take time for forwarding, loading that page. Then you can refresh the page. Driver dot navigate dot refresh the page. After refreshing, you can redirect to some other website also. Navigate to some URL. Now to which URL you want to reach? Okay, let's open this Google. Okay. So in interview also questions asked like what are the navigation methods? Which are those? Like navigate to URL, navigate backward, navigate forward. These are the methods. So it's doing a refreshing also. And from here, it has to redirect to Google. Okay. Now, one question comes, navigating to URL is also opening a website and get method is also opening a website. Are they both same? Not. And we prefer not to use navigate method to open the website. We always use get method. Why? When I use a get method to open this website, maybe the website may take some time to load all its elements. It waits up till the page is up and loading. It loads everything up till that time. This method waits here itself. After that, everything is loaded, then starts executing these lines. But instead of this get method, if I say driver dot navigate to Facebook, if I write this statement over here, navigation means just go, that's it. It will not wait for the elements to load. It will just start executing the next statements one after another. Maybe as soon as you open a Facebook, maybe create button is not immediately available. It takes time to load. Then if you use navigate method, as create button is not loaded, you may get an error saying no such element exception. Therefore, we don't use navigate to URL for loading the page, launching the page. We always use get method. Okay. Okay. So now here are the different ways of using the send keys. Just passing the data along with some keyboards like tab key, enter key we did. If you want to pass different combinations of keyboards, keys.chord and the combination separated by comma, which already we saw as an example. Clear method is erased to the data. Click. And here are the status methods. Any web elements, if you want to know its a status, you can use these methods. The three status methods are isEnabled, isSelected, and isDisplayed. Three methods are there. Now status for what? The outcome of this method is Boolean. It gives either true or false. Suppose if I'm launching a website, and as you launch a website, maybe this image is there, correct? Image. Actually, image, if I click on this image, nothing is going to happen. But this is representing the Google site, right? It's a logo. So do you see this logo on the page? Yes. So I get the answer as true. To see the status, do you see? Means is displayed. Yes. Did you, is it active or in the off condition? Some elements first they are disabled. After some time they get enabled. So do you see this image is disabled? No. So do you, have you interacted with this image? No. That is selected. So you have three status methods. First we will load this. Status demo. Now let us find that image. Image will have a tag called img. Right now it has a class and that's it. No other details. So I can create an XPath with class also, or directly with class also you can find the element. Driver find element by dot class name and the value. It's not for clicking, just keep the web element because I want to know the status of it. Now if you want to find the XPath for this, what I should do, you go to the crow path. Now you're creating XPath based on class itself. So in the crow path, what is the tag name? / relative XPath we are writing. Tag name is img within square bracket @ which property you're using? Class. So class equals to, in single or either double quotes, put the value. One element found. This is your path. Okay, I'll just track it. Now you want to know the status of this image. Take that element and you see the status related methods for web element are here. 3 is displayed, is enabled, is selected, Boolean output. Is it displayed on the screen? Yes. So you'll get the answer as true. Boolean S1 is the reference. If I print the S1, you'll get the result as true. Or either you can call it directly in the form of a method. Element dot the next status method is enabled. Is it active? True. Is it active, right? Then the next status method is isSelected. So I did not interact with the image, so I'll get here false value. Okay. So you run it. You see here, this copy and cut are disabled, correct? They are not active. I cannot click on them. Revert and save are disabled, but rest all are active. That is called enabled. Is enabled. Is it active? So you got the answers for your image. So like, is it there on the page? Yes. Is it active? Yes. Is it selected? Did you interact, click on it? No. False. These are the three status methods. So after this status, you already learned how to define the element and finding many elements also. The differences. Single element when you're finding, it is meant for finding the single element, returns that element after finding. If you don't find that element, suppose you said find the element with class, if this value is not there on the website, you will get an error. No such element exception error you will get. Okay, you will get no such element exception. On the other hand, if you find only one element with multiple elements finding, like where we did day demo. Links, not links. Google, okay. Finding multiple elements with anchor tag. If there is no link on that Google, then what it will return in this object? 0 elements will be there. It's not error. It will be empty. If you have 10 links, this object will hold 10 elements, web elements, right? So if you find only one element, it will return one element. If it finds many elements, it will return many. If it has no elements with anchor tag, that object will be empty. It's not error. Got it? Now here, when you're finding the element, if you find 2 elements with that locator, like for example, the status you're saying, with class name, if you're finding 2 elements, by default, it will try to refer the first element. From that 2, the first element will be pointed. But if you're finding many elements, okay, if you're finding many elements, it will return all the elements. In this means all the links, all the radio buttons, which already we did. Got it? That's a comparison. Yeah. So this is your module 3 over. Okay.
Just a quick info of our Selenium certification training course. With this course, you'll master Selenium RC, implement Selenium IDE functions and commands, along with gaining knowledge of JUnit, Eclipse, Maven, and so much more. All taught by our top industry experts from leading companies. Thousands of professionals have already upskilled successfully through this program. You can view their testimonials on our Achievers channel, linked in the description down below. This course can undoubtedly propel your career to new heights. Visit the course page linked below and take the first step towards advancing your career in software testing.
So we were also talking about the relative paths and absolute path created with the help of a plugin called CrowPath. We have configured CrowPath to a browser. So I have added it to the Chrome browser. So on the Chrome browser, I'm opening my application under test, inspecting there, finding the paths. So this is one of the syntax with the @ use any property or attribute and its value and get the path. So any path starting with double slashes are called as relative path. It's nothing but on the opened page, find this element with these details wherever it might be. You're not giving any position. It can be anywhere on the page. Find it. That's called relative. Absolute path is always you're giving the position from the start of the page, navigating and finding your target element at that location. So tomorrow, if any element changes its position, suppose custom radio button is moved first or moved below, then that kind of absolute path will fail because you already gave a navigation to go to next parent child and to this position on the page. So that's the reason we try to avoid the absolute paths and always prefer to use the relative paths. Well, we'll go with the package. So under the module 3, you have already added this, found the difference between multiple elements, single element, and all these methods. So module 3 is over. So today we'll start from module 4. So under the module 4, we are going to learn with some web elements and the XPaths, all the different syntaxes of XPath. So here they have explained us the HTML code, some plugins, everything. So the different tags found on the HTML page. Once you inspect your web element, you see the developer tool opens just like this. This is a developer tool down. In the developer tool, this is all the HTML code. Whichever element you are inspecting, you can see the HTML code down. Now in this HTML code, you have different tags. Tags are nothing but always the first word is a tag name. So in this form is a tag name, right? Here div is a tag name. Here input is a tag name. So these are called as a tag names. So here you find a tag is always used to represent a hyperlink. B tag always represents some text in a bold. When you have a table content on your HTML page, the tag will be table. In that table, to represent a row, TR is a indicator, a tag name. TD is to represent a column. So if you have a drop down, select would be the tag used in the HTML. A button only. So these are the different tags you find when you're inspecting the web element. Span, inputs. Input tag you find for text box, text area, checkbox, for all that. IMG for images, italic, iframe, divs. These are the tags used, right? Now, why this tag only is used? Maybe you have to learn more like HTML coding, then you'll understand the reason for it. But as just to inspect, these are called as the tag names. So when for inspecting and getting the paths, everything, we are using a crow path plugin. So there was earlier Firebug and Firepath plugin was also there. That was only designed for working on Firefox browsers. That too very older version. Now they are not available at all for the new version of Firefox. So there's no point in configuring them. They're just the plugins to get the paths, XPaths. Then we already learned how to use the send keys, sending the data to the inspected web element, clicking, right? Clearing, get text. Get text is some, if you have an element, see now, last time we did, this radio button has a label called female, correct? So if you want this word, which is there right now on the page, onto your console or to your script, storing into a variable. So you want this text from this web element. That time you can use this get text method. First find that element and say get text, you will get that string. Also, This 16 is also nothing but a text on this drop down web element. November is also a text. Okay, so in some scenarios, if you need a text, you can call this getText method. So going ahead, attribute means to know the value of a property. Then select class object you can create specially for working with the drop downs. And these are the different methods we already discussed. Select by value, visible text, select by index. Now we almost worked with all the locators: name, class name, text, ID, tag name, partial text, and XPath. CSS is remaining. We'll see that as a separate topic. Right, team? So this is a syntax for every locator to use. If you're using class name, you say by dot class name, right? If you're using tag name, by dot tag name. Tag name is the first word, but mostly the tags would be repeating for many web elements. In a very rare scenario, you can use a tag name, but otherwise we use the other locators. For links, you can use a link text and partial link text. And in case if you're designing a CSS path later, I can use by.css selector and give the selected path. And XPath, as you know, by.xpath. Well, and for creating the XPaths, if we have configured the crow path, with that crow path, I'm get extracting two paths, absolute and relative. So you know what is absolute path, the syntax is given over here, and relative path syntax, and the differences between the two are stated over here, right? Now here are the different syntaxes of the XPath. This we already started working with this syntax. When you're inspecting the element, okay, suppose I'm inspecting this, maybe this drop down. So it is having a tag called select. What are the attributes under it? You have something called Arial label, then name, then ID, then title, and some class. These are some of the properties. So as usual, IDs are always unique, correct? Mostly unique. So for this select also, there is ID with value day. So I can say driver find element by ID also you can write, or you can use this ID and create a path, isn't it? So how will you create a path with ID? The syntax is this way. Use the tag name. What is the tag over here? The tag is select. What is the attribute? ID. So I can write @ ID, and what is the value? Day, in either in single quotes or double quotes. That becomes your XPath. So here for an example, the tag name is input, @ property name, and the value. Now here in the place of property ID, you can choose depending on your application. If you have name, there is no ID now. Name is there. So instead of in the place of ID, I can write name and the value is birthday day. Understanding? Here I can put name. So other than name, if something else is there, maybe class is there, I can put @class and its value. Okay. Other than this, if you have some other property with a proper value, you can write that property and the value. So this syntax is nothing but based on the existing property attribute, finding the element with the tag. Clear? This is the syntax. Now, if you, with a single property, suppose with a single property, if you're not able to identify your web element, then you are good to use, make a combination of 2 properties, 3 properties also. Just like, you know, if I'm searching a person with only name, if I'm not able to find that person, maybe I'm able to find 2 people, 3 people with same name. Then I add to that whose name is John and surname is something. This who the element with 2 properties and its value when they are found matching, they can be uniquely picked, right? So if you're making a combination of multiple properties and property means the two properties both should be true, this syntax you can apply. So tag name, square bracket, @ first property and its value, close it, open the square bracket, second property, close it. Even you can put third property also. In such cases, as you see here as an example, in such cases, it will find a web element with tag input where ID is so and so and also name is so and so. Both the properties should be true to get the web element. It's a AND property and logic. If you want to find the element with either ID, either name or both, if any one is correct to find the element, then you can use this syntax of OR operator. Syntax is first square bracket open and end at the last. In between that, use the first property with value or spaces and then second property with a value. So if, for example, if ID is true, name is not true, then also you'll get the element. If only name is true, also you'll get the web element. If both are true, also you'll get the web element. Okay. So this way you can write your XPaths. So that's your directly using an XPath finding the element. Now some web element don't have any locator. Suppose, like for example, if I inspect this image, Facebook image, you see here there is no ID, no name, class is there. Okay, only class attribute. Now you have to create an XPath with class, isn't it? So as how you do, I'm going with the crow path. So the tag name is img and here @ property is class and with that value. So this taking this XPath, I can find this image and then try to work with it. Okay. Okay, this here you don't have any text, so leave it. Now text, okay, this button we will work with. So as you're inspecting the button, it's here. It has a property called type, class, then name, ID is also there, but that's not safe for us to go with. That's it. But you can see button is ready to expand. Expand it. When I expand the button is closing down here. And before that, there is something called sign up text. I can find this button with this text also. As you can see, something is written. So based on this text also, you can find the element. How to do that? How to create a path with this? Copy the text and follow the syntax. Tag name within square bracket, text keyword, simple brackets, equal to, within single quotes, put that text. So this is exact text matching syntax. Means like here, what's a tag name? Button, text, sign up. So two elements are found with this sign up tag. To get the uniqueness, you can use another property if you want, name. Okay, so I'm just taking the name. We'll try this. @ name, one element you got now. So you're making a combination with exact text you're not getting. So I have added one more property to find that element. That's your XPath. Now type is there. Type is equal to submit. Also you can try, but how far that is correct, we don't know. You have to check. So if I say here, type, submit, 0 elements you're getting. TY, 2 elements you're getting with the type is equal to submit. So you have to get the uniqueness. Suppose if I try with indexing, that also not working, index 1. So I can add one more property called name to this. Type is equal to submit and name equals to the value. Now you're getting the unique element. Okay. So this was the earlier I showed you, that was a text based on exact text. Or suppose this is a link down, already having an account. It's an anchor tag. I can use link text, partial link text. Also, you can use text attribute also for this. So if I copy this text, following the syntax of XPath, anchor tag, if I write here text and then copy the text as it is, I copied one element, you're getting. Now suppose your text, this text, you can use link text, direct link text, partial link text also. Okay. And this is my XPath. Now suppose your text is not stable all the time. Already account exist also can be there. The words may change. That time, based on partial text also, you can write the XPath. That time, you can use the syntax called contains. Contains text, whatever it might be, not only text, anything, and the text. So if I say contains over here, before this contains, within simple bracket, write text. I'm working with text right now. So text, comma, and write the exact text and close this simple bracket. So you're saying anchor tag is containing a text on it with so and so text. So I say an account, just partial value I give. You're getting the element. This is called contains. It can be anywhere on that web element, contains text. Same way something you have, if you have a text starting, you can use starts with word. Instead of contains, you can write starts with what is the text and the text. So in this element, what is the starting word? Already have is a start word. You don't have ending with over here. Instead of, if you want to go with ending with, you apply this contains syntax. Right? Understanding, team? Now indexing. Indexing, when I do, you have lot of web elements with the same path. With this path, you found many elements which are in that same group in one section. Then how will you reach to each element means based on index 1, 2, 3. That way you can give the position. If you want to go for the last element, you can use this keyword last. This is called second last. From the last, second one. This way you can give the position. Now best example for this, we can search some other application. Here let me filter out for a product. Now on the left side you can see a lot of filters are there. Brands are there, pricing, configurations, lot of things are there. Okay, so under one section you have lot of options. So under brands you have 4 or 5 brands over here. So if I want to search its path, okay, let me inspect it now. So I'm going to this OnePlus. I want the area where all these brands I can get. Now this is a span. It is not even pointing to the checkbox. It is only the text. The text is span with OnePlus. The span and div means the checkbox details. Both are the siblings, means they are present in a same layer, so they are siblings. These both are where they are put. They are put under the anchor tag. Where span and div are put under anchor tag. So if I just collapse this, anchor tag contains the span and div. Okay. Now you have to search this way. Every time you'll not get a straightforward details of your web element or path. So this anchor tag is present inside another span. The span is inside a list. Okay. And list is inside another span. And this span, there are a lot of spans over here. Each span is pointing to one brand. So this is my span now, 1 plus. What are the details? Data CSA type is there. That's it. There's no much safe way to find the element here. There's no ID, no name, no class, nothing. And if you see these details, they are duplicating with the rest of the spans also. Other brands also, they're almost same. I cannot rely with these numbers. These numbers may not be stable all the time. So there is no property to reach to this product directly. So what I have to do, you have to see the parent. Who is the parent of all these spans? The parent is another span. When I see mouse over on this span, it's pointing to all the brands on the GUI. And this span also don't have any direct proper locator, and this span is inside one UL. Unordered list, UL means. And this UL is also, this UL and div are inside one more div which has a property ID. And there are a lot of divs with their properties. Means one section for brands, one section for filters, one for the, RAM size, pricing, all those. So we want to go to this section, right? So you can write the path from here to reach your product. So what is the property? ID is equal to brand refinements. So I'll just copy this and start writing the path. Okay, it's here already come. So that is showing you one element. This a complete section is getting, correct? Now inside this ID div, where you want to go to UL. So UL is an immediate child to this. UL don't have any property. So immediate child. Immediate child means single slash UL tag. One UL is there. Okay. You open the UL now. So as we closed it, we will open it now. Inside the UL, you have to go to the span. Only one span is there. Okay. So I'll put slash span. Getting. Within this span, you have lot of spans inside this. Lot of spans. So slash span. You're getting what? 7 elements with this path. So it will not highlight now because this span is going, it has a checkbox and a text, but count is there 7. If you want to know what are those 7 elements, you can see down also. You can see down there. These all are the different spans, each span for every brand. Now from this span, which one you want to go? You can give the position. So position wise, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. I'll give directly. Position maybe 3 if I give. I don't know where it's going to 3. Let us search here. So inside this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll give 6th element. Okay, 6th element is here. Where it went? realme is the 6th, I think. 7, 8. 8th is not there. 6th. Okay, so I got one element. You can count it, which is that 6th element. So I got one element over here. That's a span. Now, when I open this span, okay, now if you want to go to the first element, index 1, I can give index 1. Okay, it's giving the details of that span. If you want to dig it and check which is that element, you can open here. So it is having an ID. This li is having a span. It is going with an anchor tag. Inside this anchor tag, a span Samsung. So in the GUI also you see index 1 is the Samsung. So this path is pointing to Samsung category. If I give 2, index 2, you're getting an element. If I just open up this HTML, a span inside that, a span has an anchor tag. Within the anchor tag, one more span, you see realme. So that's the second. So if as I'm changing the position, it is pointing to the element. Now if I want the last element, you understanding? So if I want the last element, let me just track here. I can use a keyword last simple bracket. One element you got, which is that last element. If you want to see, it is something pico. So this is the last element. So last -1, if you want, you can use this path. You can add here last -1. Lava is the text. That's the last -1, last -2. This way you can use in your XPaths and reach to your unique element. Understanding, team? Closed it. If you have here 10 values or 20 values, so how does it matter? Your position only indexing will change here. You have to just modify in the index. You have to write index span 20. It will go to the 20th element. As directly this span don't have any details, you're starting from a known element and then navigating to this target element. That's how you're writing the path. Okay. Now, if you want to remove this middle span from UL, if you want to directly get into the element, if you want to remove this middle one, you can remove it, but not with a single slash separator. Single slash means this span is a child of UL directly, but it is not really. If you want to say grandchild, somewhere down, not immediate to UL, if you want to mention, you can put here double slash. Let's try. This is not working. This is not working. 2 elements you're getting. So it's compulsory for me right now to put the span. There are no any hard and fast rules. It depends on the application and looking at it, how it is identifying the element. You have to modify your path. Okay, so these are some keywords you can use for getting when you have a lot of elements in one group and they have the common properties among themselves and you want to pick the unique element from that group, you can use indexing. So that's what I explained you. When you're writing a path, single slash, if you see, it indicates they are the immediate child to that. If your path is becoming very lengthy and if you want to skip between elements, you can use double slash if needed. If the middle elements, if they are unnecessary, now here is your target is input tag. You need to reach here, but maybe don't have proper locators. Then you're starting from here, going to the immediate child div and going to the input who is not immediate to child to this div, who is a subchild, anywhere it can be. Okay, so this is representing like a parent and the grandchild relation. Now these keywords we have already applied. Last, starts with, contains, text in your XPath designing. There's also another way for creating the XPath using these keywords. And that XPath pattern is called as a XPath using axis approach. These are the keywords of axis. If I'm using these keywords, that means you're creating an XPath using axis approach. I use a keyword called parent, child, siblings, ancestor. Okay, that is also XPath, but using axis approach. Now, when I use axis approach, maybe that your target element don't have any locators on its own. Then to reach to a target element who don't have any locators, you can use these keywords. Okay, so this is that's it in the module 4. So fine, then we'll move to the next module. So this is using the XPath creation using axis approach and also CSS approach. Both are there in this module. So let's work with the XPath Axes first. If you see this pattern, suppose this is my target element. It has its locators. From here, if I want this element, okay, if I want this element or this element or this element anywhere, maybe though they don't have any locators, then how will you reach these collections or this group of elements using keywords? So this is a structure. Just let me go to the final pattern. This is the element whose details are available. From here, if I want this element, from here, if I want this element, then I can use a keyword called child because this is a child of this. Okay, this complete block comes under this element. This becomes a parent. Then if you see, some elements might be before this target and after the target, just like the website we saw here on the Amazon. These are the different brands who are all are the siblings. The target is 1 plus means before this element, these all are before siblings and these are after siblings. How to get all these siblings as a group and work on them is you can use a keyword preceding siblings. And if you want after means following siblings keyword. To all these siblings, there is a parent. One parent will be there. If you want the parent reference, you can use a keyword called parent. You want all the parent, grandparent for this entire hierarchy, you can use ancestor keyword. Or if you want everything present on the page before this target, anything present on the page before this element, you can use preceding word. Same way, if you want everything below your page, below your target, whatever is in the footer section, everything, following keyword you can use. So these are some of the keywords you can use. Got it? So we'll apply these keywords on this website only. As already you have, I'll take target element 6, one element. So first syntax which you can see here. These are the keywords. preceding, we can see that later, ancestor also. Let us see the parent keyword. Now find your target element, the path. Already the path is available. I want to know the parent of this element. So I can use a keyword parent : and if you don't know the tag of the parent, you can put asterisk sign. So I'll just add it here. This path parent : asterisk sign. As I don't know the tag of the parent, so asterisk. So it shows you one element who is a parent for this all, immediate parent for my position. So who is the parent? If you want to check, span is a parent. So if you inspect the element, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 6, 6th is the apple. So let me just inspect this element. It's here. This is the span, li. This is the 6th element. Okay, so who is the parent for this element? If you see, these all are collapsed. Let me collapse it. So the parent for all these spans are the span only. This is the span. So that is what you can see here. Okay. So immediate parent, if you want to know, you can use this XPath. And if you know the tag of the parent, I can put here, suppose span is the parent. One element. If I say I want a parent, immediate parent whose the tag is div, 0 element finding. There's no div who is a parent for this element. Okay. I have to write here span. So here we are using an XPath Axes approach. This is with the parent keyword. Right, team? So we'll add the next keyword, a child keyword. So I'll write in the syntax /child : as I don't know the tag of the child, I'm putting asterisk, one child, immediate child to the span. So inside, so it's showing 6th position is showing me lava. So inside this, who is a child? So this position wise 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th. This is the position of the 6th element. When I open it, who is the child inside this? Immediate child, li. Okay, li is a child for this element. So it shows you one element is child is found. The tag is li with that element details. So you see 0097. So that is here. So that is called immediate child only. It will not give you the subchild and all that history. Okay. Now there is a keyword called descendant. When I use here a keyword descendant, DSCENDANT, it shows you descendant means all the internal hierarchy of the child, subchild, grandchild, great grandchild, the complete inner structure. That is called 9 elements are there inside it. So what is that 9 element structure? Li is first, then inside that span. Span also has a lot of details, then anchor tag also has details, then div. These all structures are the total 9 elements. If you can check it, cross verify in the HTML code also, or here also you can verify. So if you see in the HTML, first is li 1. If I open this, 2. Inside this is the third, This is the third. Inside this, div is fourth. Sorry, div is the fourth. Okay. When I open the div, label is fifth, span is sixth. Okay. When I open the label input seventh, 8th, 9th. So descendant keyword will show you the list of all the inner layers of your target. Got it? Now from that inner layers, what exactly you need? You need label. As it don't have any details of its own, suppose if you want label, then here I can write in that descendant, I want the details of or the web element whose tag is label. One element you're getting. So this path I can pick it and find the element that will point to the label. Got it? That's a keyword called descendant. So as a parent you saw, child also you saw. Now siblings, if you want to see the siblings, I'll write here preceding siblings, and I'll put just an asterisk. Siblings. 5 siblings are there before that. So all the spans before your lava are there. Means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. From Samsung to Apple, all those are the 5 elements preceding. If you are particular about the tag, you can use it. Put the tag. Preceding siblings. If you want the elements after the target, means following siblings. Only 2 elements are there. That is Pico and see more option. Well, then if I want all the parents, not only the immediate parent, all the parent, grandparent of that area, that section, then I can use here ancestor. So it will show you the ancestors from this. Let me show you. It is showing you 16 elements. If you check the HTML GUI. So to this, who is a parent? This Samsung, to that one more parent, to that one more parent. It is giving you the complete hierarchy. Okay, it's giving the complete hierarchy, not the header section. Header section may not be coming into this part of this products. So it shows you only the immediate parents and all those. Okay, let me just track it here. Ancestors. Okay, now if you want to see all the headers part, everything, you can just use preceding. It shows you all the before elements from the header to your target. All this, you see on the page, whatever is there, everything it gets referred up till your target element. Some 3000 plus you are getting. Same way, if you want all the following elements, down elements up till the footer, you can use the keyword called following. Following. It shows you all the below elements. So from the target onwards, see all the down elements, you can see it is referring. And up till the footer. This is XPath Axes way. Okay, the syntaxes are all given here. Anyways, we took as an one example also in this. Descendant, keyword, following, siblings, everything. Fine, that's clear. Okay, so fine. We will see the third way of finding the element using CSS way also. Then I'll come to the alert section. So in the module 7, we have the CSS syntaxes. So cascade style sheet. So when the developer is developing the GUI, he'll use a HTML coding, JavaScript also. Then in the using the JavaScript, he has a different ways of applying the styles, fonting, coloring for multiple elements. Okay, so as commonly he can do the setting, that is a Java scripting he can use. Now based on that styles, coloring, everything, you can find the element using this cascade style sheet approach. So you can create an XPath using CSS values and use that path in finding the element. So cascade style sheet, I should use this cascade CSS style for finding an element if I have XPath approach, ID, name, link text, partial link text. The reason is, suppose I'm inspecting this element on the Chrome browser, correct? I'm able to identify this element properly at this stage. I'm able to get this element. Once I test this website on Chrome, it is very necessary that I should also test on all the browsers. Suppose I'm working on an IE browser. Other browsers don't have any issue, but IE browser, what happens is the same web element with the same XPath may not work all the time, may change. That is also we are not sure. It may work, may not work. So to make it workable, what you have to do as a tester, go back to the project, find that element, change the path according to the IE browser, find the element on IE browser, change it and then run. So instead of that, if you want, why? Because of why is that so? Because the locator has changed in IE browser when I open this website. On Chrome, it is properly working, but on IE browser, the locators got changed. It's not because of development. As I open that website on the other browser, IE browser especially, that GUI, the properties change. Because as that property is not stable, and I want to write a script where it works for all the browsers, then instead of XPath, I choose for CSS way, CSS selector, where CSS selector, the property details won't change even though you change the browser. So you can choose whichever element is failing as the browser you change, only that element you can find with CSS approach. The rest all you can go with XPath and other locators. Okay. So to fix such problems, we suggest that use a CSS element. Now, how to write the CSS path and find the element? The syntaxes are here. These all properties you can use in CSS. Tag name I can use, ID you can use, class name you can use, other properties. Other properties means name. There is no special provision for name over here. Name also will come as other properties. Type, anything. If you're finding the path, use attribute approach. Contains keyword, starts with, ends with is also here. But there is no text option here like XPath. So these are the different ways to create a CSS locator. So one by one we will start. ID. As I inspect the element, if I see ID and its value, how to write a CSS with ID? ID is represented with a hash sign in CSS. In CSS scripting, ID is represented with a hash sign. Now the syntax would be write your tag name, hash, and the value of that ID. No single quotes, no double quotes. This is becoming your path now. Where to write? Let us take a website now. Okay, I'm taking a simple element. I know you can find it directly with ID, but we'll create a CSS. So this is an ID with its value. What is the tag name? Input. Now when I'm opening a crow path also is showing you CSS option. You can choose this. So it is giving you ID and its value. Before that, let me write the tag name input. I'm looking for an element whose tag is input and which has a property called ID, and this is the value. Let us verify, enter. It shows one element, it's here. So this is a path for this CSS approach. I just copied this path. Okay. Now, how will you find the element with this? For this, let us launch the website. Creating a new class. CSS demo. Now we want to interact with the email, so I can call driver.find the web element. By dot. Now our locator which we are finding is CSS selector. Whatever the selector path you should give in a string form. The path is here we have tracked. Give as a string. This is your web element right now. So as usual, you assign that to a web element. And to this web element, it's all again the same. You're passing the input, send keys, whatever the data. So this is how you use a CSS selector to find the element. Okay. So this is how you work with ID. Maybe the locators may change. I mean, the tag will change or the value will change. This hash will remain always same as far as I'm using an ID. So this is with ID. Now suppose class name is there. Maybe if I inspect this image has a class over here, nothing else. I want to find the element CSS path with class. So I copy this path. What is the tag name? Image, img. Class is represented with a dot and then the value. Dot means it is a class. So it is not found. So I should use XPath only, not CSS, because with this CSS path, I'm not getting element find. So actually XPath approach I should create. Got it? So this is not working. Let us try with something else. This still will work or not. Here is the details. It has a name, ID is there. Class is also there. We'll check with this. input dot and the value. No, this is also not working. There you have a text. So I give anchor tag with a class and this value. It is showing you 39 elements on the page. So with this property, with class new A, you have these all elements. So just as an example, I'm showing you how you can use a class. Okay, that's a syntax of a class. Dot is for the class. So hash is for ID and dot representation is for the class. Okay. Next, if any other property, if you have other property means name you have or something else if you have, how to use it. Suppose here when I inspect this search is having a name. Name is field key. So how will you use this? I have no syntax for name directly. If it is a name, I have to write here tag name is input within square bracket directly what is the property, no @ name equals to in single quotes provide the value. So with name I'm finding an element, so one element is identified. So it is not always name. If you have type or if you have something other property role, okay, just I'm telling as an example, then you can use in this place that property and its value. Okay. Now next is what let me take some text. Okay, this text we will pick it. So what it is showing? It is showing an h2 tag, and it is having a text, correct? So tag name is h2. As it is containing a text, as it is containing a text, I can use here square bracket. Which property or let me use this class. H2 has a class. H2 it has a class equals to, normally we give the text in this way, but if I want to say that the class is having so and so value, so I can use a contains is like an asterisk and the value is suppose 8e. So there is a tag called h2 who is having a property class. The value for this class is containing this much. The star indicates contains. Okay. This is with contains. Just like contains keyword. Similarly, you can use starts with and end with. Now, what is this word class is starting with? 8_8 is a starting. So if you want to use _8, find the element with _8, which is a starting. Instead of asterisk, you can use this cat sign that indicates starts with. One element is found. The class text is starting with _8. Similarly, you want to use the end with. Ends with is what? SO. SO is the ending word. So ending word, I can use the $sign. Enter, it's found the element. Okay, so these are the different XPaths we have using CSS. So the syntaxes are given as an example also you have here. Using a class, using any other property. Many properties also you can add, multiple properties instead of single. Then this is a starts with, cap sign is the indication of a starts with, where you can use the property, the starts with the text. Ends with a $, the property is ending with so and so value. As an example, you see here, ID is ending with this text. Substring means start, means contains. Now, to set a relation between, this is a parent, div with ID containing ident. So this is one element. So inside this element, you have one more element, which is a child. So you're finding the child from here, from the parent onwards. So how to set a relation between the parent and the child, immediate child? This arrow greater than sign indicates they are parent and immediate parent and the child. So as in XPath, you use a single slash. Here you use this sign for child and the parent. Now if this div is a subchild, not immediate subchild, then you just put a space. Space indicates a grandchild. You see here, a space is added. Means this div is not an immediate child to this one. Got it? Now as in XPath, you have a syntax of this way to indicate the position of your target element based on indexing or something, right? Also, you have a syntax of last keyword, right? There's no keyword called first over here. You have to just give index 1 that way. But in CSS, you have to use a keyword called nth child. So move to your target element from the HTML, whatever is it, go to your target. From there, colon, nth child, you're giving an index. Means nth child 1 means it will go to the first element. Nth child 2 means second element. So you can give any index position. And also you have one more keyword, first child. If I just use first child, it will also point to the first element instead of index. Same way, if you want to go to the last element, last child, you have a keyword called last child. First child, last child. In between any elements, if you want to use, you can use nth child and give the index in simple brackets, not square bracket. That's it. So this is not finding the siblings. This is just to find the element, not really necessary. Okay. This is the syntax of using CSS selector. Now up till here, we have discussed all the possible ways of XPath creation to find the web elements. So our next topic is to work on the alerts. So what is meant by an alert? Alert is something, a pop-up kind of window opening on your websites, which will not go away as far as you interact or you close it. Means which makes the user mandatory to interact with that pop-up. That is called alert. So if you see the website, I'll show you a website where you can see an alert. Like when you go for any booking sites, and if you don't enter all the details, alert comes. So as I'm going here, ksrtc.in. So on this website where I have to book buses for traveling, as I don't enter any directions where to start, going, place, date, nothing, and search for bus. So this is an alert where you see on the web page where it has a text, please select the start place. So to keeping this alert as it is, I cannot do anything on the website. Nothing, no clicking, nothing will happen. So this is a mandatory alert. You must close it by just clicking on OK. Now I can come and interact with the website. That is called as an alert. Okay. So alerts, even sometimes in the same form, you can see some notifications. What is a notification? Which is an optional alert. Pop-up, optional pop-up. Like see, sometimes when you try to log in, you get a small window popping up saying, do you want to save the password? You really don't interact with it. You just ignore and keep going with your website. So those are called notifications. So you no need to automate the notifications. No need to say yes, no, ignore, nothing. Just if you don't interact, it goes away. So we are not automating the notifications, but we are automating the alerts, means mandatory pop-ups. Okay? So in this mandatory pop-ups, you can see some pop-ups are called web alerts or web alerts and some are called window alerts. Now, the one which you saw right now is a web alert. Means as I click on it, it shows you a window which different GUI, with the different text and clicking OK. Sometimes you may have cancel. Sometimes a text box also might be for us to enter some OTP or something, number or some data. So some more little bit change can be there. So as this is a GUI, it is called as a web alert. Okay. It is called as a web alert. So what is called as window alert? If I take some other website where I have to upload my profile over here on the Naukri. So I just go for register. You can enter your required details. And I say I'm experienced. You see an option of uploading resume or different files. So when I click on this button, a pop-up is going to come. This is a pop-up which is showing you the operating system details, the drive details, everything. This is not a web. It is showing your desktop information. So this is called as a window alert. Now keeping this alert as it is, I am not able to go back to my application. It will not allow unless you cancel or upload some file. Got it? So you have to upload a file, whichever I just select and say open, you will see the file getting uploaded. So window alert and web alert. So the one which interacts with your operating system is called window alert. The one which shows some GUI from which you have to interact is called as a web alert. Is the difference clear, team? So web alert is very easy to work. Now see, this is the alert which you got, OK button, correct? After clicking here, you got OK button. Now how can I click on OK button? Can I inspect it? I'm doing a right click, no inspect. You cannot inspect anything on the alert. Then how do I click on OK? Selenium has given you some set of methods to interact with the components of an alert. One method is there to click on OK, one method to click on cancel, one method to get the text on it. For all that, you have a methods. Okay, so let's work on it. First, we will launch this website. Create a class. We'll write here web alert demo. initial launch code. Change the URL. Now the driver is pointing to this actual website. Now to get the alert, what you have to interact with? This button, search for bus, you have to inspect and click. So you have to inspect. Now see, sometimes some website don't give you that inspect option, right click only. So nothing to worry, you can manually open the developer tool. So directly outside also you are not able to inspect. So you just use F12 and get the developer tool open. Once you got a developer tool, to inspect any element, you have a indicator here, one arrow you can see, that's a pointer. Click on the pointer and go and hit your target element. As you hit your target element, the details of targets are displayed here. It's a div tag. Div tag having an ID, having some class also, even text is there. So I'll go with this ID. Find the element with ID. Find that single element. By dot. That ID and whatever the value you have. And this element is to click. I just call the click. So with these 3 lines, if we execute, you will get an alert, right? So it will click on the button. Manually, if I do, it will click on the button. I see the alert, right? Now on the alert, if I want to click on OK button. So how to do? Your driver is pointing to the main website and your driver should come to the alert and then find this OK button. So you have certain methods for it. These are the 4 methods to interact with the alerts, web alerts. Accept method is there to click on OK button. If I call this method, it will find the OK button and click. Dismiss method to click on cancel. If you have any text on the alert, if you want that text, get text method. And if there is a text box on the alert, if you want to interact with the text box, send keys method. These are the 4 methods. But to use these methods, your driver should come to the alert. So I have to use driver dot switch to alert method. Then the driver comes to the alert. After that, you can call in this place these methods. Got it? So let's do that. Driver dot. You find a switch method. Switch to the target. Who is the target? Dot alert. When you call this method, it gives you the reference of alert class. In that alert class, if you want to click on OK from the class alert, accept method, dismiss method, get text, and here send keys. 4 methods you have. So accept. So this will click as if to click on OK button. So let's take some time between the alert appearance and clicking on OK. So I'm calling a Java approach thread.sleep just for 1 second. Wait and then click on OK button. Handle that exception with throws. Okay. Now OK button. Now before clicking on OK, if you want the text, also you can get it. The driver switch to the alert and get the text. So here, driver dot switch to method, switch to the alert, and from there get the text, which is a string output. And this text, if you want, you can print it out. This is the actual text coming from your alert website. you should find the website should open. I'll close it and run again. So it has clicked on the button and it was just waited for a second, and then as we clicked on OK button, it disappeared. And this is a text from the alert. Okay. Now, see, all the time, you may not have OK. Sometimes cancel also might be there. One text box also might be there. Or before clicking on OK, I want to ensure the text is so and so. Means I can put a validation point on this text. So yes, this is the expected text. So I copy this text and I can put a validation point here. Before clicking on OK, ensure the text. So using if-else statement, you can add a validation. If the text on the actual alert, which is in the form of variable txt, if it is matching with our expected text, this one, if yes, then only click OK. Okay. Else, if the text is not correct, you can do click on cancel if cancel is there. So if cancel is there, switch to the alert and then call the dismiss method. So dismiss method is for clicking on cancel. As in this case, I don't have cancel button. So even though you call dismiss, it will go and click on the the OK button only. Okay. Suppose if you have a text box, so what you can do, go to the alert and use send keys. So if text box is there, whatever the data you enter will get entered into the text box. So if I run right now, as the text is matching with this, it will click on accept and stop. Got it? This is the execution of alert handling on a web alert handling. These are the methods. So the interview question would be, what are the web alert methods? The 4 methods are get text, accept, dismiss, and send keys, which you can call after switching the driver to the alert. Clear? Now talking about the window alert. Now window alert is something where you need a website where it can trigger the operating system level alerts. So create a new class, window alert demo. So I need to go to this link because directly I cannot go to a screen where I can upload the profile. So this is the base path. And from here, you have to do manually as you perform on the website. Clicking on register, so inspect it. So it has title, href, ID, perfect values are there. So I'm using this ID and clicking on it. And as it is like a link, a button, I'm clicking on it. As I click on it, let's do manually. It'll change the navigate to the next screen where you can enter the first name, okay, and all those. I'm just directly going to the option of experience. I need to click on this option, then I'll find a provision to enter the upload the profile. So I click on it, so inspect it first. So it is showing us a tag called H2. H2 is having a text I'm experienced. So something called paragraph is also there with some other text. Both are put in one div. So anything you can, so as it has no ID, nothing. So I'll find the element with XPath. So let's create a path. Now see guys, always the client, when you're working on some project, client will not allow sometimes to use these plugins of crow path and all those. If this plugin is not there, how will you write the path? As you know the syntax now of writing the XPath, you yourself can write the path by just opening the HTML code and use a keyword called Control F. As you press Control F, you see a small window search GUI has come where my mouse is right now. Search. Bottom right corner, you see find by string selector XPath. This is the place where you can write the XPath following the syntax. Means this is a way from HTML code directly from the developer tool you can find the path. Now as I know the syntax of writing the XPath, /, the tag name was H2, then the text is text equals to single quotes and quotes. And you see on the right end of it 0 of 0. Okay, 0 of 0 means with this path there is no element found on this page. The reason is, you see here single quotes is starting and ending immediately, because as per this I am, there's exclamatory this I am, there's a single quotes on top. So, and my text I'm putting itself in a single quotes. So in such kind of scenario, instead of using single quotes, you can also use double quotes. So double quotes, put your text and then terminate with double quotes. So it is showing this in a yellow color, the target element. And here you see 1 of 1. Means this is the single element, unique element found on this page. So we need to get 1 of 1. Understood? So this is the path right now. I copy this path from here and use in finding the element. Driver dot find the element by dot XPath and the path. So this is a image or element which I have to click. So immediately I can call the click method. So what will happen with this? I click on it. Then I see this button upload profile. So inspect it. Button, class is there, type is there, text is there. Button with the text. So I'll copy this text from here. I'll use now again the same HTML writing path developer in the developer tool only. Tag is button and button having a text either single or double quotes. Fine, 1 of 1 button is found here. That's here. Right? So this path you copy, find the element, and button has to be clicked. So as you click on it, you will get the alert. So let us just execute this much. So you see that everything is working fine. If anywhere lagging, leading is there, you can use for time being thread.sleep. Later we can use Selenium waits. So yeah, now you see it clicked on I'm experienced button is visible. And as it clicked on the button, you got this alert. Okay, now you have to choose from where is your file. Maybe my file might be on C drive, D drive, anywhere. You have to go there, Okay, as if something coming from the desktop, go to that location, see this path, and then choose the file. See, manually if I'm doing, I went to the desktop, and here, as Word files are accepted here, you can choose any file or PDF files. So there's some file. As I click on it, that file name appears over here, and then I go for open, and the file gets uploaded. So these all actions of choosing the file path, selecting it, means as I click, the file name comes here, and clicking on open, everything should be automated now. How to do that? As I cannot inspect these options I cannot inspect. Then how to work with them? You have to use either JavaScript you have to write, or directly using Java classes and methods you can do. So in Java, there is a class called robot class, and it has couple of methods which can interact with the desktop elements. Okay, we'll do that. So to interact, to use a Java class object, you have to first of all create the object for the class. So robot is a class. I'm creating an object for it, and the constructor. So import the class over here. So Java robot class coming from Java AWT package. So nothing to install because Java already exists on our machine. And this all are predefined now. Java AWT package has come. And there can be a exception, AWT exception, which I'm just asking the JVM to handle using throws. So once you have this object, in this object, you have these all methods. From the robot, delay, it's like wait, thread.sleep only. In robot, you have a delay method. You can pass the time, how much you want to wait. Auto delay is there. And key press, key release. Means suppose if I want to copy something and paste something, file name I have to copy. So copying is what? Control C. Correct? From keyboard I'm using that key. I'm pressing the key Control and C for copying. Pasting is like Control V. So if you want to use that pressing operation from keyboard, you can use this method key pressing, where the key should be an int form. Key release means once I press the key, I leave the key afterwards. So for saying, instructing that release the key, I have a method called key release. You can also handle the mouse movement. Move the mouse to a so-and-so coordinate, release the mouse, press the mouse. This way also you can do. So these are some methods to interact from operating system level, means to handle some keys from your keyboard, and with mouse, you can use this robot class. So I'm going to use this keyboard actions, like copying the file, pasting it in that location, because see which file I'm going to copy, which is on the desktop right now, sample. So I need to copy this path first. So I'm taking the properties. This is the path of the file name with extension. This you copy and keep it in one class. So for that, I'm creating a class called string selection. String selection, new of string selection. And in the string selection, give the file path. The file name with extension. Now this is the file which I have to upload now. So what does this string selection do? String selection will keep in memory, will just know the path where is the file. So this is coming again from Java AWT package. You have imported now. So this is just an object pointing to the location of the file. Now this file, what should happen is manually, if I'm doing, as I click here, whatever the file I have to upload should come into this place, into this file name place, correct? How it will come? It should be stored in somewhere in the memory, then only I can bring it. So to save that file into the system's memory, into my computer's memory, I need to call a class called toolkit. This object of string selection is only pointing to the path of the file. Now to store this path location in a system's memory, call the class called toolkit. Toolkit dot get the default toolkit of my machine, then set the content, get the system clipboard, means system's memory, in that set the content, means store this reference. Now what is this? It is taking two inputs. The set content will take two inputs. What content you want to store and who is the owner of that. Owner is no one, so I keep it to null. And what content I want to set is whatever is pointed by S object, you are setting it. So this line, what it will do is whichever file you want to upload, that is stored in the system's memory. Once it is in the system's memory, that reference has to be pasted here. That path has to be pasted into this text box. How to paste? I have to use a keyboard called from my keyboard instructions, Control V, everything. Okay. So, and then click on open button. So what I'll do is, now I'll use this robot class object. So you have a method called key press. Now which key I have to press? The file which is there has to be pasted, right? It has to be pasted into this required field. So as you have to paste it, so you will use a keyboard called Control V. So for pasting, we use Control V. For copying, cut, copy, paste, whatever the shortcuts you have, you can apply over here. Okay. So now, so as we want to paste it, I'll use Control V. Now in this keys, earlier we have also used class called keys class. And in this keys class, see the output is what? Output is giving as a keys form. After colon, you see that is giving a keys. But here, key press method needs the input in the form of integer. Key press method need the result input in the form of integer. So keys class will not give you integer. It's giving you keys output only. So therefore, as you need an integer input, so there is another class called key event dot. You see all these keys are giving you int numbers. The keys are given as an int reference. Now what is that instruction? Control V. So look for control. Here is a control which is giving an int. Then for pasting, Control V. So this is one instruction. And second one, V character I have to give. So as I know the key, you can search, as you can put a dot and search for V also. I'm just typing it, V. So this is another function. So this together will happen Control V. So Control V is as if like that path is pasted. Means once I click manually, the file which I'm uploading is this. As I click, as the file comes here. So Control V does in this way. It comes. After that, open button is already active on this website. If you see, open button is already active. If open button is not active, it is like if it is looks like cancel disabled, then from here you have to switch to open. How will you switch? A tab. First tab I pressed, it came here. Second tab is coming to open. You have to see first manually, then decide. So as right now I don't need tab, open button is already active. I have to click on open button, means enter key I can give. Okay. So if I want to give an enter key, okay, these keys are pressed. You should release these keys also. Key dot key release. Which key to release? V key has to be released, and then control key also has to be released. Otherwise, sometimes if you don't release, the keys will be kept pressed and goes forward with the whole execution. Then after that, I have to give an enter key. As I know the method, I'm typing it. Enter key. As you press the enter key, you have to release the enter key. Key release, enter key. Now, if you need a tab operation also to be applied, vk dot a tab. So how many tabs you need, those many times this method need to be called. So right now I don't need tab, so I'm just commenting it. Okay, so this is the execution. Now let's execute. So in interview question, they ask especially how do you automate a uploading file. So this because whenever you do uploading file, you have to use some different new methods here. That's the reason. Only for uploading this approach is there. Now you see file got uploaded. You see sample.docs file is already there. If you want to see little slow execution, you can put here delay. Control V. After pasting it, if you want to see the slow execution, you can add delay method 1 second time. Okay, so before clicking on enter key also, I can put a delay. So that slow execution you can see. So these two lines are different and which you see in only interacting with the operating system and upload when you're uploading the file. You string selection class to know the path of the file, and that path need to be kept in the system's memory. So toolkit class and these default toolkit set content method we use. And after that, from that memory, as you want to paste that file into your GUI, Control V, and to clicking on enter and all this remaining. Okay, that's clear. So this is how to interact handling the alerts window as well as web. Send key CSS, all this we completed. So module 4 and 5 we have done. Yeah. Then comes, I'm switching to the module 7, because in the module 7 that uploading file details are displayed. So I'm using this Java robot class. So these are different ways to automate the desktop components. Robot class we already discussed. Auto IT is anything is you have to write the separate code using auto IT, downloading and adding to the project and write it. And Selenium is just like Selenium used for testing the websites. Selenium is another flavor to test the applications on the desktop applications. For that, again, you have to install Selenium and do all those. So this is all extra things you have to do to work. But robot class is a safe and, as Java is already existing, you can easily implement it. So whatever is shown over here is using the robot class coming from Java AWT package, where you create an object and use different methods, key press, mouse related, mouse handling, everything. So whichever path you want to choose, you should have a that object in the form of string selection, keep it in the memory, and then perform your operations. So under this module 7, you have the next concept is working with some tables. Any content which you can see in a tabular form, you can see here, this is looking like a tabular. No need, you should have a border or something. They're properly organized. That's a table. When you inspect these elements in the HTML code, you may find this way. A tag called table, ending, and ending over here, and body, table body. Inside that table body, you have tr. Tr means each row horizontally. In that row, you have different columns vertically and the data under it. So this way a table looks like. So you can find the tables can track any details. Now here it is tracking the course details. A table can keep the calendar, means dates also in it. Then the table can have a sales report, product report, anything. So automating a table, as the table can contain dates also. So automating a calendar, as you pick a date, you can call it as a date picker also. It is one and the same. Getting? So automating a table or web table or calendar or date picker, the process is the same. Okay, process is the same. So take any website where you can see some calendars. Okay, that KSRTC only, where before searching the bus, you can choose the date. Choose the date for departure. Okay, so as I clicked on it, as you click here anywhere, it will show you the date, November and December. It's a 1 month booking site. The active dates are here from today to next month 16th. Okay, you can book your tickets any date. So as I click any date, the date gets selected. So departure will come only if you enter the destination, going and the coming place, then the departure also will get highlighted. But now only, arrival return date will come, but now only departure is active. Okay, so let's automate this. So you need a launch. Now on this, I have to find this element. So you know that you cannot find the element in this site. So I'm just opening a developer tool. Use the pointer and clicking on it. It is showing as a label with the text date of departure, right? So I copy this text and I will write the XPath on our own. So Control F I'm doing. So we are learning both the ways, using a plugin CrowPath and also directly writing on our own. So tag name is what? Label. / label. Label is having the text equals to and the text 0. So I just remove these blanks. So when I'm copying the inspected text, so it is not finding the element. So we'll use a contains. We'll use contains text approach. Contains text comma and here terminating with simple bracket. No, why? Date of departure. This date of departure, you're not getting this date of departure. We can write from here, input top box. There's something called bottom box, top box, and both are inside this left input left box. Okay, we'll start from here. So I'm using this class and this value. So it is a div. Div is having @class. And under this div, you have a label. Still, you're not getting the path. I just copied this path. Let me try with. You can work with this image also, not a problem. What it is showing, it is an image with the ID, date of departure. Okay, let's come here. Okay, image is identified. Maybe I'll pick this image to click and I can see a calendar. Once you click, you'll get a calendar this way. Now on this calendar, maybe you want to click on 16th. 16th is your target. So you need to inspect this. So click on this 16th. So you're getting here some path, table body, row 3, third row, okay, so column 7th, anchor tag. Now here in the HTML also, this is the anchor tag which it is showing. Okay, for 16. See, 16th the next month is also there. But how it is uniquely pointing to the first one, because on the next December side, 16 is in the column number 2. This is 1, this is 2. Right now you're getting 7th column. TD7 means it's here. If you have TD2, if I write here TD2, it is pointing to the next month. So this position matters. Okay. Now this anchor tag, let me modify to keep it to 7. And if you see, this is an anchor tag, a link present in a TD. There are a lot of columns in that row, but 10 to 15, these all columns are disabled, completed date. So one is active. So how will you know which is active, which is disabled? If you won't open the HTML code, okay, if you open the HTML code, here you can see a span is there. Span is under 15. This TD is for the 15th date. Span is there. If I open the 16th date, TD, anchor tag is there. Means as per this website, once the date gets completed, this anchor tag becomes span. Tomorrow, if you inspect 16, if I inspect 16, it will be a span, not an anchor tag, because that's a past date. So this website is behaving in that way. So as you're looking in the path of an anchor tag, so from this column, if anchor tag is there, it will give you the element, one element. So if I look for span, suppose from this column 7, span, here it is pointing. In this position, row 3, column 7, I want a span. So this past date in this row 3, 7th position, you don't want anchor tag, you want span, means something this past date it is pointing. Understanding? So I want anchor tag, so it's pointing to this November month. So all these columns are inside a row. This TR is pointing to a row. There are a couple of rows in a table. All the rows are inside a table body. Even table head is there. Table head shows you that Sunday to Saturday complete pattern. Okay, with a row and all the TH, table heading. All this table head and body is inside a table. Table can also have its own property. Got it? So now your path is directly going to a table, table body, tr, index, column, and an anchor tag. Right? If I want to click on this November month 16, take this XPath, driver.find it. If there are many tables on your website, you have to write the path properly, starting from table based on its unique properties, then go for the table body and find the element. So you see here 16th date November is already selected. So as there is only one table, even though you write this way, the path it is working. Now you may get a question, how will I know how many tables are there on this website? Just use a tag name table, enter. So it is showing you two elements. So two tables are there. Two tables are here. If you want to check them, these are the two tables. UI, quick, if I expand it, table head and body. This is the next table. Table XPath Axes, XPath 2 and XPath 1. So XPath 1 is here. This XPath 1 is this one. Okay. And the XPath 2 is this one. Return element, if you check. When I collapse this, that will get activated once you enter the other details, the locations and everything. That time you will find in your HTML code. Okay, understood, team? Now this is not enough. Choosing only one date is not enough. Now you, as a tester, you have to see that whether I can click on 16, 17, 18, whether all these dates are clickable. So it's not possible, as 30 dates are there. I cannot write these many 30 XPaths and say keep clicking, clicking, clicking. No, that's not right. Choosing one date, this is okay. But if you want to select all dates are in a working, then what logic you have to do? Just like radio button drop down, you have to do. Pick all these dates, active dates, 30 elements you get, and then use a looping concept on it, where you find after 16, 17, 18, 19, this way up till next month 16, the dates gets clicked. Then you can ensure that your calendar is working. Okay. So in the date picking, we took a website to work with this KSRTC site. So on this site, if you go for this departure, as you click, yes, you are able to select one particular date by just inspecting that element and clicking on it, right? So, but you can inspect any of this element and just click. So that particular dates get clicked. That already we have written the code. But to test that calendar on that website, I cannot write maybe 30 times for selecting 30 different dates. So we need to see the alternative where you can see, you can check that all dates are selectable. So what we thought, that grab all the dates, whatever you see, the active dates. So find an XPath where you can pick all these dates. And then use a for loop to see whether each date you can move and click on it. right? That was the basic plan we had discussed yesterday. So for that, I need the path where I can find all those web elements. So you need a developer tool. So I can open this control function F12 and now inspect the element. So just get the calendar and inspect one particular element. So within the path, you can find that in a row 2 column 1 anchor tag. So anchor tag is for the active dates, right? If I remove that anchor tag and also column index, so you see in that particular row, it is pointing to all the columns. If I remove the index, it is going to all the columns. The same way, if I remove the row index as well, it's going to every row, every column present on that GUI. But we don't want these disabled dates. We want only active dates. And active dates, if you open the TD, you will have an anchor tag. So if I put an anchor tag A, you're getting 31 elements, which are only the active elements. Therefore, if I take this path and find multiple elements, I'll get these 31 elements. Got it? So taking this path, driver.find the multiple elements. And there you by dot XPath. And this is your path. So this find elements is going to give you a list of web elements. Give an object for it. Import the required classes. Okay, so that is where you found all the elements with you. Now, as you did with the drop down radio button, the same way you can work over here. So if you check the day module, we already worked on the drop down. So in that day, when you got, okay, drop down is for select tag, radio button we'll see. So in the radio button, when you got all the radio buttons, now you can have the size, the count, the for loop, it's all again the same process, right? Now you can apply the for each loop as well and run the looping. So for that, I'll take this looping, or you can just run this for loop. Now within the for loop, you're starting with 0th element, that's first date to the last date. So last date, you can get it with the count, the object dot, the size method, which is going to give you the total elements. So starting with 0 and reaching to that size, 31. So in between what you're doing, you're going to it every and get text. Get text is something where whatever you see 17, 18, that's a text on that link. So it will extract that text and you can print it out. After printing, you're clicking on that target element and you're just giving a time delay of maybe 500 milliseconds we can add and handle that exception. Okay, so this is your for loop. Now we will just execute this block of code. You can observe the output. So it's taking time to launch. Okay, so the application is launched. So you see that the first date 17 is selected. Okay, once you click on it, 17 is available. It got clicked on it. And soon after that, we were expecting 18 to go ahead, right? It did not happen. And here in the output, you can see there is an exception in the main method. because we did not handle any exception handler. It's showing exception in the main method. What is the problem? Stale element reference exception. This is again a predefined class of exception in Selenium. So stale element is not found in the current frame. Means what? What exactly is it? So do you see 18 on this GUI right now? No, it's gone. Because as soon as the date was clicked, this calendar disappeared. When the calendar disappears, it really lost every element history from its memory. So it's like something stale. Stale means it's past. Okay, so as it don't see 18 here on the GUI, it cannot loop to the next element. So that is called stale element exception. Now, how to overcome this problem? You have to remind 18, 19, so on up till 31 every time as the loop goes on. Because as you click, the calendar is disappearing. So to bring the calendar back, what he has to do, he has to come here, again click on this, calendar is back, then find all these dates once again and go to 18, get the text, print it, and then click, as click calendar disappeared. Then repeat, come here, click, again bring all the elements, gather them, find them all, again go to 19. So within the loop, as many dates you have to select, you have to check, you have to test, those many times you have to bring the calendar to avoid this tail element. Got it? So where will I do that? Clicking and gathering the elements inside your loop you have to do, inside your for loop. So before getting the text, what I will do is so first time you have already got, you have clicked on the date, you got the calendar, then you found all the elements on it, correct? And after that, you got the text, that is 17 is printed already here on the console. And then after printing, you clicked on 17, you waited, and you were expecting 18 to be found, but 18 is no more on the screen. No more on the screen. Then what I have to do? I have to click on calendar again, bring all the elements. So what I'll do is, after this pause, I'll do the clicking on calendar. So this XPath and click, we will repeat again in the for loop. So because of this line, your calendar gets clicked and calendar is visible. After that, get all the elements. So these all elements, before starting the loop, I'll get it again here. I'll tell you the reason why 2 times here also I've written, here also I've written. This I'll keep at as LST. And to get the size, I'll use this LST. So outside why I'm finding all the list of elements is to know where to stop the for loop. Only for this reason, I need the total count of web elements. So to go to every web element, this inner list will work. Okay, inner list will work. So gather the elements and just do looping. Now we will see the execution. So in interviews, sometimes they ask what are the common errors you find. When locator is not correct, no such element exception, correct, array out of bound. This today we saw that is tail element exception again. These are some exception names you should remember, which would be helpful for you to see. Now every time calendar is clicking and going ahead to see the every date and clicking up till the last. So next month 17th, up till 17th it will go. So with this we can make sure now, yes, every element is clickable. It means the calendar is tested. So up till 17. And that's it. Your loop stopped. Now already you have tested that calendar is working. Now my next requirement is, from this list, can I go randomly and click on 30? Is it possible or not? You want to check. From this group, I want to click on 30th. We don't know where is 30th placed. Maybe in the between, anywhere, or maybe the start or the end. Wherever 30 is there, go click on 30. As you found your matching web element, don't continue the loop. As you found 30, you will not move ahead. But in the loop, I keep searching, is this position for 30? 30, 30 in this way. If not, don't click. As soon as you find 30, click and don't continue the loop. Means within the for loop, you need to add some validation using if else, right? So if you want to do that kind of looping, so start your loop. You got the list. You're getting the text also, printing the text. Don't click directly. You validate over here using if else. So if, what is that? The text, whatever each element you're getting, okay? The text means the 17. Is this 30? You have to check. So first, whatever the text is here, you verified. Text, if it is matching with 30, my expected. If yes, then click on that element. After clicking, don't continue the loop. So break. Else, if it is not found, if it is not 30, then keep working on the element. Now here, this kind of looping, this clicking is not required because you don't want calendar multiple times to open. As soon as you start execution, this calendar is available. You are just waiting for 30 place. If you find 30, you click. That's it. You don't need calendar again. So that's the reason this line I have removed it. Okay. So now as we execute, so you see 30 is selected, but on the console it is printing all the dates up till 30. As we have written here outside the if condition to print the text of every date available on the calendar. So it is printing. If you don't add over here, just before clicking, if I say print, only 30 gets printed. Okay. So this is all about calendar or picking date picker or automating the web table. Okay.
Just a quick info of our Selenium certification training course. With this course, you'll master Selenium RC, implement Selenium IDE functions and commands, along with gaining knowledge of JUnit, Eclipse, Maven, and so much more. All taught by our top industry experts from leading companies. Thousands of professionals have already upskilled successfully through this program. You can view their testimonials on our Achievers channel, linked in the description down below. This course can undoubtedly propel your career to new heights. Visit the course page linked below and take the first step towards advancing your career in software testing.
Now TestNG won't be available. This is a set of jar files. We call it as a TestNG framework. This TestNG jars won't be available by default on your Eclipse. You need to add it. You have to install it to your Eclipse. Now, first of all, you can check does your Eclipse have TestNG or not? How to do that? You can check, go to your Eclipse, go to the Windows menu of your Eclipse, and from there, Preferences. So under this options, you can see everything. Even TestNG is there on my machine because I have added it. So if on your system, in your case, if TestNG is not there, you will not see in this list TestNG, okay, which is on the left side. If TestNG is not there, then you have to install it. So how to install? You can go to the Windows option, help, and go for this Eclipse Marketplace. From the marketplace, you need to search for TestNG and install it. This is a one-time activity you have to do for your Eclipse. We're just getting all the options from Eclipse. Now here you search for TestNG. In this you type TestNG and you click on the go button, which is quite right side. It will show TestNG for Eclipse. If it is already installed, you see installed. Otherwise, just install. Click on it. It will take you through some windows and just accept all the options, all the agreements and say next, next, next. If it shows you some trustworthy sites, everything, say yes to everything and install it. At the end, it will give you an option of do you want to restart the Eclipse? Say yes. So your open Eclipse will close and reopen again with TestNG on it. Okay, that's the installation process. Once Eclipse reopens, you can cross-verify by going to the Windows Preferences. You will find TestNG in the list. That completes the configuration. Clear? Now, once TestNG is done, I can write a TestNG class. Up till now, we were writing Java class, means with main method for execution. But henceforth, when I write a TestNG class, you don't need public static void main. And without main method, I can run my class also with TestNG. So to create a TestNG class, you go to the new and there is a, don't go for class, go for others. From here, you choose TestNG and down TestNG class next. This is the window where you have to give the details of TestNG. This is the project, package, and this is the TestNG class name you have to provide. Okay, this is one way. Other way is you right click, immediately down on top of properties, you find TestNG. Go and select TestNG class. It leads to the same window. Clear? Now on this, you can give some class name. I say, okay, demo is the class name. And these annotations means the keywords of TestNG. So we'll not use this right now. Later we'll add it. Nothing, no XML file also right now. I'll just say class created. So the class demo is created TestNG class, but extension will be .java only because we are working on a Java platform. Okay. And the template is here. Class name. Within that class, you don't have any main method, but just same like Java method, you can see a method name called f, and on top of it, a keyword is there at test. This belongs to TestNG. This is one of the annotation. Annotation is a keyword from TestNG. Wherever you see this annotation, you should remember this method is one test case. On top of a method, if you find this keyword annotation, you should understand this F is one test case. Means, now by default in this class, you have one test case. Now there is an error to this annotation. What is this? It says that the import on top is also having an error. It's giving you a suggestion, add JUnit 4 or JUnit 5 or TestNG. TestNG is the latest libraries. Before TestNG, there was JUnit 5, before that JUnit 4 was there. So I don't want to use the older versions. So I'll import TestNG library. Once we import the TestNG library, or your error should be fixed. It got fixed. Means TestNG from Eclipse is added to your project. You can see here under the pack reference libraries, you can see a folder came as TestNG. You can add it this way, or you can go to the project, right click, properties, Java build path, and to this class path, you need TestNG to be added by going to the add library, because Eclipse TestNG is in Eclipse, so you should go for add library. From here, choose TestNG, say next, finish. So you'll find TestNG in the list. Apply and close it. That way also, you'll find TestNG in your project added. So this way, as you change the projects, you should make sure TestNG is there on that project. Clear, team? So right now I have one TestNG class with one test case. This F is the test case name. Got it? So whatever you want to write inside the test case, you can write it. test case executed. So F is the name, you can change the name also, TC1. So now to run this class, run as, now it is no more main method is there. So it is not Java option now. It is a TestNG class. So you see an option TestNG test. Save and launch. It executes the program. So it executed. I'll just drag it here. Okay, so it executed. You can see the console output. Whatever you wrote is here. And you start getting the report of this test case. Test case 1 passed. Up till now in Java program, we never got such thing. Now you're starting to see the outputs. Passed, failed, everything. So as this test case executed, it's saying it is passed. And then you have something called default test, default suite, everything. I'll explain about that. And this is a XML format of your executed class, the complete, the test case name. This is the time to consume to execute it. It is present in a demo program with which is in the November 23 package. On top of it, you have something called default test, default suite. Okay. So this is just a class I have created. Now let's understand what is this TestNG used for, who is this JUnit and everything. So TestNG framework. TestNG is nothing but a testing framework, which helps us to write the test cases, starting from unit testing, module testing, system integration for everything. Now you know that unit testing is done by developers. So even developers do use this TestNG for testing their programs and doing the unit testing. Now as a tester, we will use this TestNG for testing my entire project. Because in the project, you may be having a lot of requirements, log in, log out, search. For every requirement, each individual test case you will write. Got it? So before TestNG, there was a framework. It is an open source. Open source means a good developer can change its coding also. So there's no any meaning for NG. NG means next generation, means a new form. Means before TestNG, there was something else that is called JUnit for Java platform and NUnit for was .NET platform. Inside this JUnit also you can write test cases, but the annotations, the keywords were less in it. And they modified this JUnit, okay, and made it into TestNG. So in short, you can say TestNG is an advanced form of JUnit. So still there are some projects who are still using JUnit, but the new projects, they do use TestNG. So TestNG is more powerful than the JUnit. This is a framework, built-in framework. So as I have added the jars to my project, I'm allowed to use all the features of TestNG now. Okay. Now what are the features of TestNG? It can help me to write the test cases. As I wrote here one test case, you saw that? This is my test case. Then you can not only single test case, you can write plenty of test cases. As you can write many test cases, you have a provision of grouping them also under different labels. If many test cases are there, you can decide which test case to run first, next. You can put priorities as well. If needed, you can pass some data to your test case from outside using parameterization as well. Or you can run your test cases parallelly. Otherwise, by default, it runs the test cases linearly, one after another. But if needed, we can choose parallel execution as well. And after the execution, you will see the reports, which is a HTML form of an reports. We need reports, right? Because when we used to run the Java programs, we see only the system out statements on the console, nothing else. But to submit to our higher office management, we need reports. So to get the reports, TestNG is used. This is one form of the reports. So this gives HTML reports. You can also run your TestNG class from an XML file as well. To trigger the class, you can use file, XML file. So these are some of the features of TestNG. And I can run this TestNG class without public static void main, right? And the steps of installation, you don't need to go with these steps as I did, you just follow that. Now, what is this assertion? What is this assertion? Assertion is nothing but validation. You can do validation in TestNG class using a class called assert. Now you'll say in Java also we used to do assertion, but not with class assert. Using if else you used to do, correct? Yes. Here also you can apply if else, but that will not fulfill our need completely. So I should use assert class. Let us see that. Both the differences we'll see. So what I'll do is, already one test case is here, right? Test case 1 is here. Let us take some strings. String S1 with the word Java. Second string S2 with the small case Java. You know these two words are not the same right now. If I want to validate that, I'll use if else statement of Java. What is that? Compare S1 and S2 data. So I say S1, check whether it is matching with S2. If they both are same, you can print it out on the console as valid. If not, else invalid. Okay, this is the execution. Now, as we run the program, observe the result. The program starts run. It's printing valid. Sorry, invalid. Because both the strings are not the same, it comes here. Means program executed. As program completed the execution, it's giving you status test case is passed. But internal logic, if you see, that is wrong. Something is going wrong, invalid. Then how can you say this functionality is correct? That means whatever is the validation with if else happening is not making any status change on the test case. There's no impact on the test case status. It is always passed. Whatever, whether the inside code is true or false, always the test case status is passed. So that's the reason we don't use if else in test case writing in TestNG whenever we do validation. So instead of if else, in TestNG itself, there is a class called assert. So I'll do one thing. I'll take one more test case. Test case name should be unique. 2. Instead of if else, I'll use the class assert, A capital. Assert class has lot of predefined static methods. These all are the different ways of doing assertion on different inputs. Assert equality means checking both the things are same. First, you have to give actual value. If actual value comes from the application under test. And second, you have to give what you are expecting as a client expectation. First is the actual output from the build, and second is the expectations of the client. If both are same, internal values, if they are same, and also I'm expecting outside also same, then your test case will pass. Otherwise, fail. So you have assert equals for different here Boolean array, byte array, character. Anything you can take and pass your values. Same way, you have assert not equal, assert not equal, assert false also is there. Means whatever the condition you give here, here you expect false. And if you give false only, it will work. It will pass. Otherwise, it will fail. If needed, you can give comments also. With the condition, you can give comments. Even with this equality, you can give a comment. Comments will be displayed whenever your test case fails. Let us see one by one. So what we'll do is, we'll take any equality. See, make sure they come from TestNG, not from JUnit. Actual and then expected. What is actual? Let's take S1 as actual value from the bill and S2 value as expected. Now it will compare both. If they are same, then your test case will pass. If they are different, your test case will fail. Now see the result. So out of the 2 runs, 2 test cases, 1 passed, 1 failed. The reason of failure, you can find it here. Test case 2 failed. Why? Assertion error. Expected was small Java, but actually found internally is capital Java. So these two S1 and S2 are not same. So as soon as that fails, TC is failed. This is what we want. Okay, so if you don't understand what is actual, what is expected here, you can give a comment also, third parameter. I can give here, please check the inputs. A customized message you can give in a string form. This message will be displayed only if the validation fails, otherwise not. Now one test case is failed. Now you see the message which you typed, it's here. Please check your input values, then expected and actual will be printed out. So this message, whatever you give as a comment, will be only if assertion fails. If the 2 values are same, it will not come into picture. Your test case will pass. Okay. Now I'll comment this and I'll add a different assertions just to study the other methods. Assert dot, now equals we understand. Assert false, a condition or condition with comments. What is condition means? Anything which gives you Boolean answer, true or false. So I want to check whether 10 is equal to 10. That is true. Value 10 is equal to 10. So comparison operator. This condition is true. But outside I'm looking for false. But inside if you give true, this will fail. And if failing, I want to give some comment. Please check the condition. Next line, if you have any statements that won't run if your assertion fails. I said done. Test case failed. You see a comment there. Please check the condition. Expected was false internally. It wants false condition inside, but it found true internally. So this assertion failed. After that, it will not run anything beyond that. It will stop the execution and fail the test case. So done is never anywhere in the output, right? If you want to fail this condition, pass this condition, as it wants false, you should give false condition. So I can say 10 is equal to 1. That is wrong. False you will get. Outside also I want false. Now this will work. So you see both the test cases passed. And you see done also is printed out. Right? Now similarly, you have assert true also. Assert false as you have. You can provide assert true, assert equals, not equals. When you're looking for not equals, provide the two inputs which are not equal to pass. Okay? Then assert null. Whatever the input you give, it is expecting it to be null. If it is not null, it will fail the test case. Okay? Then you have something assert true. Where is assert true? Here. Assert true with a condition, condition with comment. So whatever condition you give, you should give true. True means it should work. 10 is equal to 10. That is true. If you give internally false, your test case will fail. Understanding, team? So always in TestNG, you should use assert class for doing the validation, not if else. You see here, the prime assert methods what I use, equality. Two inputs, any inputs, whatever you want to compare, you can compare. With comments, without comments. Okay, assert true. Condition, condition with comment. Assert false. This is what comes all under assertion. Okay. Now we'll do a small example. Instead of taking just simple variables, let's launch a website. Taking a new TestNG class. This test case is about the Facebook. Now these are other annotations. With time we will learn it. So I'm going to launch the website and doing a login. So my test case name is login. Login test case. So how to do a login? First of all, you need a launching. So I write whatever we learned in Selenium, we are just putting it down. Once the application is launched, find username, password, everything. But before doing that, let us validate whether this opened page is correct to Facebook or not. How? Maybe on title I can put a validation, or URL, you decide. So if I want expected title, let me just inspect it. And within the HTML code, in the header tag, I see the title. And this is the title. Correct? I copied this. I want to keep it as expected. So actual title I'll get from with this driver. You know that method, driver with method get title will give you actual title. So this I can use for validation now. Assert dot assert equals actual and expected. Actual coming from your driver. So driver dot get title will bring the actual title which I want to compare with this expected title. Got it? If they both are same, then my title is correct. Then I'll proceed ahead to find username, password, so on. To find the username, I inspected. I found the ID locator. So driver find element by dot ID, the value of it. And immediately if I need, I can enter the data as well. User 1. This is interacting with username. Same way interact with the password. So inspect the password. You find here there again an ID. Driver find element. Now I don't want to pass the data for the password immediately. I want to put a validation on that. So this is a web element. Password. Now what validation? I want to check whether really, do you see password on this page? Is that web element is visible? Can you see it? If you can see it, then only enter the data. So checking that comes under the status checking of a web element. We already learned that how you can check the status of a web element. So there are 3 status related methods, if you remember. Correct? These are the status method: displayed, enabled, selected. So if I want to see password is there means is displayed. Boolean answer you get. So this is going to give you answer like true, false. So I can use an assertion here, assert true or assert false, right? So I can call here assert true. What is my condition? Your password should be displayed. Is displayed. So if it is really displayed on the screen, it will give you true value. Outside also I want to true. So this assertion is also going to pass. If it is displayed, then only you enter the data to the password with send keys. I believe everyone understanding. After entering password, you can continue with clicking on the button. Means in this test case, I have added 2 points, 2 places assertion, one with valid title of the web page. If yes, then see if really password is visible, then continue. If your first assertion fails, it will skip all these lines and say test case failed. Or if this is working, if this second assertion fails, it will not enter the data to password. Again, your test case will fail. So at the right place, you can add this validation points. Routine. Now let's just run this. So I'm applying a TestNG on the real website. After launching, that code of login, I'm writing as a separate test case so that I get a report of the login. How is it doing a login? Whether all the statements are properly executed or not. Earlier, so far, you wrote a login code, but never you got a report whether login is working or failed, nothing. I did not interact with the button. My code is over. My test case is passed. So here, your login test case is passed. But this is not the report. To see the real report, after one program execution in the project, you refresh your project. Okay, you refresh the project. As you refresh a project, a new folder appears in your project called test output folder. A test output, which is below this test engine now. When I expand this folder, you can see the different reports in it. It generates mainly the HTML report, you see, index.html, emailable report, and the last one, TestNG XML reports. TestNG result.xml. So in index.html, if I open this, open with a browser. So it shows you a method. How many methods are there in this class? Only one method, means one test case. Method means test case. Okay. One method that is passed. You want to see it? Show login test case is the method name. So this is the method name. Then it shows you, tells you about the way it executed, the order. Login was the one in that class, it executed. Any methods were ignored? Nothing. It doesn't show you anything now. Reporter outputs? Nothing. Times, how much time it took to execute. This login from this class took 33.18 3 milliseconds to run. Okay, the same thing you can find here also, 33.186. Then any groups are there? No groups at all. Inside this program, there is one test. The test name is default test. Inside the test, you have a class. The class is nothing but the class which you executed. This FB is the class. This FB class, along with its test case, is inside one default test. And this is the link where it opens the HTML, XML format. Every TestNG class has one XML format. So like HTML only, you can see like a tags. The first tag suit starts here with some properties, and the suit start ending over here. Then comes the test and its properties. The test is ending. Inside the test, you can classes tag is there. Within the classes, you can add many classes as well. Right now, only one class is included. So if I run this XML, it will run this particular FB class from this package and its test case. Now test name. Default test is this. What is the name? Default test. So there is one test in my test suite that has one class to run. Got it? So the report of this test is the one which you see here. Default test. Default test has this class. This class has this test case. Also in the console you see it. Default test is the name. It has one run, means one test case. Nothing is failed or nothing is skipped. After your test is executed, what you find? It is inside a test suite. The name is here default suite. So then you can see the report of the default suite. So in the default suite, how many tests you have? One. And that is passed without any errors. That's the same thing you can see here. Default suite and the overall time to run, that is the time. This is the report, right? So there is another report called emailable report. This has a little different GUI where it shows the test name. What was the test name? Default test, right? Passed how many? One. Skipped? Zero. Retried? Re-execution? Nothing. Zero. Failed? Zero. Time how much it took to run? This much milliseconds. Any groups are there included and excluded? Nothing. In this particular example at least. What is your class name? My class name is FB in this package. Method name is login test case. When this test started, what is the ID and time required to execute it? This much only details are captured in the emailable report. But see, whatever this default formats it is showing, may not all clients accept this. Maybe the client wants more colorful reports along with the project details, along with the tester who is executing it, what time executed, a lot of details. Then TestNG will not help there. So in market, there are different reports available which you can use for those types of report generation. So the plugins, the tool, the jar files which helps in generating different reports are TestNG, Allu reports, okay, report NG reports, extend reports. These are the different types of reports available which you can use in your project. But we are not going to see those reports. I'm just telling you those reports you can get. You can just explore those concepts. If you are going for extend reports, what you have to do? You have to first of all download the jar files of extend reports, add to your project, and then call the classes and methods of extend reports and get the report for your class or for your project. Okay. The next last type of report is XML report. If I open this XML report, here it shows you the details of your test case executed, passed, failed, everything. So it shows you the suite started at what time, what is the name, finished date. Then the test details. Inside the test, there is a method called login, which is executed, started at, and you see the status is passed. So from here you understand whether your test case is passed or failed. If any test case fails, you can choose only that test case to run again. So after assertion, we can see, as I said, you can write many test cases in a class. By default, one test case will anyways come with the class creation. Apart from that, you can add as many test cases you need. So what we will do is, we'll create a class with multiple test cases. So I'm creating a new TestNG class. Multiple test case. So the first test case is here. Just I'll say this test case name is login. And I'll print here system out login done. Similarly, you can add multiple test cases now, but make sure test case name should be unique. So maybe after download, after login, I want to download something. So download is a method name. Then we are going to log out. Log out. So accordingly, we make changes here. Download done. Log out done. Because now I'm not focusing much on launching and doing real download, real login, because all this stuff you are very well aware of it. You have learned in Selenium. Now, keeping the code of Selenium aside, we will first of all understand the behaviors of the concepts of TestNG. Then you can mix both of them and build a project. So login means just I'm saying login done. So as you have 3 test cases now, as we execute, so that's the program. So you can see all the 3 test cases are passed without any failures and the outputs are here. First, it is executing this test case where you see the statement first, then log in, then log out. All 3 test cases are passed. You can see the other part result. First, which test case? Download. Took this much time, then log in, then log out. Means it is executing randomly, not based on the way you wrote the program. You can write your program anywhere, any test case anywhere in the class. But it executes the test case based on the alphabetical name of the test case. D comes first. Then after that log. So these 2 words are same. Then it compares I and O. Whichever falls first, ASCII number falls first, that will be executed. First download, login, log out. Okay. But according to application, this is not acceptable. Before, how can you do login and then download and then login? This is not correct. We want the order first login, download, and then log out. To forcefully execute in one sequence, you have to add a property to this test called priority. Understood? You can add priorities now. Default execution is alphabetical order of the test case name. Now, if I want to set the priority to this add test annotation, within simple bracket, add the property attribute priority. Give a number. So priority is a property, a value for it. So this test case will run first, this at second, and this at third. Now the order is properly maintained. Three runs, first login, download, and log out. Clear? Now if you need, you can add some assertions as well to this. Now after login, I can put assert dot assert equals, you can check. Anything equality you can check, any string value, any character, anything. I can put character A, check whether this is actual and this is expected. Suppose both are same, then my test will pass. Correct? So I can put such assertions if needed to my test cases. So it doesn't matter what is there. Suppose if I put here A to B. So they both are not equal. So download will fail now. So one test case out of the three is failed. Two passed, one failed. The failure you can check here. Assertion error, B is not equal to A. So you can see download is failed. Assertion error. Others two passed. Okay. But if a login also can fail, logout also can fail if you make it. But if any one fails, there is no impact of that failure on the second test case or the other test case. Each test case is independent to each other right now. Even though you have assertions, this impact of one status is not on the other test case. All are independently executed. But in reality, in an application, in case if login fails, you cannot do download or neither do logout because they are dependent on it. So how to set that? Let us take a copy of this program and paste it in the same package and ask for the rename multiple test case 2. So inside this program, I'm doing a assertion, wrong assertion on the login. Means my login will fail. As login fails, you're supposed to run download second. So first, before executing, check the status of login. How? By adding one more attribute here, depends on methods. Depends on methods. Which method you're depending on? You can put in curly brackets the method name. My method name is login. Means before executing the download, check whether login is success or passed or fail. If passed, then start this download. Otherwise, not. Got it? Okay, let us pass login. I'll make a valid assertion. Assume login passed. As it passed, download will start. Download will fail on its own because of wrong assertion and depends on, I'll put to logout also, and logout will depend on who? Download. It's a chain. If download is successful, then start the logout. Understood? Now let us run this. You can see here, login passed, download failed because of assertion. It started, but it failed because of wrong assertion. Then logout got skipped. Why? Because it was depending on not successfully finished method. Which method it was? Download. Download did not complete properly. So as it was depending on download status, as it did, this did not complete, so this will not run. It got skipped. This is how dependencies can be set. I hope you're getting this. If needed, you can depend on multiple test cases also. Let's do that. Here I'll make a change. Now logout, I want to depend on download as well as logging. Then I can separate it with a comma. So when both the test cases work, pass, then only logout will start. So it is depending on more test cases now. But according to this scenario, login is passed, but logout is failed. So logout will not run. It will get skipped again. But irrespective of their status, even though you check the status, but you know that logout is important, you must log out at any cost. You can forcefully log out by adding or execute this method test case by adding one more property called always run. Make it to true. Always run means even though download or login, if anyone due to its failure, if it is going to skip, don't skip, run it. So these are some attributes you can add to your add test annotation. Now you see login passed, logout download failed, but logout executed because you said always run. Correct? So these are few of the properties. Some more are there, we'll see with time. So priority depends on and always run. So we are just seeing the basics. Okay, we're just seeing the basic attribute at test. At test always represent a test case, remember. Now there are some more annotations you need to study. Apart from at test, these all are. We'll see that. Basically, these remaining annotations are going to do some initial setup for your test case before the run and after the run. Just like, you want to launch the, before executing something, your application, you need a browser and the URL. This is a prerequisite. And after execution, you want to close the browser. That is post action. So if you want to run some pre-activities and post-activities for your test cases, you can take help of these annotations, before and after annotations. The before annotations work before the test case. After annotations will execute after the test case completes. Okay. So why basically you need them? So now there are many before annotations like before class, before method. Each annotation has their own triggering time. So to get it cleared, I can include a class annotation demo and just include these all annotations before class, after method, test, everything. Keep aside this data provider, this behaves differently. So these are only used for pre-actions and post-actions. Finish. So one test case you have here and all other annotations. So you know that it then never mind where anywhere you can write your annotations and the methods. It knows where to execute, when to execute. So this is my test case. So I can put here just a statement saying test case executed. And after that, you can put some sysout statement, because if I don't put these statements, I don't understand when they got executed. So that's the reason I'm adding this code before method to every annotation. You see, every annotation has a method. Every annotation has a method and some code you're writing in. So I'm just editing it. After method, before test, class, before method. Okay, so everything is fine now. Now as we run this program, so we have only one test case in the class, and the test case is executed over here. And before the test case, all the before annotations completed. After the test case, after annotations got closed. So which one starts first? Anything return? Okay, this is not correct. I think before method. Here, this is remaining. After suit is remaining. So here comes one more statement called after suit. After suit and before suit. This did not change correctly. So this is the run. So first, before suit runs, anything you write in the before suit annotation that runs first. Why? Because as per your XML syntax, as we saw some XML format, as I go to the reports and open the HTML report, within the XML, what is the suit? So before this suit starts, you want to do some setup for your execution. Then you can include that code in the tag called before suit. Okay, before suit. After the suit, what you have? The test starts. So you want to run something before the test starts, you can use before test annotation because that code runs here. After the test, what you have, you can see classes, the class starts. So before just the class initiates, inside the test, inside the class, you have, this is the class name. Inside this class, you have the test cases. So just before the class get initiated, you want to run some code, then you have the annotation before class that executes over here. As soon as the class starts, inside the class, you have the test case, right? This is the test case you have. So just before the test case triggers, you want to run something, miss, before method annotation is there. Its code runs just before the test case. Now same way, after that test case runs, then closing activities will happen. After test, after method will come. That is soon after the test case. Then after class, after test, you can see the report of the test. Then comes the after suite, the report of the suite. So these triggering times are fixed. Okay. Now you have to decide which code you want to run at which level, then plan to use these annotations. So there is no any mandatory that all the before things you must use, nothing like that. You can start include in your program only before method or before class and execute. And in the report, you will not find any reporting of these annotations. So only one test is there. Only the test case will be tracked in the report, not these annotations. If you see here run, the run is only F, test case. You'll not have any tracking of the prerequisites and post actions. Anyways, that's not necessary. That's not a part of functionality. Clear? So this way you can use before and after annotations. Okay. Now, if you want, I can take this program. What I'll do is, I'll just take this class, the one which we executed earlier, FB2. Now here, launching of this Facebook is prerequisite, and after login, I can close the annotation. So this code of launching Facebook, I can add here the annotation Add before method. Before method means just before the test case starts, you can execute it. Before method, a method for it, public void. I can call this method name as setup. Inside this method, include this code. Import this annotation. So first this code will run before method. Then after that, the test case starts with annotation and all those, and then closing. Now driver has an error because it is not declared. The driver is part of another annotation. So to keep it common for every annotation, every method, please declare in the class level. Remove this local declaration. Okay. Now for post actions, you want to close the driver after the run, you can include after method annotation public void close or tear down some method name I have used. Import the annotation from TestNG, and here I'm going to close the driver instance. Close. Right? So as you have only one test case, it's going to do this activity. Now, if you want to keep one more test case, yes, you can do that. Test case second, maybe this is for recovery password. Recover test case. So you are doing a validation on the title, and now here you can click on the link. So here you have the text. By.link text. Provide the text. And you're going for the click. So this is your second test case. So you can decide now with the priority which one to run first and next. So I can add here. Priority 1. This is 2. Okay. Now as we execute, you'll see for every test case, a new launching will happen for the Facebook. Because this opening and closing will run for every test case because you use the annotation before method and after method. So first test case is for login. Done. Both the test cases executed, and you can see both are passed. 2 test cases passed. And you see only the report for the test cases, not for the other annotations. This is how you can use these annotations. Well, now after these annotations, you also can use some more advanced TestNG, like grouping concept, grouping annotations you can use. Groupings are used to group your test cases under some common label. Okay, what is this used for? Like, generally we do testing for functional testing, regression testing, smoke testing, we say. So you have to write the test cases. So functional testing is deep testing. Regression testing is testing the requirement whether it is stable or not. So obviously, for doing regression testing, the test cases will come from functional only. You no need to repeat it or rewrite it. You can pick the test cases from functional list only. So therefore, instead of writing the test cases repeatedly, you write all the test cases one copy and just choose those test cases for different testing. Okay, so suppose your test lead asks you to do function, pick the same test case. If he's asked to do regression also, you can pick the same test case. So using grouping concept, it will help you a lot. Let's see one example. You'll understand more clear. Choose the class. We call it as group demo. I'm not taking any of these annotations. So we have right now one test case. You can add a couple of more test cases over here. I'll say test case number A. Okay, and print out here just the statement. So this way we'll add a couple of test cases. So we'll change the names, this as A, this to B. C. So some A to E test cases we have. Now maybe these are for belonging, some are for functional, some are for regression, some for smoke test cases testing. They all are just grouped here. Now, how will I suppose A is for functional? So here I can add one annotation to this add test annotation, one property. Like earlier we used priority and so on, right? Now here there is a property called groups and give the group name. So the group name I call this as functional. Okay. You can give whole name also functional so that this test case should be picked for functional testing. Same way, I'll just add the groups to all the test cases. Okay, every test case. Now, E test case I'm planning to do for regression testing, D test case for smoke, and here few test cases you can pull for functional as well as regression. So here I can put in a curly bracket these names, functional, comma, regression. Means C test case will be picked even though you choose functional or even you choose for regression testing. So this way you can add the groupings. So even this one, B test case I'll choose for both. Now groups are decided. Now how will you select which group to run? So you know at one point of time only one type of testing you do. Functional, regression, that way. So when your lead asks you to do regression, you can select it from an XML file. So for this class, you can create one XML file. How to create? Your class name is here in the package. Select it, right click, go to TestNG, and there is an option convert to TestNG, convert. As you convert, you will find one XML file getting created for that class. So this is always name is XML. You can choose the name now. I say grp group.xml. This is XML code for it. Finish. That XML is in the class. So within your class, you see here under output TestNG output folder, test output folder, down there is a group.xml. For just convenience for sharing, I'll bring it into my package, drag it. So here is a group.xml. It's an XML file, suite, test, classes. Inside that class, your class name with package is there. I can run that class from this package. See, if I run from here, run as, now it is a TestNG test suite. Test suite means a collection of classes. Right now I have only one class. So I am planning to run that single class. So as you choose run, you'll see that by default, A to E, all test cases executed. Because you did not choose particular test case. You say run, everything executed. But now here you can choose only which group to run as well. So how? Within after the test tag, you can add some more tags. Like when you put that open bracket, maybe some tags may get displayed for you. If not, you can type it, groups. As I type G, it's showing me groups, open, close. Within the groups, you can say run. Run what? Run the test cases. Few test cases which you can choose, and some you can include, some you can exclude. If I type include, it shows me the include. Include means whatever I mentioned, run only that. If I say exclude, whatever you mentioned, leave that and run rest. But for me in this situation, include will help. So include, you have to give the name of it. What name? The group name. The group name was regression, REG. So I gave here group name is regression. So run from this class only all the groups whose name is REG. That's a meaning. Run as. Now this running is from XML file. Okay. Now you can see only B, C and E executed. You can cross verify. B is planned for regression. C is for also regression. And E is for regression. Now tomorrow when you're asked to do functional testing, you can just change here the name. That's it. It will run only the functional test cases. So from the huge list, it's very easy to pick the selective test cases with the grouping. Hope that's clear. Okay. Now you can create XML file at any point of time. Now as I created by right clicking on the class and XML, I did. Even by many classes also you can include for XML. Like, I take this annotation demo program, then groups, not groups, multiple test case, 3 classes I have selected. Then I want one XML file for all of them. Just right click on one of them, TestNG, convert. So give some XML name. I call all.xml and finish. The class is down. I just drag it to my package. Open the all.xml. Here it's. So you see that your XML file is ready and included all these 3 classes. When I run this class XML, it will run all the test cases from 3 classes, TestNG classes, and you will get a report. Everything executed. From annotation class, you have 1 test case. From multiple test case, 3 test cases are there. From multiple TC class. From demo class, 1 test case. So total number of test cases are 5 test cases. Now you have only 1 test. Now sometimes you can include many tests also. Right? I can just copy this syntax. Now this test name is test. Keep it unique. Test 1. And this down one, I can make it to test 2. And in the above, you have kept 2 classes. In the below, I can keep demo class. So in the test suite, you have 2 tests, test 1 and test 2. In test 1, 2 classes are there to run. In test 2, you have 1 class to run. See if I execute this. Done. You see here, test 1 and test 2. 2 tests are there. Test 1 has 2 classes and test 2 has 1 class. Right? This is how you can execute. So this is how you can include grouping concept. Group is also one annotation from attribute which you can add to your add test. Okay. Now, how your programs are running linearly. First this executed, then it moves to the next, then to the next. Is there any possibility to run them parallelly? You can, but you have to add that execute parallel option. So let us take some similar test cases to run parallelly. Okay. So what I'll do is, let's take a new class, parallel demo. So what I'm going to do here is I'm printing out the A, and I want to know who is executing this A test case. So who executes the test case? The thread. The resource from your machine executes it. So I want the details of that resource to be printed. To get the resource details, use the class thread, which is of Java class, dot the thread who is current thread. Get those current thread details. So what details? You can get the thread ID, thread name, thread priority, many things. So let's get the ID of the thread. So the ID is, the output is long. So I can store it to a variable of long data type. I can say thread ID. So this value also we will display here along with the test case. So we have some couple of test cases now. Okay, so these are our test cases. To select that parallel execution mode, everything that you can do from XML file. So you need right now one XML file for this class, right? So what I'll do, I'll take this class, right click on it, TestNG, convert to TestNG. So name the file name parallel.xml. So I just drag that details into the package. Open the parallel XML file. You see parallel execution, there is no any parallel option right now. Only the program is there. If I run just now, all test cases A2 executed by only one thread. Means linear execution is happening. One after another it runs. But I want to run two test cases simultaneously with two threads. Then you should include here parallel option. So to your test, as you have the name thread count, you see 5. Means there is a capability on my machine, I can call 5 threads. So depending on the system configuration, a latest machine high speed may have more threads. The old system may have less threads. So my system will support for me 5 threads I can call maximum. But by default, even though you have 5 threads capability, by default only one thread coming. If you want to call many threads, use here one more property called parallel. What to do parallel? Whether you want to run classes parallelly? No, I have only one class. Whether you want to make this parallel option false or true, or instances means objects, or methods. Methods means test cases, or test. I have only one test here. I don't have two tests to do parallel execution. So only possible is methods here. So a class can have many test cases. Run those test cases, I mean methods parallel. So right now you execute it. Okay, sorry. You're calling 5 threads. And how many test cases I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So each thread will run one test case. So we'll minimize it. Let us call 3 threads. thread count 3, parallel execution. Now 3 threads are thread 16, 17, 18 will come. They took 3 test cases to run. Among them, whichever thread completes its job first will take the next test case. So among them, test case 18 completed, 16 completed first. It took D test case to run. Meanwhile, 18 thread completed its job, took E test case to run. So 17 took long time. So there's as if like sharing the work among themselves and completing it. So this is parallel run. Right? Understanding? So these tags we have used. This is the XML file. When you create an XML file, there is an option to add many tests also. I did that, right? I showed you here somewhere. Here, I think 2 tests I have added. So there's a provision to add many tests. A test can have packages. Inside the package, classes will be there. Inside the classes, many classes you can add. Within the classes, many test cases, or I mean methods will be there. This is the hierarchy. Now, if you're adding a groups, this is the syntax. Inside the test tag, groups, within the groups run, you can either choose include or exclude, and then classes inside that class to run. The XML file, which you can see here, groups. This one. So here is an example with exclude, and here is an example with include. Run. So our next concept to discuss on parameters. Parameter is where you pass inputs to your test case. So you can do the parameterization with 2 annotations. One is with add parameters, the other one with data provider. With add parameters you can do. The second one you can do with data provider. So for doing the parameterizations, one annotation is add parameters. Second one, add data provider. Now the question comes, which one to use in which scenario, because both are for passing the inputs to your test case. So I'll use add parameters whenever I have a less input to pass to the test case. So when you have less input, you can use add parameters. And that input not frequently changing. That input is also not changing frequently. In such cases, go with this option. And this input, less input and not changing, I can pass it from an XML file. You can enter it from an XML file. Coming to data provider, I can choose data provider when I have huge data to work on, huge inputs, and that input is frequently changing. And that input I can pass from maybe from an XML file or from some database. You can pass the inputs. Get it? Now, which is that scenario with less input, less changing? See, when you see the application which you're launching, initially I checked all the functionalities on Chrome browser only. So first let me check everything on one browser. Then I can think of changing the browser and executing or testing that same application, right? At least for a few months, I don't change the browser. We stick to only one browser. So when you're testing the application initially, we want to keep one browser constantly. So that's how many browsers I have? Maybe Chrome browser, Safari, Edge, only 4-5 browsers I do have to change. That's a less input. And I can pass the and that don't change regularly. So the scenario is browser selection. There I can use add parameter because I may choose to work with Chrome, Safari, Edge, so on. Few browsers you have. Then there is also a scenario called application environment selection. Environment selection means what? You're going to test your application on different servers. Like you have a QA server, stage server, UAT server. QA server means a separate machine. Here you will be, your concentration is more on the behavior of the requirement, not on the inputs. You can use complete dummy inputs. If I'm supposed to test QA server, I see only the behavior of this requirement, how it will behave with right input, wrong input. I'll not focus whether the inputs is real user data or real password. That we'll see it later. First, I'll make a list. For this is my valid data, this is my invalid data. For this it should work, for this it should not work. So my concentration is on the behavior of the requirement. So in the QA environment, I use a dummy data and test the requirement. Once you see your requirement is stable, then I start focusing on the data in the staging environment. So here, partial real data I use. Partial realistic data means username is properly shared to you, the real customer username, and password is encrypted and given to you. Password is not shared, encrypted form you have. So now you're testing the same login with a complete real user data. And once this is also working, then the UAT testing done by the client with the complete real data. Complete real data client uses. So this way, in all these environments, even though you're working on some real application, this is the final application which will be the output, right? Suppose this is the real application coming out. But when the build is shared for testing on QA machine, the URL will be different. So it will be like the Facebook QA.com. This URL will be different. When it comes to the staging, the build will get changed, stage.com. Here, uat.com. Once all testings are done, then the website will be just facebook.com. So when on these different servers, when builds are shared for the website, they'll be in this form. And these changes will not happen every day, maybe after few months, once in a month, 2-3 months. So this is less 3 only URLs you will get, application URLs, and that's not changing frequently. So I can pass these URLs from an XML file also. Understanding? So in the scenario of browser selection and environment selection, you can use add parameters. Okay. Now coming to data provider, where you have a large data and frequently changing. Suppose I want to test the login requirement functionality. You can test the login if that application has 1 lakh customers, members. You have to test the login with 1 lakh inputs. Right? So that is a huge data. I can keep in some Excel file database or read it, pass to the requirement. And the data may change suddenly. Today some 100 customers created account. So data will change. Maybe some customers close their account. Data will change. So such unpredictable data if you have, you can use data provider annotation and work on the data. Test it. So testing the login requirement with a lot of inputs to it. So that comes as an example for data provider. Now we'll see one first example using at parameters, the selection of the browser. So if you have to select the browser means the launching code is nothing but selecting of the browser and then URL. So we'll take a Java class, TestNG class. A test case will create. This test case, you're working on some application. So application is my class name. In this application, the first test case is you want to launch. Launch is my test case. The launching of a browser, right? So generally how you launch a browser? You use this line for launching a browser. This is directly for Chrome. But now here you can give some inputs for your test case, whether you want to open Chrome, Firefox, Edge or something. So in the form of string browser, that's a parameter. So in this parameter, you can have a value like Chrome, Firefox, IE, some input. Based on that, maybe using if-else statement or switch case statement, better is switch case, you can open different browsers. Switch, this browser will be the input to the switch, and where it contains multiple cases, case first. As this is a string, it will match with string. So if it is matching with the word Chrome, okay, the data in this is matching with this, then you have to launch Chrome browser. Launch Chrome browser. This is one case. This way you can add couple of cases for all the browsers. If it is Firefox, if the value in this matching with Firefox, then I have to launch the driver for Firefox driver. You know from where to choose the class name and everything is, you can about understanding the documentation. When you search for Selenium dev in the downloads, in the Java, you have an API document. Within this API document, the package Selenium QA. Within that, you have an interface called WebDriver. Within the WebDriver, these are the classes where you can trigger. Chrome driver is a class. Firefox is a class. So if you open this class, so this class itself has a constructor called Firefox. So using this constructor, I can trigger the Firefox. So here comes the Firefox constructor. Correct? This way you have to import. Now if you're going with Safari, then here you have to look for Safari driver. In the Safari, what constructor here? Do you have a default one? So you can choose this. Create an object for Safari driver. This way you have to create the objects. Okay, now in a single switch block, you're declaring driver multiple times. So it's a duplication. And you know, at one point of time, only one browser gets launched, not all three. So therefore, you better declare the driver only once, either in the test case or in the class as you wish. So it's better you can put in the class. And you don't use local variables. The above driver only is just pointed to Chrome, Firefox, Safari based on the input you have in this variable parameter. Once one condition is true and launch, no need to cross verify with the remaining cases. You can exit from the switch. So add a break statement. Break will bring your execution out. So last one, so after adding all the cases for all the browsers, last one will be default. Like in if you have an else, last one will be default. Suppose if the user is entering here ABC, is there any browser with ABC? No. So it will check all the cases as they are true. It will go here and print here the message saying unknown browser found. Just the statement and stop. So this code is only to select a browser. Here, once the browser is ready with this driver, means when I come out of the switch, you have the driver. That's one browser is there. On that browser to open the website, get method we use. So instead of hard coding the application here, I can pass the application input also as a second parameter for your test case. String URL. Whatever would be in this URL as a data, you substitute to launch. Means, in short, whatever is the build URL comes from XML file will get launched. This is your program. Now the data for your browser and URL you can give in with the help of parameters. How? So here I can add parameters. And what are my parameters? First parameter is browser. So within curly bracket, double quotes, comma, second parameter is URL, comma, double quotes. Import these parameters from TestNG, not from JCommander or something. TestNG only. Now the data for these parameters, you can share it from an XML file. So create one XML file for this class. So add, right click, TestNG, convert to TestNG. Para.xml. Just drag it to the package. Okay, so in this test, you don't see classes. You can add it otherwise. Classes. Within the classes, you have a class which has a name. Name is package name and the program name. So package name is number 23. Class name is app. No Java extension. That's it. Okay, now here you have to pass the data for your parameters. So how? You can include the tags now, XML tags. So after the test, before the classes start, here you can add a parameter. Parameter, name and value. Means name of the parameter, data for it. The parameter name is browser. What value? Whatever value you give here, that this variable, this parameter will pick it, go to the class and try to match with these cases. So if you want to make a case true, this word and the input word should be same. So to make it workable, I use the same data and keep as a value. So this Chrome and that Chrome will be same so that it launches this browser. Clear? The next parameter you need is the URL. Now to launch a URL, maybe for me right now, QA Facebook, Stage Facebook are not available. To launch a proper URL, this is the URL, which I'll give here as a value. So on the Chrome, Facebook should be launched. So which I'm controlling from XML file now. So run this XML. So yes, this is the Facebook on the Chrome launched. And your single test case is passed. So with this data, your test case is running. Tomorrow, if you change to Firefox, but make sure Firefox should be on a system. Firefox will open on that Firefox Facebook. So this is the code to launch a browser. And the data to that you're passing with add parameters. Okay. The second way of parameterizing is using add data provider, the scenario I explained you. So before implementing this scenario, we will see what is this data provider. So it is an annotation of TestNG, which always returns some data to the test case. Its behavior is always returning some value. So if I try to create a class of TestNG, you see data provider is here. And these are also annotations, correct? But they always return void. Even your test case is void returning. Only data provider returns a value. So if I take here a program called sample data provider to it, if you want XML file right now to work, you can create here. XML file name also you can give. But I'm just creating data provider. So your class has a test case F, which is parameterized. And here is the data provider annotation, a method for it. And you see the return type is object. Here return type for other annotations are all void, nothing. But here always it is going to return value of superclass object of Java. Now object means it can be an integer, character or anything else. Not single object, many objects it can return. Two-dimensional array. So if your data is two-dimensional array, you can do write it like this. If it is single dimensional array, only rows, one row and many columns, you can write this way. So first array for representing number of rows, second array for representing the columns. Okay. Now if you refer back the basic rule of a Java with return type. Suppose there is a method public void add method. This is this is a method. It's okay. Now whenever an add method is returning integer, then compulsory what happens? You should return some value. As it is integer, you're returning 0. Correct? Same rule is applicable here. Here your method is returning object. As per this rule, you should have return and the data. So return the data. What data? As it is a class, you have to return the class, not really a class, object of that class. How you create object of any class? New and the class. So here I am writing new object. And here actual data is passed. Actual data is passed. So here no need of object again. This data is passed. So right now 0 is representing this part and semicolon as it is. Now how many rows are there? 2 rows are there. If you want, you can increase one more row. Last row will not have a comma. Row number 3 and here C. And each row has two columns, number and string. As they are number and string patterns, so here their test case is also parameterized, one for number, one for string. Means this data will go one by one from here to your test case. How? If you observe here, the name of the data provider is tagged with your test case with a property called data provider. It's a property like priority, groups. So means the test case and this data provider are connected. So this data will be shared to this test case. And whatever data comes here in the form of N and S, like right now, we will print it out. Print N and S value. Just we will execute now. You will see the single test case is running for 3 times with 3 different inputs. So F is executed 3 times with 3 inputs. And the output of those inputs printed are here. So 3 runs are there. Understood? So this way, in case if you want to pass some data to your test cases, I use this data provider concept. Multiple data passing. So this also can be called as data-driven testing. Data-driven means the test case is driven by a lot of data coming in. Now, can I pass, the question comes, so can I pass the same data to one more test case? Yes. So let us take one test case. F2. Now F2 is also taking the same data because you see the name, whatever is written here, you can change this name also. You can pass here. And these are the 2 inputs. But I don't want to use both the inputs. I want to use only string. Even though you want to only string, but input should be the complete set. You cannot skip it. You should take the entire input, use whatever you want. You see both the test cases executed, 6 test cases. F2 is printing only the string, taking everything but using only string part. Right? Now, can I use one more data provider if I need? Yes. Data provider DP2. I want to pass DP2 to my second test case. So this data has what? Maybe only 2 strings. Maybe 2 columns you can put. I mean 2 rows. If you want to pass more columns, you can do. 2 rows, 3 columns. So here it will not change anything. Internal number will change. That's it. So, but when you're doing a parameterization, you need string number, correct? So here is I'll put this as string and here as integer. Now here you want to print both the strings. You can decide. So the 2 strings are picked and printed here by the second test case. Okay, so these are the possibilities how data provider behave. Now let's use this data provider and do the login requirement. Multiple data to the login. First of all, you need, I think somewhere we did here, not Facebook 2. Yeah, this we will use because I'll just rename it. I'll call it as application 2. In this application, first initially launching is required. Then I'm going to do the login, right? So the second test case of recovering password, I will remove it. Second is here. And this is closing of the browser. So first step is you have asserted on the title, find the username, password. Maybe you check the property whether it is displayed, enter the password. Maybe you can click on the log button also and do the assertion. Login button. I have to find it now. I will do the click. So this is my test case now. Now the data for this test case, whatever you have hard coded here, let's not do that. You do parameterization. How? With the data provider. So you can take the data provider. You can type it also. Include here. Data provider name you can give as data something. And you tag this method to your test case over here. So priority is there. Beside that, I can add here data provider name. So they both get connected, bridged. Now, what is the data inside this data provider? Maybe as you need for username, 2 strings, they are here. 2 strings are there. Now this data will go one by one to your test case. So 2 strings as they are, you must parameterize with 2 strings. Username, string, password. So this username and password, I'll substitute to this username and here for password. That's it. Now let's execute. Now as based on your assertion, okay, you can do the assertion here. Assert. After the login, you can expect something, equality you can do. Right now I'm saying null is equal to null or 10, I say whether check whether 10 is equal to 10 to just to pass. So as we have 2 set of data, 2 times your test case is planned to run. So 2 times launching and closing will happen. So second data is entered and completed. And you see, as you have added a valid assertion, it's just doing passed. Okay. So here you have combined whatever you learned in your TestNG assertion, test cases and other annotations, data provider, everything. And Selenium as well. Now see, what if your test case fails? Okay, if I'm putting a wrong assertion, 10 is equal to 1. They are not same. Then here assertion fails and your test case will fail. So if your test case fails, I want to inform those details to the developer along with the screenshot. So I want immediately the screenshot of this application. So how to get the screenshot? Already we saw the screenshot program. So that program I can do. When the screenshot should happen? After the test case completes. What will start after test case? Your after method will start. Instead of just closing, you gather the screenshot, isn't it? So to get the screenshot, first you have to verify the status, whether the test case status is passed or failed. How will you know your current test case is passed or failed? You have a class in TestNG which brings the status. That class name is called as a ITestResult. So I want to pass the status of this immediate test case into this annotation. So here I can parameterize input ITestResult. It's a class. Give the object. There is an object of this class. Import from TestNG. Means actually your test case result will come into this. Now I want to get the status of that. How? R dot. What you want about your current test case? I want get the status. The status is in an int form. It's an integer. So I store it. This is the actual of your application. Now what do you want to compare with expected? So integer expect. How will you get your expectations? From the same class will show you all the results. Created has one number, failure has a number, skipped has a number, everything. I want references failed. If failed, screenshot. So that failed number I store in this variable. Now I have to compare these two, right? If these two are same, then my test case failed. If test case fails, you get the screenshot. So now with if else statement, if the actual value is matching with, not matching because they are not strings, no numbers. If it is equal to expect, if the two numbers are same, your test case has failed. If failed, I want a screenshot. Else means it is not failed, passed. Then you close the browser. So it's taking a screenshot where we have written screen here. So this code I can pick it and write here. Take the date, convert into required format, capture the screenshot, save in this package with the name. That's it. Actually, this also you can modify a lot of things, You should not keep this code. Keep this code in a one method and call everywhere with object. But now I've just called it here directly. So if your test case fails, right now, because of this wrong assertion, your test case will fail twice. Now slowly you're going towards the project designing. So as per our assertions, both are failed. You can refresh. And you will find the two images are there of your login. Okay, the two failures. The reason of failure is also mentioned here. The assertion error, expected value and found value are not the same. 1, 10 and 1. Got it? And both the test cases started with two different inputs, A and B. So after discussing the parameterization, using add parameters annotation and data provider, So this class is remaining ITestContext. So what is the use of this ITestContext is the object, the reference object of this class can share some data across multiple test cases or multiple annotations. Means if I want to pass the data from one test case to another test case, generally you store in a variable and access it. But without variable and object, you can access that data with the help of ITestContext. Okay. Now, how to use this? How to use this is an ITest result we already discussed, which works with the status, which brings the status of the executed test case. Whether the test case executed, passed, failed, executed. These all kind of reports, status you can retrieve with this ITest result. Now let's see an example on ITestContext. So what we'll do is we'll take a new package. Within this package, we are creating a TestNG class. I call this class as maybe we are working on some application. Okay, so app is my class name. So consider we are planning to do a login to the website. So to this Facebook website, we are doing a login. So first initial step is what? You have to launch the browser with the URL, right? So that I can do it with an annotation before method, correct? As already yesterday we discussed before method. So at before method, create a public method for it, setup. Now here you have to create a WebDriver driver for launching the Chrome browser. So WebDriver driver, I need a common driver for all the annotations. So we will declare in the class WebDriver driver. And to this driver, we will assign the Chrome reference. So driver equals to new of Chrome driver. So this will trigger the Chrome browser. Once you got the Chrome, on that Chrome you're opening some website, right? You can open that website inside this test case. So this is for Facebook login. This is my test case name. Now using this driver, you want to open a website. Use calling the get method. The website is now once website is open, now you can perform the login. Like you inspect the properties of the email, password, so on. You find here ID having a value email. Using that locator, find the web element. Dot send keys and the data. So data I'll pass it later. Similarly, we want to work with the password, where you can see again an ID. Send keys. Data we would enter it later. Then working with the button. Name is equal to login. a click. So this is one functionality. Now consider I want to work with one more application. Assume that I want to do a login for different application called new tools. Tools login I have to do. Now for that there is a different website, right? New tools. This link. So this website we have to launch for this test case. And username, password, again you have to find the right locators and work on them. So as we inspect the username, it finds the input name is there. Name is equal to username. So here you have to find by dot name the value of it. Similarly for the password, name is equal to password is the value. And then submit button. It has again a name. So name is equal to submit. So this is your functional, the second functionality. Now for both the logins, you need a data, username and password. So instead of providing the data, I'm going to plan to give a common data for both the applications. So instead of hard coding it, I can declare the data in the initial setup. And from here, the data will go to both the test cases. How? Using ITestContext. Using this ITestContext object. So here, when you're launching the Chrome, creating object for the Chrome, here also you can declare the class ITestContext. Suppose data is the object. Imported from org.testng. Now to this data, say that you have two set of data, string, username, maybe user1 is the data, username, and string, password, here test is the password. This is the data which I have to pass now. Now this data U and P I cannot share across all the test cases. So I can pass this data to this object of this class. So how? The object is data dot. We can call a method setting, set property, set attribute, the name, one key you can use, one object you can pass. Okay, the object is nothing but string object, U and P I can pass. And here you can use some string name. So what is the string name? I can say email is the string one key and the object is U, which has the data in it. This is set. Second data setting is second key I'm using password and the object to that is P. Means now this data has gone to the ITestContext. Clear? Once the data is gone, how will I share it to the test case? Again, I have to create this object over here. And also for the next test case. You got the ITest result. Here you can use any object name. Even you can put data1 also. That's not a problem. Any object of this type. Now in this context, you have already the data. How will you retrieve it? By using this object. Let me retrieve here. Dot get property. Get attribute. Get attribute. If you give the key, it will give you the object, whatever object. So what is the key? Email. So if I provide here this key as a string, the output of this method is object. Here you get one object. Suppose obj. This obj is going to hold the data present in this key. But I cannot pass this object as an send key. Send keys needs some characters, some string. You cannot pass the object. But I can convert the object into a string. Correct? Object dot you can convert into a string form. If not here, separately you can convert obj dot to string. Once I got the object converted into a string, that I can pass as an input. Got it? So, or before storing it to object, here also I can convert into toString. Okay, you can convert into toString and pass it to a string variable. Understanding? Here I can call toString, and here you can pass to string username. And this username you can substitute to your send keys. Got it? This way. Or else I can do the calling this object directly in the send keys. This also is the same. Okay. Now instead of calling toString, you can do the casting also. Casting means what? This object to be converted to string means here I can use string. Convert that object into a string and pass to a variable. Correct? So this conversion I can substitute inside send keys. So this will give me actual username, that is user1. Same way for the password. What is that? Data1 dot get attribute. What is my attribute name as a string? Attribute name was pwd, password. So that will give one object. This object I can cast to a class string. Then that string converted will be given to the password. Understanding, team? So this way you can use it. Now same pattern I'll do it for new tools login as well, where username is there. Whatever the object data1 is there, accordingly you can pass it. Same way for the password. Okay, you can set priorities also if you need. That much. So let us just run the program and see whether it is passing the data as user1 and test for both applications or not. So we need to just observe, can I pass that common data through ITestContext to multiple test cases? So that's our first application. Login is there. See, use password. This Facebook is taking user1. New tools also taking user1. And this is your, and it clicked on submit, but it's a wrong sign in. Here also wrong sign in. That's a different part again. But whatever functionality you have written, both executed. That's clear? So this is one of the class. Yeah. So here we complete the TestNG topic. But down, if you observe, there are differences between JUnit and TestNG. You know, Java-based platform is the JUnit, which is the older version, or you can say earlier form of TestNG. Before TestNG, we used to write the test cases using JUnit. So what are the annotations in JUnit? These are the annotations. If you see the comparison point, these are the annotations. Comparingly, JUnit contain add test. Here also you have add test, which represent test case. But in JUnit, these before suite, after suite, these before test are not there. Only in TestNG they got added. Then groups also you don't have in JUnit. Then before class is available in both JUnit and TestNG. In TestNG, the meaning of before method, after method is represented as at before, at after. Execution is the same, only the annotation names are different. Okay, so these are the comparison points. And here we end the TestNG. Okay.
Just a quick info of our Selenium certification training course. With this course, you'll master Selenium RC, implement Selenium IDE functions and commands, along with gaining knowledge of JUnit, Eclipse, Maven, and so much more. All taught by our top industry experts from leading companies. Thousands of professionals have already upskilled successfully through this program. You can view their testimonials on our Achievers channel, linked in the description down below. This course can undoubtedly propel your career to new heights. Visit the course page linked below and take the first step towards advancing your career in software testing.
Framework is nothing but a simple way how good you can organize your project. Okay, how well you can design the project structure. If I design the project structure, you will get some benefits, like you'll get easy reporting should be there in the project. You should have maintenance should be less. Okay, data driven should be applied. So these all are some of the benefits. To get those benefits, I will use one framework. Now there are some frameworks available in industry are called as linear, modular, data driven, keyword, hybrid. Linear and modular, we already started using them since our training started. There are some drawbacks in them. They are overcome in data driven, keyword, and hybrid. So mainly you see framework types used are data driven, keyword, hybrid. Okay, but when they ask you what are the types of frameworks, these are the types. When you put in your profile some experience on a project, surely they'll ask you your project is of which framework. So all these questions you should be prepared well before getting into your interview call. What is your project framework? Okay, what was your contribution to the project? What you did actually? Okay, then why you used it? What are the benefits of it? So these are all questions you should be ready with. They also ask you that did you create a framework? You can create a framework. We'll be learning the steps how to start creating a framework, but usually in the companies, unless it is very necessary, they don't create framework from scratch. They always reuse the framework. Already some other project framework they take and modify it to the new project. So they reuse the framework. So while answering also, to be on a safer side, you should say that you reused a framework. Then if they ask you what are the things where you contributed in that changes, you should be knowing what all things you changed, why it happened, everything. Okay, so these all are dependent questions. Now today first we will understand what are the frameworks, okay, and then the types of frameworks and implement it. Why you need to use a framework? What is a framework? Framework is nothing but some rules, guidelines. Okay, some guidelines, some coding standards. You should see some concepts are applied to your project. You should follow the project process. Means depending on application, the application business process you should follow. Means suppose it is a banking application. What all are the process the bank follows that should also be used in your project? Means your project should be according to the application, the business. You should apply the best practices. You should have a proper hierarchy. Okay, hierarchy means how from where it should start, from where it should get diverted, from there where it should reach. As per the business process, Okay, the hierarchies also should be properly divided. Hierarchy means, in short, you can say dividing and subdividing of your project, okay, of your requirements. Then every requirement, don't hard code everything. Use the modularity concept of Java. Modularity means keep creating different methods. That is modular. Now, as you have different methods, surely they you will have a chance of reusing it in everywhere, wherever needed. So modularity should be part of your framework. Then reporting mechanism. You should have a place where you can generate the reports and store them. You should have a data injecting. If you want to, test the requirement with a lot of inputs, data should be there stored in the project. So when you see all these things are used, it's not compulsory everything. Whatever is necessary for that application is used. Then you say it is nothing but you're following a framework. Okay. So some rules and regulations which are decided for any project, if you follow, that is one framework. Now everyone knows that when you say keyword framework or hybrid framework, what is happening in that framework, every tester knows it. So you're following in that project that style. Okay, so in every framework, there are some rules and regulations how the project should be divided, subdivided, reporting, data injecting. It is called as a framework. Now, what are the benefits? If I use a framework, what are the benefits of it? You can write the script easy. Means if you have methods, modularity, every method will have a requirement in it, written in it. When you say requirement upload, in that method, only upload relating code will be written, nothing else, correct? So when anyone goes and understands that method, it is as it is only for upload, they can easily understand it. So easy to write, easy to understand as well. Understandability is also there. Then scalability. Scalability also will be easier. Scalable means what? In your project, uploading is there. If suddenly you want download also, don't disturb the method of upload. Keep as it is and add one more method for downloading. So you have in your project two methods, upload and download, whichever you want, you can call it. Okay. So adding a new functionality to your project is called upscaling. Upscalability is there in that upscaling, enhancing. And if you don't need download feature, just remove the method, that's it. Without disturbing anything from the project. That is called downscaling. So if you find scalability is one of the feature, upscaling, enhancing the project and minimizing the requirements would be very easier if you have modularity. Okay, then reusability is there. If you need that upload method in a lot of places in the project, no need to rewrite the method. Just call that method with an object everywhere, wherever needed. So that is reusability. When you start reusing, cost of the project, okay, is minimized. Maintenance would be easier because tomorrow in the upload functionality, some changes happen. Without searching everywhere, you just go to the upload method and change the things. So maintenance of the project is also very easier if you go with this style. Okay, so these are some of the benefits you get when you follow the frameworks approach. Now, understanding these are the benefits. The reusability of the code. You can reuse the method multiple places. You can recover the scenarios. Means for each requirement, you can get one method and you can test it. Some human intervention should be there. Means if you are doing a login, you do write the login code in a method, but don't hard code the data in that method. Use parameter concept. Because if you enter the data in the method, data is hard coded, changes also. If you want to change the data, every time you have to open the method and change it later. So try to minimize it. So how will you minimize it? Keep the data externally in some Excel file and pass it to the login through parameters. That's called human intervention minimization. Try to write all the functionalities in the form of method and test everything. That's a coverage, test everything. Maintenance should be less. Means in last time, object repository means what I did, I kept all the properties file separately outside. So that the element locators, if they change, only you have to change the file. That's it. So that is kind of maintenance is less, low maintenance. Reportings. You want to generate the reports on different statuses of your test cases. You can generate the reports and store it in particular package in your project. Okay, so these are the benefits of the framework. Now, what are the frameworks available? Linear, data-driven, keyword, modular, hybrid. These are the frameworks. Now, page object model is one technique which I can use in my framework and make my framework much more productive. To make my existing project to high level, little bit high advanced form, I can apply this technique of page object model, POM technique. So this is not separately a framework. You can add this technique to your existing framework. So we will study this separately. So first we'll understand these 5 frameworks you have, right team? Now first you see linear. Linear means executing the code line by line. So linear framework we always applied in our session, but there are a lot of drawbacks in it. In linear, what you do, you write your functionality step by step method. There are no functions, no methods. Everything I write in a main method and run. Means there are no user defined functions and data is hard coded in the functionality only. Such type of coding, if you see, that is called as a linear. So if you check with some existing examples, okay. So if I see this automating a drop down, this is a linear work. You have a main method. In that first you wrote launch and then clicking on account, finding the day, selecting, and some different ways of selection which I commented later because I don't want later. Then you collected all the options using a for loop. You have run going through every drop down. So this is a linear because if I run the program, it starts from here, skipping all the commented lines and proceeds up till the last. So this is a linear work. Wherever data is hard coded, you see this 3 is a data, 5 is a data, 4 is a data. It's part of your script. You have written it in the script. It's a hard coding. Tomorrow, if you want to select the 5th, I have to change your manually 5. That is not the feature of framework. Okay, but in linear, I'm not following every rule. And this, as I don't want in execution, I have to manually comment. Later, if you need it, you have to search for this program and then uncomment it. So maximum human intervention is here. Okay, that is one point. Second thing, if you need this code in some other place, in some other package or class, can I call only this much area? No. You have to access the whole main method. When you say main method access, all this part comes into picture. Only this selective part can't be accessed. But on the other hand, if I would have written this 5 lines in one method, surely you can call anywhere with object. So there is no modularity, hard-coded everywhere, right? And everything is executed, no functions, no reusability. This type of coding style is called as a linear, and you understood the drawback as well. Let's go with the modular. In modular means you try to add methods instead of writing everything in main method, no functions here. But now start adding functions, methods. Now before writing method, I should know for what methods are required. What are my requirements for study? And then keep methods for them. So to first you understand all the test cases, the requirements, and you analyze it and understand which are needed in multiple places, and then start creating functions for it, means methods. When you create methods, all those methods are stored in one package or a library. Okay? And those functions you can call with object whenever needed. And what about the data? I'm not looking into data at this time. Data is still hard coded. Data is kept still in the elements and methods directly. Only from linear, when I'm changing to modular, I'm taking care of adding many methods for different functionalities. That's it. Little bit changes, enhancement happen. So if you see this implementation, an example for that we did with radio demo, radio button working. So you have a main method here to do the launching and just call your methods. Launch code and method calling, whichever method you want, you called it with object. So you had a method here just to click on only single main option, female option on all radio buttons. Here testing with all the labels of the radio button. So many methods are there. So whichever method you want to call, not only here, anywhere in your project, you can access it with object, right? So there is a reusability here. And all these methods you can keep in a separate class in one package. That way you can also do. And if you see the data is hard coded. Anyways, locators are also hard coded and data is also hard coded. If you check here, this is the data which you are using for comparing, validating. So that's a part of data, right? So data is hard coded. So there is human intervention is not minimized. It's still there. So you see, this is also a drawback in modular framework. You have not worked on the data part yet. Clear? Now to overcome this part also, you have the next framework is data driven. Data driven means in this framework you have methods plus data is not hard coded in that methods. Then what will you do about the data? I keep the data in some external files. Any files. Database you can keep, Excel files you can keep, CSV files. Depending on the application, how the client wants, you can choose to store the data. Once your data is outside, how will you bring it to your method and run? You have to write a small program. Already I think in Java session we did that, to read the data from Excel and pass to the test case, right? To your method. So that script need to be there. Then suppose your Excel file has 10 set of data, 10 rows. Then your test case will run for 10 times. Means that single method will run for multiple times as much data you have in your Excel file. So your data is changing, but the method is the same. So the name is data driven framework. So your test case or the functionality is driven by the data. So this is data driven framework. So in this framework, you have methods plus data is kept outside, minimum human intervention. So this is to one extent a proper framework. But you can minimize a lot of things in this framework, like you said that you created functions, right? Let us open the application. Now in this application, what you see, there's a text box, password is also a text box, under log is a button. So for all these three web elements together, you'll create one method. Okay, one method is there, fine. Then second requirement is forget password. It's a link. What you do, you take that link in that method and do click. You understanding? You do click on it. So you do click on this method. I mean the requirement. If you try to go with the account, You find this is also a link, basically, if you inspect. So you find this button and click. So how many methods I have here? Login method, recovery password method, and account method. 3 methods are there. Okay, 3 methods are there. Now, if you have more requirements, okay, then I'll 3 more requirements. If I have means total 6 methods I have to create in this from this page. 6 methods for different 6 requirements I have to create. Means as requirements get added, methods counts are increasing. Understanding? Methods counts are increasing. But don't you see in each method some activity is common? It's repeating. What you see on the websites, text boxes, buttons, links, images, drop downs, checkboxes, radio buttons, these are only things you can find. Any project, any requirement, web application, these are only the requirements. So whenever you find text boxes, what action you do? Typing the data, send keys I have to use, right? Wherever buttons you see, links you see, images you see, or checkboxes you see, radio buttons, what is that action you do? Clicking. So only I see to maybe somewhere drop down is there means select. Okay, wherever you want to drag and drop, that time different method is the drag and drop. So actions which you have to perform on the websites are very less as compared to the requirements. Requirements can increase as much, but when you see the actions, there are only 4-5 actions you see maximum. Send keys, click, then double click, right click, drag drop. These are only the methods. Then instead of writing 100 methods for 100 requirements, why don't I create a method based on the action? Send keys is one method. Okay. Now send keys I can use for any web element, email, password, or entering the payment. For everywhere, wherever you're typing, I can call that method send keys. You understanding? Click method I can call for buttons also, links also, images also, checkboxes, radio buttons. Click method is called. So now we will just little bit change the style. Like instead of writing separate method for separate requirement, I'll create a method for each action. Suppose in keyword framework, what you do? You find the various keywords you have, various actions you have to do. Okay, my action is sending data, clicking, selecting, dragging, those. For each action, you create a separate function and you associate that function with that keyword. One keywords I'll maintain, click, type something. Then I will decide how the execution should happen. Okay, now maybe this is not that might not be so clear. I'll show you how the keyword framework Excel sheets we create, then you'll understand the requirement. For that, you can take any application and one scenarios you can pick and write this structure. So this is the Excel file for one of the requirement. Now, what is your requirement? So mainly in the keyword framework, you can better test the scenarios, end-to-end scenarios very well. Even single individual functionality also you can test. Now here, what is your scenario? You write proper linearly. Now my scenario is on a bank where I'm logging in, sending some amount and logging out. That is the scenario. So in that scenario, complete transaction, whichever elements you come across, you'll put them in linearly. First is what? You have to enter email, then password, then you have to click login. After that, you select the beneficiary name, enter the amount in a text box, then select the date. You click on send button, payment will go. Then you click on login button, you'll get logged out. So this is one end-to-end scenario on a bank application. So this way, for this scenario, this is one sequence. Now on that bank application, you'll have so many scenarios. Yes, you must create those many Excel files. Maybe you have only login and logout. Then I can create one more sheet with this first 3 lines and then last line after that. You have a scenario of logging in and checking the balance and logout. For that, one more sheet you can create. So this way, for all the possible transactions, you will create those many Excel sheets. So as a tester, you have to create this. Now, but initially for a new person to create a keyword framework is difficult. If you're going and creating a keyword framework, initially is difficult because to create this framework, you should have a very clear study on the project, on the application. Then you can decide this. But anyways, we are reusing the framework. If you get some old project framework this way, you have to convert into your new project. Means I'll just keep changing the sequencing as per your new application and edit all the required relative things of it. Of transaction web elements. Next column, locators. Each element, when you inspect, you will have some or other locator, correct? Maybe you plan to use for this element to interact is ID, for something name, for something XPath, for this again name. Just randomly I have put some locators. Then the keywords. You can maintain some keyword which every tester understands here. Now type word when you hear, it's very clear that the user will be typing there or tester will be passing some input. So when you enter the input to whom, maybe when there are text areas and text boxes, if you find, you start entering the input. So to all those web elements, wherever text boxes are used and text areas are used, you will use this keyword type. Means for username also typing only, for password also type. And for amount entering also type keyword. Whenever log button, link, images come, I'll use a method type or key type called click, click, click. Wherever you have to select a drop down might be there I use a keyword called select. Means when type keyword is there should be a logic inside that. It should call one function. Whenever you see here a word type, this keyword should call a function. That function should be ready to pass the input to your web element. So to do that logic, to write that logic, I have one method called text field. Okay, text field means it is towards going to get triggered wherever inputs are required. Where will you keep all these methods? Text field, one method called do click, one method called do select. Where will I keep all these methods? In your project library, in one package or in one class, you will keep it. So that you will call them wherever necessary as a reusability. Understanding? These methods. So for you to see what is there in each method, I've just copied that code in the same file. This is the code for do select. This is the code for text field. This is for method for to click. So as I have used here 3 methods, text field, do click and do select, 3 methods are here. They all are stored in a class in a library form in one package. Now what is there in the text field? Text field will take the inputs coming from Excel and do this task. So to interact with the text box, you need the locator and the data. So with that locator, you'll find the element. That locator might be for entering the password or username or for entering the amount, anything. Find that element and send the given data. That much only this method will do wherever you call. Similarly, click. Click method means data is not needed, only element, web element locator. So find the element with that locator and click. Select, Dropdowns. For dropdowns you use. What is required? Data is required, locator is required. So this all inputs you will get from your Excel. So find the element with that locator, create an object for select class, and use a method to pass that select that data on that element. This is the next method. So all these methods are stored in your project. Now, and test data is here. Wherever you pass the inputs, data is available. For clicking, there's no data. Okay. Now, how this keyword will call this method? In the first line, when you're reading this first line from Excel, it will see the keyword. If the keyword is type, it has to call this method. If the keyword is click, it has to call this method. So from where this calling is happening? Here is the program. Switch case. A class with switch case is written where the switch is taking these three inputs, locator, keyword, and the data. So these three columns inputs are given to the switch program. Now here you have many cases, like if the keyword is type, then if the keyword is type, then call this text field method over there with an object. And whatever input required for it, pass from this inputs given to the switch. From switch, the data will go there. Means type is something, that element you have to type the data. So you have to call this text field method. Break. If next line, when it reads the next line is also type. So it first case only will get executed, typing happen. Third line, when you're reading, you see click is there. That time second case will run of click, where it is calling the do click method over there, find the element and click on it. Third, next method is select. So it will do the select process and call this method to execute. So these methods are only just called in lot of functionalities. You understanding? So now your project will not have 100 methods. Okay, you will not have 100 methods, but only few methods for different actions. And a switch case who will decide which action and which method to be called. So when you're running the program, you will run these lines line by line and its information from Excel. When you read the data from sheet 1, it will read row by row and these columns. 3 columns are read and it goes and triggers the switch case. Okay. So this is this kind of organizing the project style is called as a keyword, because in this pattern you use some keywords to call the respective methods, and the methods has the internal logic to run. Okay, but nothing is hard coded here. Everything are variables only. Data, everything is in the Excel sheet. So tomorrow if any changes happen to locator, just modify the Excel sheet. No need to touch methods, case, nothing. Or you want to change the data, change here. This project I can use as it is for any other application, because every application will have text boxes only, buttons only, links only, and selection only. Switch case, no change. What you have to change? Only the sequencing. As you change the sequence, as per the new application, locators need to be changed. As per the element, the keywords will get readjusted. As per the keywords, methods need to be properly synced. And data you have to change. Understanding? So as a tester, where is your involvement? These methods, everything you use as it is. Only this sheets editing is your rule. On a new sheet, only write these 3 lines of code, the locator and the data, and just read that file. You will be able to test only the login. You can test the individual requirements also, and end-to-end scenarios also you can test easily over here in the keyword. On the next sheet, I have written only for username login, and you can write the data. Now you may say that, okay, login you tested with one set of data. I want to test the login with multiple inputs. Means what is in short your requirement is one requirement I want to also combine keyword anyways is there now for a single requirement. Also I want to test that requirement with a lot of inputs. Means in short I want to combine both these frameworks. Can you do? Yes. That becomes a hybrid. When you combine the two frameworks, that becomes a hybrid. So on this sheet, you have a login features, the steps, and the data for this login, I can pull from another Excel file. Maybe I just kept right now here only. This is my test data for different usernames and passwords. I need to test it. So the sequence is in one Excel sheet, and the data to pass to that is in another Excel file, which I'll read it. So data driven is there and keyword also is there. So this kind of combination, if you see, that is nothing but a hybrid mode. Correct? These are the nothing but the different types of frameworks and their usage. So anyways, these frameworks you use in the real time in existence. So as an example here, we will start. See, you cannot create framework in one session or few hours. It's not possible, but we will see the steps how to start creating the framework on your own. Build the framework on your own. Okay. And slowly, as the requirements get added, you have to modify the framework. Keep modifying. Maybe almost if you want to see your framework with one structure, it will take hardly, at least 4 to 5 months to make your project, everything included in it in a proper framework. Then from there onwards, lot of bugs fixing and new requirements, if anything comes that gets added. So changes will be going on. So now in this time period, you cannot see a big project framework now, but we will see the steps how you can start creating a framework. Therefore, we can implement here data-driven framework. We'll apply here data-driven structure. We'll take a requirement in a methods form and pass to that functionality lot of inputs coming from some Excel. That is what data-driven will apply. Okay. So whatever the explanation we have discussed for each framework, it's the same here described. Modular framework, methods form, you can find everything. And then the keyword framework, where you have the keywords, everything stored. So your storage contains your keywords, Excel file, and also the Excel sheet with the data. Both the files are there. Your script will read them, whatever it needs. And based on that, different methods will be called and from the library, and test cases will be executed. One more here, you see, when you're reading an Apache Excel files, when you read data from an Excel file, we learned a mechanism to read Excel file with the Apache POI libraries. Apache POI libraries we have discussed. Apache POI is one way and JXL jar is another way of reading Excel files. But JXL don't support in reading the Excel files with an extension .xlsx. Now, whatever the new Excel MS Office you have, it creates Excel files with extension .xlsx. So that files this jars can't read. Old jars .xls files if you have of Excel, it can read it, but not the new files. So in case if you want, that's the reason we don't use this JXL jars in the project. Even though whatever might be the extension of your Excel file, everything you can read from using Apache Point. So I just want to tell, even JXL is another set of jar files which can read the Excel data of older formats. But even Apache Py also can do that. So no need to get much confused with this technique. Just you can remember that JXL is also another way of reading Excel. So Apache Py is the one which we are learning. In Apache Py, it supports reading files of .xlsx also, .xls also. Both the things it can read. We have already done this. Now see, you have a lot of classes in Apache Py. When you're reading .xlsx file, I have created a workbook sheet, right? So dot here, XSSF workbook, XSSF sheet. So what does this XSSF do? If you really understand, it is used to read .xlx file formats. The workbook sheet, if you use this extension suffix, it helps in reading this type of file. Okay. If your file is of .xls extension, you can create a workbook and sheet with suffix HSSF workbook, HSSF sheet, and so on. So both the files can be read with Apache Py.
Just a quick info of our Selenium certification training course. With this course, you'll master Selenium RC, implement Selenium IDE functions and commands, along with gaining knowledge of JUnit, Eclipse, Maven, and so much more. All taught by our top industry experts from leading companies. Thousands of professionals have already upskilled successfully through this program. You can view their testimonials on our Achievers channel, linked in the description down below. This course can undoubtedly propel your career to new heights. Visit the course page linked below and take the first step towards advancing your career in software testing.